ABC Sport. This is ABC Sport's coverage of the cricket.
Running into bowl, and it's driven handsomely. That was a good shot. Lovely. And he's edging and he's out. Caught by Warner and Slim.
Wicket's tumbling.
Oh, wonderful take. The stump's bowled. Almost throws his bat in the air.
That is a monster blow. It's gone aerial.
Field for LBW. Out. The finger's gone up. And there it is.
Glorious from Labuschagne.
And a big wicket for Australia.
This is ABC Sport's coverage of the cricket. Australia v India.
And he'll bring up the 200 with a boundary.
On ABC Radio,
Another catch.
Sport Digital,
Oh, my goodness.
and ABC Listen.
Day one of the first test in Nagpur. Pat Cummins and his team. This test acts as the on-ramp to an era-defining calendar year coming up for the Australian cricket team. It starts here in Nagpur with the final frontier up against the Indian cricket team. Following that, the battle for the number one status in the world in the test format. And then, of course, an Ashes over in England. While for India, they're chasing history of their own in their first home test match for 11 months. A chance to try and claim the number one ranking in the test arena, which would make them undeniably the best cricketing nation on planet Earth, already the number one ranked team in the T20s and the ODIs. It is my profound privilege to say welcome to Nagpur on grandstand cricket, right in the epicentre of India in the state of Maharashtra. The temperature is headed to get into the low 30s, as it will remain throughout the test. There is no chance of rain, and I'm very pleased to say the man that has been alongside me on our flight from Melbourne to Delhi and every leg along the way to get here to Nagpur is former Australian quick Dirk Nannes. And Dirk, it is so good to see you.
It's fantastic to be here. The energy in the air today is palpable. It's so exciting to be here, to have such beautiful weather, a pitch that has been all the talk over the previous few days. But I think now we're just waiting for the cricket to start.
Cannot wait to get into it. The toss of the coin happened moments ago. Let's take you out to the middle. Ravi Shastri has the two captains alongside him.
We're coming up to toss time in one of the biggest and most awaited series in world cricket. India, Australia. Rohit Sharma, Pat Cummins, the two captains, the match referee Andy Pycroft, all in readiness and for the toss. Rohit will spin the coin.
It is a tail.
But Pat, you've won the toss. What have you decided?
We're going to have a bat today.
A lot of talk about the pitch. What do you make of it?
Yeah, it looks like a pretty even wicket through the middle. It's going to be challenging over here. It's a bit different to Aussie wickets, but we're up for it.
It's been a while since you've come to India, but a lot of your boys have played a lot of cricket in India, so that will help.
That's it. Yeah, we've all come here every year, at least a couple of times a year. 2017 was a big test series, so we know these conditions well. We know we're going to have to tweak a few things to how we play in Australia. Can't wait.
6 months ago, you were in the subcontinent, in Pakistan. How much would that tour help?
Yeah, I think it's been really good preparation, not just this last week, but the last 12 months, having a tour to Pakistan and Sri Lanka. We learned a lot. We got the full spectrum of different wickets over there, and yeah, we feel really well placed.
How has the preparation been? Because you've had a few injuries.
Yeah, it's a few injuries, but we feel like we've got a really big squad here who's, all had a little bit of experience. Todd Murphy's on debut today, but he's played a lot of red ball cricket and really good week in Bangalore in the last couple of days here.
So what's your side for today's game?
Just two changes from our last test match in Sydney. Todd Murphy debuts in place of Ashton Agar, and Peter Hanscom comes in for Travis Head.
Have a good game.
Thank you.
Right. Well, Rohit, you've lost the toss. You would have batted, obviously.
Yeah, we would have batted first. But nevertheless, I think, we've got a quality bowling. Hopefully we can restrict them to as low as possible and then come and bat later on.
And your thoughts on this surface?
Yeah, it looks pretty dry. Obviously, there will be help for some bowlers, particularly spinners. But yeah, we got to wait and see how much it does. But yeah, I mean, having trained here yesterday, we saw there was a bit of seam movement early start. Obviously, there will be some help for the seamers as well up front, and then we'll see. We'll assess how the game is going and then take it from there.
You played a lot of white ball cricket. You've been here for the last week or so. You happy with the preparation?
Yeah, I think we've had a good prep for the last 5 or 6 days, particularly just training as to what we're going to get out here. We train particularly on all those aspects. And yeah, it's time now for us to come out and deliver here. It's going to be a great test match. So yeah, the boys are looking forward to it.
Yeah, and what's the mood I was just going to ask, what's the mood in the dressing room? Because India, Australia, there's a buzz around the world.
Yeah, of course. It's a big one. We all know that. We do understand the importance of this series. But again, the guys do understand it's about coming out and winning that session, not to think too far ahead because it's a long series. But one thing at a time is important for us. So we'll try and focus on, how we can get them out and then see what happens after that.
And your team for today?
Yeah, we've got 3 spinners, 2 seamers, 2 guys making debut, KS Bharat and Surya Kumar Yadav.
Have a good one, Rohit.
Thank you very much.
So there you go. That's the news from the centre. Australia have won the toss and they've had no hesitation in batting first.
That hasn't been the difficult part for Australia in recent trips to India. Interestingly to note, Dirk, they have now won the toss in 10 of their last 11 test matches that they've played here in India, but have only won 1 fixture during that time. There is a whole lot to work through out of the toss of the coin. First of all, the Australian lineup. The openers will be David Warner alongside Usman Khawaja. Marnus Labuschagne will bat at 3. Obviously, Steve Smith will be there at 4, but there's been a change in the middle order. So Pete Hanscom is going to come in as the right-hander. Matt Renshaw then to bat at 6. So no Travis Head despite his prolific summer in Australia. Alex Carey will be another left-hander, obviously, as the keeper. And then the bowling department will be made up of Cummins and Boland as the 2 quicks. And the 2 right-arm finger spinners, Nathan Lyon, one of the best to have ever done it, and Todd Murphy at the other end of his career, just starting out on debut. What do you make of that team?
Well, I think the Hanscom inclusion is pretty straightforward. I think if you look at the pitch, it's very much a horses for courses. It's going to be easier to bat as a right-hander on this pitch than it is as a left-hander. So I think that's a logical one. Travis Head, again, I think they've probably looked at their play against spin and thought maybe Renshaw is the better player against spin and we're going to include him. And as for Murphy, I think if you look at what the Indian spinners are really good at, and it's that accuracy and that nagging line and length and accuracy, and that's exactly what Murphy brings. I'm really excited to see his debut. I've had the good fortune of being able to watch him a few times now, and I just love the way he goes about it. He just finds a different way to deliver the ball into the same spot time and time again. You might not see much, particularly watching from home or on your television screen. It might be difficult to see much variation in the way he delivers the ball, but batsmen find it incredibly tough to get him away, and I think he's got a bright future.
The anthems are coming up in just a moment. The Indian team, so there's no Shubman Gill, despite, again, him being in prolific form in other formats. So KL Rahul is going to open along with Rohit Sharma. The rest of their lineup, they'll have Cheteshwar Pujara, who scores runs for fun against the Australians. Virat Kohli in at 4. Surya Kumar Yadav, the best T20 bat in the world, is going to make his test debut. He does have 14 first-class hundreds, so he comes into the lineup today for India. Then KS Bharat is going to keep. The 3 finger spinners, all of them world class. You've got Jadeja coming back from knee surgery, Ashwin, the right arm finger spinner, and Axar Patel, who averages a 14 with the ball in Test cricket, would you believe? Mohammad Shami, Mohammad Siraj are going to be the 2 seamers for India.
A bit of a surprise there, because we thought that it was KL Rahul that was probably the one in the gun and looking to miss out in place of someone like a Shubman Gill. So a bit of a surprise there.
Sorry, I'm just posing for a little selfie with the guy in front of us who's come along and taken a selfie with us in the background. So we're doing the commentary and he's standing in front of the box, which is absolutely commonplace for this part of the world. We both have featured in a number of photos this week. Me just because I think I'm here and stand out, and you because obviously you're a former Australian cricketer, so it's always sort of part of the fun. But you were saying about the Indian team, Dirk, before that took place.
Lost my train of thought now.
I think what threw you is when I started to give the thumbs up to the photo. He was happily just doing his piece, and I sort of felt like I'd engage with him. And as you said, it took your train of thought away. The rest of our team across the course of the day and the weeks to come here in India, Prakash Wakankar, who is not only some of the best company, but also a brilliant broadcaster, is going to join us. So he arrived in Nagpur with us last night. You'll hear from Geoff throughout the day as well, one of a great cricket broadcaster and journalist. And then we're very privileged to have both Dinesh, Karthik, who's still playing in the modern game, obviously featured in the World Cup recently for India, and Sunil Gavaskar, who, of course, the whole series is named after, along with Alan Border. It is now time for the anthems. The Australians have won the toss. They've elected to bat first. It's almost go time in Nagpur. Sound around the Vidarbha Cricket Association Stadium. It is a relatively new ground. We only played the first test match here back in 2008. It was a memorable test match as well, where Jason Frazier took 12 wickets in what was a losing game for the Australians. The ground hasn't hosted a test match since 2017. There's been a whole lot of talk this week about the pitch, and particularly the dryness outside the off stump to the left-hander. The Australians have changed their team accordingly, Dirk, significantly, with Travis Head being dropped. Obviously has a lean record in Asia in the past. And as a result, Pete Handscomb comes into that middle order. So as a result, just the 4 lefties in the top 7 rather than 5.
I'm absolutely fascinated to see how this pitch is going to play. Obviously, it'll play more of a role further on in the test. Big toss to win. I think particularly first toss of the tour, because I think Australia can ill afford to go one down early in the season. They've got to really press as hard as they can early on in this series and show that they're here to play. It's going to be a mouth-watering contest throughout. This last Indian tour was spectacular between these two teams, and I think they're probably better suited against each other this time around. I cannot wait to see what unfolds.
The crowd is sort of scattered around the stadium, it must be said. It's not full, although every ticket has been sold for the test match. So the way the ticketing works here, if you buy a ticket to a day, you get a test pass, so you can come to any of the 5 days of the test match. The stadium is on the southern outskirts of town, around 20 kilometres out of the CBD. And as a result, if we look at the back of our window, we're on the northern side of the stadium. It's almost semi-rural, isn't it, Dirk? There's sort of farmlands behind us, and it is very much a place sort of out on its own. It's separated from the major hub of Nagpur.
A couple of the interstates coming past us with a massive train line as well. We're very much on the outskirts of town. But, as is the case in so many parts around India, they are building these big stadiums just on the outskirts of town where they need a little bit more real estate to be able to build the infrastructure that goes with these grounds. Mind you, being a 2008 ground, it still looks like it's been here for 40 years.
It's certainly designed in that way, isn't it? And even where we're situated, there was we had to sort of push past a few things and sweep some stuff aside to be able to get our commentary position in the box. But we are very privileged to be with you on Grandstand Cricket, wherever you may be listening, either back home in Australia or around the world. Corbin, Middlemass and Dirk, Nannes. The Aussies are batting first. David Warner is going to take the first delivery, and Mohammad Shami is going to bowl it for the northern end of the ground. And the umpire says, let's play, and the Border Gavaskar series is underway as Warner lets one pass outside his off stump. And not a whole lot of carry through to keeper KS Bharat, who is on debut for India.
That ball almost bounced a second time through to the wicket keeper past David Warner. He's left it, and straight away he's going out and doing a little bit of gardening, keeping very low. Australians were talking about a few days ago about coming out and training early in the morning, and local time here at the moment is only 9:30.
Pushing across Warner, Shami delivers. Warner drops it on the offside through cover point. He takes off and he's off the mark, dropping his bat as he tries to slide it at the non-striker's end. So the first runs of the Test match, and the second ball, no wicket for one, the Aussies.
So Mohammad Shami is bowling from the southern end, and from there he's actually coming out of the shadow of the standstill. So the Australians were saying that when they started training, heavy dew on the ground still in that area.
Usman Khawaja, he's been here as a tourist in Test Series, Dirk, back in 2013 and 2017. Didn't play a Test, so this is his first match in the format here in India. And Shami's going to come around the wicket to him as Khawaja lets it go, and again taken around the ankles by KS Bharat. Got three slips in the gully in, a man at point. The fielder at mid-off is probably almost a short cover, and then there's a mid-on, a square leg and fine leg to field for India.
Already it's like someone's taken the plug out of this pitch and it's just deflated, and the ball is just not going through whatsoever. You expect it to be a slow pitch, but expect some carry normally, but nothing so far.
No wicket for one. Shami on his way in again around the wicket, and Khawaja just tucks off his pads, runs it away down to fine leg. Picks up a single to Mohammad Siraj. So both Aussie openers are off the mark. No wicket for two. Pat Cummins winning the toss and batting first here in Nagpur. What have been your observations of the city, Dirk, in the couple of days that we've spent here? Well, we got in on Monday night, so we've had 2 days out at the stadium and a brief opportunity to check out what Nagpur has to offer.
Well, there was a reason for us to check out what Nagpur had to offer, because I arrived without a suitcase, so that probably meant that we needed to go and get some clothing. So it was almost a forced trip into the middle of town on day one to get some stuff, and it's so typical of many Indian cities, particularly the rural cities.
Around the wicket now to Warner as well, as Shami bowls wide at the off stump. He lets it pass.
Sorry, rather the your non-traditional sort of big cities in India, I guess, and your Delhi and Mumbai. When you're going to I think this is the 15th largest city in India, where we are here in Nagpur. It's such a mix of the old and the new. We go to, for example, the shopping mall we went to could have been anywhere in the world, really, in any Western country. And yet just outside there's cows milling about, and there's
street vendors and
street vendors selling packs of chips as their only thing.
Shami around the wicket. Warner again watches it pass through to Bharat, takes it low down. End of the first over. Two from it. Both Warner and Khawaja off the mark. The Aussies batting first.
And just construction everywhere, as is the way it seems in so many Indian cities. The amount of construction is incredible. A new couple of interstates that come through here, and then a brand new elevated train system going all the way around, which is again another initiative that they've got in so many cities around India.
we found a brewery, which we probably didn't think that there would be one of those in Nagpur. You're right, the trip to the shopping mall was fascinating, as you said. Just looked like any Westfield or anything like that you'd find in any other city, with the complete dichotomy, just a step out on the street. The news here in Nagpur: Australia has won the toss and chosen to bat first. They've got a number of guys playing their first test match in India. Boland and Cummins will be the two quicks. Todd Murphy is on debut, the right-arm offie from St Kilda Cricket Club to partner Nathan Lyon. And Hanscom is in. Travis Head has been dropped. There's Mohammad Siraj, his first ball. He strikes Khawaja on the pad. Big shout for leg before, and the umpire shakes his head. Not out, a big inducker. Ballooned off the pads of Khawaja into the gully. And now there's a conference as Rohit Sharma wants to chat to KS Bharat behind the stumps. Both teams have 3 reviews, and Rohit says we're having a look, as the roar would indicate. So the TV umpire is going to be involved for the first time. Michael Goff upstairs.
I think this ball was swing too much down leg. Indians loved it. Siraj just demanding that they have a look upstairs. Initial view from where we are. We've got a good view of this, perhaps sliding down.
Here we go. We've got the monitor in the box, Dirk. What did you see?
Umpire's call down leg.
It's a fair delivery. Can we start off with front on spin vision, please?
Don't sit on the fence. You've got to join me either way.
Yeah, I think that's... I'm with you. Umpire's call. I think if it had been given out, I think it would have been hard to argue, but the fact it's been given not out, it's going to have to do a lot back the other way to be dismissed. If pitcher's in line... Oh, it's hitting an upper leg. Khawaja has a real problem. The review's successful. Siraj strikes ball 1. Umpire overturns his decision, and Khawaja's on his bike. 1 for 2. The Aussies have lost 1 in the second over.
It's just held enough. Certainly well bowled. The seam position was exceptional. That's the type of delivery that normally you would see a batsman, left-handed batsman, working through the onside and scoring runs. So that's a miss from the batsman. Terrific start from India.
Khawaja goes for 1. LBW Mohammad Siraj, what a series he had last time India and Australia played back down under. He had 13 wickets in just 3 games. And here comes Nannes Labuschagne. Makes his way in at 3 for the Aussies. In his 34th test match, he's yet to play one in India. He has played 7 matches in Asia, so including test matches in Pakistan, Sri Lanka and the Emirates. 400 runs at 33 is his average on the continent. Now, Rick Finlay's going to join us as well throughout the test match. He's back in Hobart, but he will be supplying some stats for us. So Mr. Subramanian, who used to be the travelling statistician when the ABC came to town, unfortunately isn't with us. He used to always carry a little sort of model Ganesh. He used to put it on the equipment to make sure nothing went out. And Karen Ty sent me a photo of the Ganesh that her family has back home. And so I've got it as my screensaver on my phone, Dirk. So if we do have any issues, I've got Ganesh here to be able to help us through and make sure the line stays stable throughout. The SMS number, if you want to reach us, 0467 920 222. For everybody listening in Australia, that's 0467 920 222, as always, and we'll filter them in throughout the broadcast. There's a fair bit happening out in the middle. Nannes Labuschagne's there already. Siraj on his way in, and he lets it pass. Characteristic fashion, like a wand, just waving the bat overhead as it passes through to KS Bharat. And the Aussies deciding to bat first. They've lost 1 already. Khawaja out LBW for 1. Todd Murphy's on debut. Pete Hanscom's back in the middle order. Travis Head has been dropped. And for India, Surya Kumar Yadav makes his test debut. There's no Shubman Gill, and the 3 finger spinners are in. So Jadeja, Ashwin and Patel before they've even got a look in. Second over of the day, the Aussies are 1 down. Siraj to Labuschagne, lets it go.
Just gentle swing out there for Siraj. That dismissal, it's one of those balls where you feel like it was just going to keep drifting all the way down leg, but it almost seemed to straighten down the line beautifully exactly what you'd want as a bowler, but it's just a straight-up miss from Usman Khawaja. You're probably trying to play that ball a little squarer than it needed to go. As the ball struck him, he straight away indicated, thought he was swinging.
Siraj to Labuschagne lets it go, and could carry on this occasion through to the keeper Barat. Of course, Marnus Labuschagne is a right-hander, so we're not as worried about his area outside the off stump. It was quite noticeable at the other end, though, for the two left-handed openers. There wasn't as much carry passing through to the keeper on the other side of the pitch. Hasn't that been a lightning rod for conversation in the days leading in?
It's fascinating, and it's quite a nuanced sort of discussion that you can have. Home advantage, of course, I think that all countries have the right to be able to prepare conditions.
Siraj beats it outside the off stump, got Labuschagne pressing forward, and he plays and misses through to the keeper.
To prepare the pitch as they see fit. And coming to win, you always know you're going to have a raging turn. That's fine. But this is the first time where it has, it's almost like a foolproof way of preparing the pitch, where you know that one side's heavily stacked with left-handers, and so you almost run a line from stump to stump down one end and prepare the left side differently to what you'd prepare the right side. So it's very unusual in that respect.
Labuschagne again lets it go outside the off stump. So what a start for Mohammad Siraj. A wicket maiden. Australia winning the toss and batting first. The Aussies 1 for 2. Warner's on 1. Khawaja was out the leg before the start of the over.
The concept of selective watering is an interesting take. It's something that we're probably not used to, but I think Australia has handled it the right way. Regardless of the conditions you come up with, you are not going to overcome them by whinging and moaning. You just have to deal with it and accept that that's what happens when you're travelling away from home.
Shami to continue around the wicket, and he knocks over Warner. Stumps everywhere, and Warner is out for 1. The Aussies are 2 for 2. Oh boy. They won the toss, they chose to bat first, and both openers have been sent packing almost immediately. 2 for 2 at the start of the third over.
Choosing to come around the wicket. This one snuck in between bat and pad. Little bit of nip back in towards David Warner. Not massive, but just enough to beat that inside edge. Popped a little bit of thigh on the way through. Beautifully bowled.
The ground holds around 45,000. I think it's probably half full at best. And it sounds like there's 80,000 people here. The roar when the stumps lit up, they've got the lights in them. So all you saw were the bright red lights with the white stumps falling all over the pitch. And David Warner sent packing for 1. And Australia's 2 most important bats are at the crease in the third over of the day. Steve Smith arrives. I feel like there's so many talking points to set up, and I would have said ordinarily in a test match we've got ample time to touch on all of them, but haven't even really got into the Travis Head omission with you, Dirk, and already the openers are out. Fidgeting touch of the pads. Steve Smith away, Shami. Down the leg side, a big hooping away swinger, and it continues to move past the keeper, KS Barat, and down to the boundary. 4 byes. 2 for 6, the Aussies.
Saw that ball to David Warner just creeping back into him, but this ball also swinging a long way. So we're seeing a bit of both from Mohammad Shami. A little bit of nip off the seam on the previous delivery. This one here swinging a long way down leg. don't think it's going to be swinging for too long.
Mohamed Shami from the southern end. He bowls well wide of the off stump, and again, not much carry. Barat doesn't glove it cleanly. It's mopped up by Pujara, who's at first slip, so no extra runs. The Aussies 2 for 6. The SMS number, Dirk, there's a bit coming through already from Cal in Newcastle. Great to have you with us, Cal. The dropping of Travis Head is the most baffling decision I've seen in Test cricket. Just cannot believe it.
I don't know if it's the most baffling ever. It's probably harsh on someone who's been in such tremendous form, but he averages 21 in these parts away from home.
Shami in again, wide of off stump to Smith. He lets it go.
And we've got Renshaw, who's a good player of spin, so it's probably more a horses for courses type selection. If this Test match was played somewhere else in the world, then Travis Head's probably holding his place in the side. I think it probably shows a bit more flexibility on the part of the Australian hierarchy to be able to chop and change based on conditions rather than just your stick with the same team wherever you go around the world, come hell or high water. So, yeah, it's probably raising a few eyebrows, absolutely. But not completely surprising.
Mohamed Shami hits the crease. He bowls to Smith, who turns it off leg stump. It didn't climb off the wicket. And Smith has a long look down the pitch as he turns it to Jadeja at square leg. And there's no run. A similar theme from Javis in Brunswick. I need answers. How can they not at least give Travis Head a chance in the first test? After being in great form all summer, it makes no sense. Obviously, he had huge runs. He's a dominant player at home. I think it's a brave call, if anything, that, like you said, I don't doubt the next Test Australia play in at home, he'll be playing, but he's not playing here. Shami bowls to Smith, who's forward and defending out to mid-off. There's no run, and we're 3 overs down, 2 for 6. The Australians, both openers out for 1. Warner bowled by Shami. Siraj got Khawaja, first ball LBW, also out for 1. Despite Pat Cummins winning the toss and batting first, Todd Murphy's on debut. Hanscom is in for Head. Corbin, Middlemass and Dirk Nannes from the VCA Stadium in Nagpur.
And the Australian hierarchy and selectors would have seen the players over the previous few weeks when they've been here. In the build-up to this series, they would have seen how they've played against the spinners in the nets. They would have seen, in similar conditions to what we're seeing out there today, how all the batsmen in the team are faring, and that's just the way they've lent in this game.
Mohamed Siraj to continue over the wicket, bowls to Labuschagne, on drive is glorious. Back between the stumps of the non-striker and down the ground for 4. First boundary off the bat. The Aussies 2 for 10.
A lovely straight drive. Siraj here going for the ball, swinging into the right-hander. Actually scrambled seam rather, and the ball just went straight on, but so too straight into the middle of Nannes Labuschagne's bat. Slightly over pitch, beautiful shot. Again, that ball keeping low, you see it only just caught the bottom of Nannes' bat.
Nannes awaits, Siraj delivers, he plays wide of off stump out to cover point to Axar Patel, and there's no run. The Indian team, Pujara, Kohli and KL Rahul in the grippers alongside the keeper KS Barat. Rohit Sharma is there in the gully. Axar Patel is out of point. Ashwin fielding at mid-on. Ravindra Jadeja is out at square leg, and down at fine leg is Mohamed Shami, who of course bowled the previous over. And Rohit Sharma now out to mid-off, and Suryakumar Yadav into the grippers. Part of that cordon. Siraj tries again, and Labuschagne defending out on the offside. And I think one of the key observations early here, Dirk, is there has not been a whole lot of consistent bounce on this pitch in the first 4 overs of the Test match.
Fair to say it's dead. Just nothing getting up, everything hitting the bottom half of the bat. And I think that these Australian batsmen are just going to plant on the front foot after a period of time and just very rarely go back and get yourself almost set for a LPW. You feel like that's the the big challenge here against the Quicks.
Here comes Siraj on his way in again. Labuschagne, angled bat, picks the gap between third slip and the gully and angles it down to the third man rope for 4. Second boundary for Labuschagne. Australia 2 for 14, and Nannes to 8.
Straight away, Siraj and Labuschagne are getting into each other. Probably more Siraj after that ball there, went down and had a couple of words to Nannes Labuschagne. Certainly wasn't intentional to play the ball where it went. Down through that vacant gap between probably where fourth slip would be.
Siraj hits the crease, he bowls wide of off stump, and Labuschagne lets it pass. Just a note where we are too, to picture where we are. There's more chat there between Labuschagne and Siraj after that delivery. We're in the northern grandstand. I kept saying the southern side, where we couldn't get him over there. That's where the rest of the press are, and the TV commentators and the journalists and the players' pavilion. So we're on the northern side of the ground in the back of the second tier. So there are patrons in front of us and about 15 rows of seating, as well as a camera gantry with the cameraman set up. And there's a walkway in front of us, so people sort of come and go, and you stop and take selfies with the commentary team in the background. As Labuschagne is beaten outside the off stump, Siraj drawing forward. And what a pulsating start to the test match for the first 20 minutes. Bombshells at selection, and when play started, the Aussies lost both their openers early. Warner out for 1, Khawaja likewise dismissed for just 1. Smith and Nannes with a lot to do. More from Dirk Nannes coming up, and then it will be Prakash Wakankar for the first time today.
Pulsating start. Siraj bowling absolute beauty to finish that previous over. Beautiful seam position, ball nipping away, not much Nannes Labuschagne can do. Prakash Wakankar, it is fantastic to be with you again in India.
Absolutely, isn't it? First ball of fresh over, worked away nicely by Smith. Will be a bit of work for Siraj, who runs round and will not prevent the brace. So 2 more to the total. It's up to 16 now. Both openers back in the hut, and these two mirroring each other. There's so much about these two that we've read and heard and seen over the years, isn't it, Dirk? Do they feed off each other?
Almost feels like that. I don't think Steve Smith necessarily feeds off Nannes, but I think the other way is absolutely true.
Mohammad Shami from the northern end of the ground. 3 slips, a gully backward point, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, and a man at the final leg boundary. Shami is in bowls outside the off stump, and Smith lets it go through. 2 early wickets from the Indian Quicks, and already a little bit of banter between Mohammad Siraj and Labuschagne. Siraj has that tendency to sort of get into the game and sometimes just get carried away. But he's been in terrific form. As I think Corbin's just mentioned, a few surprises in selection on both sides. We'll get Dirk's thoughts on that in just a moment. As Shami turns at the far of his top of his bowling run from the far end, the end opposite from where we're broadcasting. He's up, he passes the umpire, comes in and bowls, and Smith handsomely drives it through the covers, easing it away, and will race away to the wide extra cover boundary for 4 runs. Terrific shot again, just lent into it. 20 for 2.
That is a stunning shot when your team's in trouble. Just leaning in, didn't try and play that with any force whatsoever. Just pure timing through the cover region. Lovely stroke.
Yeah, just perfect, absolutely, wasn't it? Almost looked to, as they say, caress the ball. Didn't really use any muscle at all. Anyway, his guard is sort of middle off middle, whatever you want to call it. So he was right in position, and that makes a slip come out and go into that cover position. Pujara vacates the first slip position. 2 slips and a gully now, and Shami is in. Comes in and bowls, and this time left alone by Smith. 20 for 2. Labuschagne is 8, Smith is 6. And we saw a lovely bowler's back drive from Labuschagne in the previous over. And now this excellent drive through the covers. That'll make the 2 batters feel a lot more comfortable, won't it?
Definitely. The challenge already, we're seeing it. Every now and then this ball's nipping around, and that's what's creating the challenge. Shami swung a couple of balls, and that first ball from Siraj swung a little bit, but it's more the nip, which I don't think it'll be there for too long.
Shami is up again, comes in and bowls, and this time he thinks about it, and then in that typical Smith manner, sort of just pulls his bat out, lets it go through. K.S. Bharat, debutant wicket-keeper for India, as a result of that horrific accident that Rishabh Pant was involved in around New Year's. And we've just got some wonderful police folks trying to look at the perfect position so that they could get some pictures, and they've been very kind, and they've sort of vacated that and let us bring this live ball-to-ball broadcast to you from the VCS Stadium in Nagpur. Yes, Shami into Smith, and Smith plays it away on the onside. I don't think he quite intended to play it there, looking to work it through the mid-wicket area, and ended up with a defensive push to mid-on. End of that over, the 5th over, 20 for 2.
I think the other challenge that they've provided to us is the TV camera crew in front of us wanted some shade, and so they've put up this large white, almost a sail in front of us here, but that obscures the scoreboard.
It does, and I think that's why it's meant for 2 reasons, Dirk. It's meant to keep us sort of sharp and keep focused on what's going on, but and I was about to say that it also affects you, being significantly taller than me, a lot more than it does me, because I can sort of squeeze through below it and still look not at the scoreboard, but certainly at the business that's happening in the middle on those 22 yards. And that's been a fair bit of conversation around those 22 yards, hasn't there? I wonder if that is sort of planned. Is that something that happens, or is it just natural that the pitches in the subcontinent always come up for discussion, maybe a lot more than some other parts of the world? Fresh over, Siraj is in to Labuschagne. Labuschagne gets a thick outside edge and once again threads that gap between third slip and gully for 4 runs. This time, I think, unintentional. Previous boundary that he got there, he opened the face. This one was a genuine edge, but a thick one all along the ground. No danger at all. 24 for 2.
Well, this is the first time, though, that we've seen that deliberate left-hander, right-hander preparation come into play. Well, it isn't a uniform, we're going to prepare a raging turning wicket, which is fair for both teams. And it can be detrimental if you fall on the wrong side of the coin, and it can work into your disadvantage as well. So that's a risk that you have. This is the first time you've probably seen it, that it's been
Siraj balls and Labuschagne defence.
Almost foolproof, because your team has no left-handers, the other team has heaps. So it's the first time that we've seen it done as it is done here.
Well, I think that's also because probably on, was it 2 days ahead of the opening day, there was that very specific rolling pattern and watering pattern that was seen. No attempt to hide it, but I'll take you back, Dirk, to the game that was drawn in the last series in Ranchi. You remember that?
Yes, absolutely.
And we'll talk about that as well, as Siraj turns and goes into bowl with 3 slips and a gully. In fact, 4 slips now. Nice and full, a bit of bat and pad as it runs out to mid-on where Ashwin fields. So I think in club cricket we've seen this very often. I'm not sure about, whether the offside to the left-hander piece is that common. That's, I think, is a little bit, shall we say, not seen very often at all. But in terms of preparing wickets and sort of watering the centre and rolling the centre of the strip and leaving the 2 ends a little bit dry, I've seen it a lot in both club cricket and in regular games that are played in India. But of course, when it's such a big game, it draws a lot more attention to it than maybe it would in some other situation. Siraj in bowls and solidly defended by Labuschagne. As you said, planting that front foot forward and defensively back to the bowler.
And when you prepare it like that it's the same for left and right-handed batsmen. Go for it. I've got no issue with that whatsoever, and I don't think any touring team should have an issue with it. I think that the reason this is up for discussion here, I think it's quite widely accepted that people prepare turning pitches. In India, there's fast bouncy wickets in Australia. That's just the nature of the wickets that you get around the world. You know that before you go there.
Siraj passes umpire Nitin Menon, goes in and bowls short, and it's pulled away. Gets a hand to it, does Jadeja, I think it is, in that mid-wicket area, and ensures that no more than a single is taken. Jadeja also coming back from a long injury layoff, almost 11 months without any cricket, played one Ranji Trophy game, and good to see him back on the pitch because he's a champion player for India. And this one was in the air just for a bit, no danger really, it wasn't going to carry to Jadeja, but first one we've really seen dug in a shot and not more than sort of waist high. There's no bounce in this trip. You wouldn't enjoy bowling on it, would you, Dirk?
You enjoy bowling on day 3 and 4 when it's reversing.
Once again, Siraj gets that one coming in. A bit of bat onto pad. Ball comes down to Ashwin at mid-on. That's the end of the 6th over. 25 for 2. Labuschagne 13. Smith on 6. So after a very eventful first 3 or 4 overs, Smith and Labuschagne maybe just about beginning to get settled in, getting a feel for the conditions. And I can see Labuschagne's having a fair bit of conversation. This time, of course, with the fielder, the player that came out from the Aussie dressing room, maybe with just a towel or something for him. And Labuschagne 13 of 16. Not that he'll be worried about that. Smith has talked a lot in the run-up to the game about playing big in the first innings. And in that sense, Pat Cummins has done the first job absolutely right by ensuring that he gets the toss his way. And we're already now seeing the first change in spin. Ravindra Jadeja, who is going to come on to bowl from the pavilion end, the far end. And with 2 right-handers there, I think it was a logical decision for Rohit Sharma that the first change would be a left-arm spinner. 2 of them there in the squad, mind you. There's Jadeja and there's Akshar Patel. And Rohit just suggesting that the fielder move a little bit squarer at mid-wicket, leaving a gap, he said, on the between mid-on and mid-wicket. Let's take a look at this field. Virat Kohli is the lone slip. The man at backward point. Cover. Rohit Sharma getting the field in place. Is probably going to go into a cover or short extra cover position. Ashwin at wideish mid-off. Shami is mid-on, Pujara mid-wicket, and Siraj down on the final leg boundary. This will be interesting now, Dirk.
Given the way this ball's been keeping so low, it seems like such a dry surface. I think we are going to see some good turn already on day 1.
Here's Jadeja with the first ball of spin in this game. And defended by Labuschagne. Few oohs and ahs, but that you're going to get a lot of anyway. Let's watch that on the replay here on our monitor. Yes, already a hint of turn, which in fact beat Labuschagne. Looked from here as if he'd played it out. Balls again, and this time it's fired in and pushed away to mid-on. It's going to be a battle of attrition, really. We'll test the best here. Ball has been keeping low. We saw that in the first 3 or 4 overs of pace as well. Jadeja bowls and Labuschagne on the back foot works it away to backward point. Akshar fields. So 3 debutants in this game. K.S. Bharat and Suryakumar Yadav for India. And of course the young off-spinner from Victoria, Pat Murphy for Australia. Siraj comes in on the 45. Jadeja comes in and bowls and squirts away to backward point. Again, more work for Akshar. No run.
So what then of what's your take on the Indian selection?
Well, I talk about that in just a moment. Here's Jadeja in bowls and defended by Labuschagne. I'm actually quite surprised that Shubman Gill isn't playing in the kind of form he's been in. Just very, very unfortunate for him. But Suryakumar Yadav gets a break. Here's Jadeja in again, bowls. And this one's worked away on the onside. We'll wait for the umpire's signal, running down behind the keeper. Umpire's going to signal leg byes. Yes, it is. 1 more to the total. And at the end of that over from Jadeja, it's 26 for 2. So I think the toss-up really would have been, the conversation would have been between 2 out of the 3, isn't it? KL Rahul, designated vice-captain. And that might have sort of been something that was unnecessary. Most teams nowadays don't necessarily announce the vice-captain. But Rahul was announced as the vice-captain, and Dravid probably given that he's such a proper person, just wanted to make sure that he began with Rahul and Rohit at the top. And then, rather than play Shubman in the middle order, I'm assuming they just wanted to have Suryakumar Yadav an opportunity. But just think about Shubman Gill. He must be gutted sitting there.
It seems strange from the idea of bringing in the next wave, the next generation, I guess, and allowing them to be nurtured in a big series like this, when you know that probably next time around he's going to be a key part of this Indian team. The next time Australia would tour here and be a big part of this Indian team.
Akshar Patel has been brought into the attack, and Smith off the back foot pushes it into the covers where Jadeja fields. It's a slip, a silly mid-off, short extra cover, back foot point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a man on the sweep at 45.
I think it shows the embarrassment of riches that Indian batting has at the moment.
Akshar in again, bowls quicker ball, fired in, and Smith plays it off the back foot to Ashwin at mid-on. Yeah, Suryakumar Yadav, of course, earned his spurs playing for Mumbai in the Ranji Trophy for many years. Akshar bowls. This one's worked away nicely and fielded at mid-wicket by Pujara, diving away to his right. Good to see Pujara do that.
Have there been, across the years, have there been any feelings that some associations have players that are selected over the top of other associations? That sort of bias across Indian selection?
I think that's begun to wane away in the last decade or so. Akshar in again, tosses it up this time, driven to short cover. There used to be a time when you had to be playing for Mumbai or Delhi or maybe Karnataka later on to be able to be in the Indian team. And I think a lot of that began to change with the advent of people like Dhoni, when the game suddenly sort of spread out a lot more. Akshar bowls and forward defensive from Labuschagne. And you began to see, as the academies expanded, as cricketing facilities expanded and the BCCI built a lot more infrastructure, you started seeing people coming through from the ranks of the smaller unheralded cities, as it were. Akshar bowls, tossed up, driven, no run.
Would you get an exodus of players from those lesser associations to go to Mumbai and Delhi?
No.
Or you were just, if you were from Mumbai and Delhi, you'd get picked?
Well, I think we've seen more of the reverse happen, Dirk. We've seen people who've been not necessarily been able to get into the playing 11 in places like Mumbai and Delhi, go out and play for Punjab or for other states, or go and play in Assam, where they will get greater opportunities. But as that expansion happened, and then the IPL came along, and then all of these cities, boys were picked up by multiple scouts. And I think in that sense, it's become a lot more democratic, if you want to use that phrase. But yes, I mean, places like Mumbai always carry that sort of aura around them. But I don't think it's anymore a case of, if you're playing for Mumbai and there's an equally good player elsewhere, then the guy from Mumbai is going to get picked. I don't think that happens anymore. But it used to. I mean, there were times when you had 5 or 6 players from Mumbai playing in the Indian national team. Yes, absolutely. But that's all gotten leveled out.
And there are 30 first-class teams here.
Now every state in India has one. Here's Siraj, change of ends for him, and Smith defense. Just the 1 over of spin for Jadeja from the pavilion end, and Siraj is back into the attack. 26 for 2. Smith is 6. Labuschagne is 13. So earlier there were all the states used to participate, but not everyone had a Ranji Trophy team. Now, in the last 2 or 3 years, there's a 3-tier system in the Ranji Trophy. So you play at 3 different levels, and then within that there is a league competition and a relegation and promotion system, which has only allowed the game to be played more actively now that the first season after COVID has been finished and the Ranji Trophy is back on. Siraj bowls, defended on the onside. And I think Roger Binney becoming president of the BCCI has a lot to do with that, because in his first sort of press conference, he talked about the fact that he wanted to get the Ranji Trophy, the Duleep Trophy, the age group tournaments, the Vijay Merchant Trophy, the Cooch Bihar, which is 14 and 19, the C.K. Naidu tournament, the Mushtaq Ali tournament, all this domestic cricket to now come back. And he's encouraging the international players to participate. That's going to be a bit hard for them, because I don't think they've had that much time on the calendar. Spy cam, was it? That probably bothered or got into the eye line of Steve Smith, so he just pulled away, and Siraj will walk back to the top of his mark. Smith is the shadow maybe of the spy cam as it moved across, caught Steve Smith's eye, so he'll have to go back to the top of his run. 26 for 2 in case you're just joining us. Smith is on 6, Labuschagne is 13. The two openers both got 1 run apiece. As here's Siraj, and this one strikes him on the pad. There's a big appeal. Don't think it's probably too high and maybe even outside the line of the off stump. So I don't think the Indians are pursuing it, but certainly beat him on the defensive stroke of the back foot there, Smith.
It's another example of this ball nipping back in towards Steve Smith, but seemed to strike him a long way outside off. In fact, miles outside. There's probably 2 stumps outside off stump.
It's also, I think, the stance, the guard that Smith takes, isn't it? He just ensures more or less often that he is well clear of the line of the off stump, even if he's beaten and struck on the pad. Siraj in again. Comes in and bowls, and Smith defends. Out to the offside, no run. So Steve Smith in the run-up here is talking about when you get a chance to bat here in India, you've got to bat, when you get your first chance to bat, you've got to bat big, 500, 550, play long innings, because that's the only way that you are going to be able to put the home side under pressure. At least that was his public comment. And he's got an opportunity here, and there is a need for him to do that for his side, having lost both openers with just 2 runs on the board. These two are now steadying the ship. There's Siraj in bowls, and Smith drives straight back to Siraj. Gets a hand on it. Quite aggressive, this young man. Remember, of course, that that tour of Australia, the last tour of Australia, is the one that made Siraj. Another one of those dream stories, coming from a place close to Hyderabad. Lost his father when he was in Australia, and wasn't really expected to play. Remember, the Indian team went with a big contingent because of COVID to have more bowlers, and then the rest, as they say, is history.
It's exceptional out there.
They were.
The shining lights on that tour.
Siraj in again now, and once again Smith defends. And as you said rightly, how beautifully Smith is beginning to adapt here. He realizes the odd one's keeping low, so there's virtually no backlift there. Just making sure he gets the full face of the bat to the ball, and that is what makes great batsmen. These two, the real powerhouse of the Australian middle order now, isn't it? It's up to them in many ways to not just blunt the early attack, but to restore a degree of parity and then let the others hopefully add some more runs.
Yeah, it's Steve Smith at the moment is almost dead batting them, isn't he? He's 0 bat speed. Just really allowing the ball just to play right down under his nose and leave the ball almost on the crease after he's played it. He always has this ability to just find a way, or find an unusual way out of trouble.
Right, so we've got a man who's just walking into the commentary position, who all of you back in Australia will know very well. And I will hold the suspense for just a moment as he gets in, and Akshar starts a fresh over, comes in and bowls, and it's pushed into the offside just a little bit in the air, and didn't carry to Rohit Sharma, who's at short extra cover, looking very dapper as always, but has had a bit of a walk coming here from the opposite side, and we thank you, Sonny. Sunil Gavaskar slips into the seat alongside me, and we'll let him catch his breath. As Akshar bowls this one a bit slower through the air, pushed away on the offside. Happy with what you're seeing, Sonny. He's 26 for 2.
Yes, catching my breath is the right word that you used, because it's a bit of a fitness test getting from the other end of the ground to this place for the commentary.
Akshar bowls and defended.
Yes, but very impressive. India have bowled with the new ball. Siraj and Shami in particular making sure that they didn't leak runs. Sometimes what happens is looking at spin as the main threat. The opposition batters generally take to these new ball bowlers, try and score as many as they can.
Akshar bowls and defended again. But both Shami and Siraj started very well, didn't they?
or they did. They attacked the stumps most times, didn't let anything loose.
Axar bowls and pushed away in the offside, and there will be a run. The first one of Axar's bowling out towards point. They'll take 127 for 2. With one ball of the 10th over coming up. And Sunil Gavaskar alongside me. At the end of this over, we'll have a change in commentary as well. Geoff Lemon will come in for the first time this morning to join Sunil Gavaskar. K.S. Bharat and Surya Kumar Yadav, the two debutants for India. Pat Murphy getting a chance to make his debut for Australia, and I'm sure we'll talk about that as the game goes on. Axar goes in balls and is spun and took the outside edge. No damage done. Score remains 27 for 2. More from Sunil Gavaskar, and coming in for commentary, Geoff Lemon.
Yeah, India have been looking for wickets right from the beginning, and their new ball bowlers delivered with both Siraj and Mohammad Shami getting the opening batters out. After that, it's been pretty watchful from Labuschagne as well as Steve Smith. Both have played low. That is so important because the ball has not really got too high above the knee. So looking to get as low as possible. Play bat and pad close together. Don't want to let the ball sneak in and hit the pads, because if the ball hits the pads on this surface, you could be pretty much a candidate for elbow. Good morning, Geoff. How are you today?
Good morning. Well, I'm just coming down from the high of those first few overs. It was high-octane stuff. I'm curious, in your opinion, as an opening bat of great distinction, if the Australians maybe were thinking about spin too much, because it looked like they were surprised by the quality, the pace, the movement through the air of India's opening quicks.
That could well be the situation sometimes. When you look a little too far ahead, you forget the thing right in front of you. And but you've got to give credit to the Indian new ball bowlers. They were absolutely superb. Siraj in particular was making every ball count. Shami on the other end, after bowling that ripper of a delivery to David Warner, wasted the next 3-4 deliveries to Steve Smith, allowed him to leave the ball, get a feel of what the ball was doing instead of attacking the stumps.
Well, it's Siraj with the ball in hand from the southern end of the ground. 1 for 13 he has. He's running up to bowl to Labuschagne, who's just covering up outside the off stump, drops the ball away towards point. Won't take a run on that occasion. So Labuschagne and Smith have been the pair so often for Australia in the last couple of years, who have to do the repair job after the openers fall, and it's no surprise to see them in the middle looking the more secure pairing at the moment.
Yes, both of them have averages around 60. Smith has got a test average of 60 plus, and Labuschagne's almost there. But what is important has been the way they have played so close and so low. You thought with maybe Usman Khwaja, he wasn't quite looking to get low.
Siraj bowls to Labuschagne, who's on the front foot, driving with a bit more intent and power, but down to mid-off. Can't get past the captain. He polishes the ball on his trousers as the bowler walks back towards the top of his mark. 27 for 2. Australia were 2 for 2 earlier. Khwaja and Warner both dismissed cheaply. 2 of those left-handers gone already. There's so much talk about spin to Australia's left-handers. Well, pace has done for a couple of them. Siraj with the ball in hand. Runs up, fluid action to Labuschagne. A little too straight, flicked away to the leg side, but straight to Jadeja at mid-wicket, who's too quick across the ground. It's KL Rahul who's headed out there. There'll be no run, 27 for 2. Siraj wandering over to have a chat, thinking about what might happen next. Loose-limbed, long arms up to Labuschagne, who's covering up, just knocking the ball out towards short mid-wicket. No run on that occasion.
What both these batters have done has certainly brought a sense of calm. You're absolutely right. It was a sensational opening the spell by the new ball bowlers. 2 wickets in quick succession. So they were just could have been just a hint of panic in the Australian change room, but both these batsmen have now, the way they have batted, untroubled, certainly brought a sense of calm.
Siraj to Labuschagne, 2 straight out to that mid-wicket position again. They've got a very short mid-wicket and then a more conventional mid-wicket where KL Rahul was stationed, allowing Siraj to aim at the stumps, presumably.
Yes, and I think they've got a good move having a short mid-wicket in position. Because Siraj does have a good slower delivery. If he bowls that slower delivery, the kind of a wobble-seam delivery, he can then, if he hits it up in the air, that short mid-wicket position can come pretty handy.
It's Robert Sharma, the captain, who's popped himself in there, close to the action, full, and just on the off stump, and defended down towards mid-on by Labuschagne, who signals for a change of gloves. It was interesting how long they took to go upstairs for that DRS decision. That delivery from Siraj, the one that swung, it looks with the naked eye like it might just be slipping down the leg side. It was given not out, but it managed to collect leg stump on the full.
Yeah, just a second before the DRS, the time given for a referral would have expired. I, for one, thought that maybe it's very difficult for, unless the bowler brings the right-hand bowler bowling to a left-hander, brings the ball in, very difficult to get an LBW because more chances of the ball pitching outside leg stump. It just had pitched on the leg stump. It just went straight through. That was it.
The lanky figure of Akshar Patel, the left-arm spinner who's wrought such destruction whenever he's been given the chance. Only 8 test matches, 47 wickets in those 8 tests. Around the wicket and a big drive inside edge from Smith. It goes past the off stump, beats the keeper. They run through for 1. The ball comes back. The umpire saying there was no edge on that at all. It's come off the keeper's pad. So it's been given as a bye. That ball skidded through. That's what Akshar Patel can do. Ends up hitting KS Bharat in the chest after it beats the outside edge with a bit of turn.
Yeah, just a hint of turn over there, not too much turn. But this one bounced as well. That's what Akshar Patel can do because he's got the height. The ball can bounce a little bit more. And it hit KS Bharat on the shoulder.
2 for 28 the score. Akshar gives it a little bit of air that time, unusual for him, and just waiting back and playing with soft hands behind point is Labuschagne, who gives a little exclamation of surprise. Taps the bat. A slip and a silly mid-off in position. Akshar walking down the pitch is Labuschagne. Just pushing it to short cover and quickly darting back into his ground. Akshar round the wicket. And just playing on the front foot is Labuschagne. Drops it softly down to that silly mid-off position.
Yes, playing it late. So important in India to play late, not to push too hard and too early at the ball.
4 balls gone in the over. Here is Akshar, darts it through, and Labuschagne on the back foot defends off the line of the leg stump, but he was a little hurried by that delivery. It's been a signature of Akshar Patel's work. He's able to dart the ball through, drive it into the surface, make it skid on with the arm. Driven out towards point. They'll dash through for a single, so Labuschagne moves his score on to 15. Smith's on 6 after 12 overs. Australia 2 for 29. And what have you noted about the rise of Akshar Patel? 5 wicket hauls in 8 test matches that he's played so far. He's still not a fixture in the Indian team because Ashwin's the first spinner picked. Jadeja's usually the second if fit. Akshar Patel has had to take his opportunities around the edges.
Yes, he's been getting better with every match. Obviously, with every match you play, you get that much more experience, bowling to different batters, different pitches, different conditions. So that has certainly been something that has been seen with Akshar Patel. He's just seemed to have got better with every game. Even as a bowler, you can see that now he doesn't have much variety. He doesn't toss the ball too much. But what he will do is he will use the crease quite well. Or he will sometimes bowl a slightly round armish kind of delivery. And as a batter too, He's become very, very effective down the order. Somebody you can pretty much count on getting a 20, 30, and if you have a regular batter at the other end, you could hope for a partnership. So, and he's a very good fielder. Not as brilliant as Ravindra Jadeja, but not bad at all. He's very good. He's a very good addition that the Indians have.
Labuschagne, having taken guard, waits for the first ball of the over. Mohammad Shami has come on to replace Siraj. It's full and straight at the stumps. Defended away. You know, when you've got Ashwin, Jadeja and Akshar Patel, all three of whom can bat, I mean, that just adds such variety and variability, flexibility to a team.
Absolutely. I think that's the big plus as far as India is concerned in recent times, to be able to have their bowlers who can bat. At the moment, maybe only Siraj and Shami are the two who you could say that would probably not be too keen to bat.
Shami bowls to Labuschagne, who's playing it off the outside half of the bat behind point. Akshar Patel does the fielding. Seeing a replay of Shami's earlier delivery to dismiss David Warner, it was an absolute beauty if you missed it. From around the wicket, which Warner's had trouble with, decks in off the seam, beats the edge, hits the back thigh and spins back onto the off stump, sent it flying out of the ground.
Well, when you have a look at the replays, you see that Warner was stuck to his crease. He was rooted to his crease. He was neither forward nor back. And on pitches in India, you want to get as forward as possible.
Shami to Labuschagne, driving off the inside portion of the bat this time to Rohit Sharma at short mid-wicket. No run there. And is that the key for an opening bat, to be decisive in those movements?
Yes, and try and get as maybe even stand outside the crease if you have to, because the ball does not move as much in India. And if you get forward, what you're doing is you're making the bowler bowl just that little bit shorter. Warner's very, very experienced, so it's a bit of a surprise to see him bat the way he did.
Tentative at the start of a new series, perhaps?
Yep, possible.
Shami up to Labuschagne, who's defending on the front foot. He is decisively getting forward. He keeps playing it to that short mid-wicket position. Rohit Sharma earning his match fee, even in the first hour or so of play this morning.
Now, both these batters have enormous patience, and India must understand that. So they'll be quite happy to wait for the bat delivery to come along. They're very good runners between the wickets, so they'll look to steal singles. So India, now having taken 2 wickets, must look to be proactive.
Shami up to Labuschagne, driving and getting a decent piece of it, but he hits it straight to cover on the bounce. Can't get through the field on that occasion. Cheteshwar Pujara putting his body behind the ball. Australia 2 for 29, still the score. 5 dots in the over so far. They've taken out a couple of the slips, started with 3 slips and a gully. Kohli's the only remaining slip. Surya Kumar Yadav in the gully. Got a point cover, mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, conventional mid-wicket, and almost a deep backward square leg. Shami up to Labuschagne, who's just guiding the ball away off the face, and it's well saved in the gully by SKY, who dives away to his right, gets both hands to the ball on the bounce, and that's a profitable shot for Nannes. Labuschagne often scores through that gully backward point region, just playing with soft hands, playing the ball down. Can't beat the field on that occasion. A maiden over for Mohammad Shami. Australia 2 for 29 after 13.
Drinks on the field, looks like.
Yeah, they've decided to take the drinks break with about a minute to go on my reckoning, so the umpire's particularly thirsty at the moment. We'll go to news headlines and then we'll be back with the following hour at Nagpur.
Tom Melville with an ABC News update. The death toll from devastating earthquakes in Turkey and Syria has now passed 12,000 and is expected to climb further as many buildings are yet to be completely searched. More than 70 Australian firefighters are heading to the 2 countries to assist with the international rescue effort. Former Cabinet Minister Alan Tudge is expected to announce he's quitting federal politics as early as today. His resignation would trigger a by-election in the Melbourne electorate of Aston. And Shadow Foreign Affairs Minister Simon Birmingham says Russia's actions have been reprehensible after the suspension of a joint investigation into the downing of Malaysian Airlines flight MH17. Investigators say further progress in the case was restricted by a lack of cooperation from Russia, which denies any involvement in the downing of the aircraft. That's the latest from ABC News.
The quest for the big brass mug continues. On the new season of Hard Quiz, award-winning comedian Tom Gleeson is throwing down the gauntlet to some new contestants.
You made that sound really creepy.
And challenging some more unusual expert subjects.
When you thought things wouldn't get weirder, Sam, colonoscopies is your expert.
The new season of Hard Quiz.
Nothing's weird on this show, mate.
Wednesday nights on ABC TV and streaming on ABC iView.
Grandstand cricket.
The umpire says let's play, and the Border Gavaskar series is underway. Here's Mohammad Siraj, his first ball. He strikes Khawaja on the pad. Big shot for leg for 4, and the umpire shakes his head. Not out, a big inducker. And Rohit says we're having a look. Oh, it's hitting an upper leg. Khawaja has a real problem. The review's successful. Siraj strikes ball 1. Umpire overturns his decision, and Khawaja's on his bike. 1 for 2. The Aussies have lost 1 in the second over. Shami to continue around the weekend, and he knocks over Warner. Stumps everywhere. And Warner is out for 1. The Aussies are 2 for 2.
Australia v India on ABC Radio, Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
So we're 1 hour into the Test series in beautiful Nagpur, right in the epicentre of India, at the VCA Stadium, a ground which was first used in a Test match between Australia and India back in 2008. Here they are again, some 15 years on, in a much anticipated series. As you heard in the highlights, Warner and Khawaja both out cheaply, dismissed for 1. And now Nannes, Labuschagne and Steve Smith with a lot to do. The Aussies 2 for 29 after the first hour. Thanks to Geoff Lemon. My name's Corbin Middlemass. Sunil Gavaskar's alongside me. It's always great to work with you, Sonny. How are you?
I'm pretty good, thank you, and feeling even better seeing those 2 wickets fall so quickly. Because if the openers get the team off to a good start, then it becomes that much more difficult for the spinners. Having said that, I know only 13 overs have been bowled, but India should be looking to get a double spin attack very, very quickly. Akshar Patel's been there. We need to have somebody who's troubled Australia in the past. Ravichandran Ashwin in the attack very, very soon.
Here comes Axar with an average of 14 in Test cricket as he bowls to Smith, and he's forward and defending to cover. There's no run, so Smith on 6, Labuschagne's on 15. And the SMS number, will try and weave some of these in throughout the broadcast as well. If you've got one for Sunny Gavaskar, he's with us. As Axar Patel bowls to Smith, and he's forward defending out on the offside. 0467920222. Last time I saw you, Sonny, I reckon would have been at the World Cup.
That is correct.
We got to witness that beautiful game of cricket between India and Pakistan in one of the great matches of cricket you're ever likely to see.
Absolutely. I think the last over finish, India-Pakistan, big rivalry.
Smith awaits Patel. He skids one onto his leg stump, bounces off the pad and drops short on the leg side. There's no run.
Well, this is the reason why I do believe, because, you know, he can get the ball to nip back, and that short extra cover should go to forward short leg. Because Patel is not the kind of bowler who tosses the ball up where the short extra cover will come into play.
Here's Patel again around the wicket, and Smith just bunts it away on the offside. So what would you like to see here?
The same man go to maybe forward short leg, because he gets the ball to come in with the arm. An inside edge bat pad is a possibility. It's a very, very good possibility. I know the ball may not carry because it's keeping low.
Patel well flighted, Smith forward defending out to mid-off, and Siraj does the fielding. There's no run, so 5 dots in the over.
And the thing about Akshar Patel and Jadeja is they finish their overs so quickly.
No extra half an hour will be used tonight, you wouldn't have think.
I hope not.
Early knockoff.
Yes.
There's Patel as he bowls to Smith, comes down the track, bat and pad close together, and the ball just stops on a good length. And that's the end of the over, a maiden for Patel. So the Aussies 2 for 29. Just recapping the news at the start of the day. Australia winning the toss, deciding to bat first. Pete Hanscom's plane. Travis Head has been dropped. After his poor form in Asia, he's had a hell of a summer in Australia with the bat. Todd Murphy is on debut, the finger spinner from the St Kilda Cricket Club. They're probably the big news in the Australian lineup. And for India, Suryakumar Yadav, who we love watching play against the white ball, gets his chance at Test level. He's on debut today, does own 14 Test hundreds, so and a lot of first-class cricket. The 3 finger spinners are all in for India, so Jadeja, Axar Patel and R. Ashwin. And KS Bharat got the nod, as expected, with the gloves. So India with a lot of right-handers. Josh Jadeja in the top 7, standing on the other side of the bat. That's Labuschagne whacking away, 2 for 29. Here comes Shami. He bowls down the leg side and a play and a miss. Bharat scoots across to take it. What do you make of the selection of the Indian team, the balance?
I'm not really surprised with KS Bharat being there. He's been waiting in the wings with Rishabh Pant injured. They had to take a proper wicket keeper because otherwise they could have gone in with a KL Rahul and included Shubman Gill as well. That would have strengthened the batting just that little bit. But I would imagine that they wanted somebody who's kept to spinners before, which is KS Bharat, who's kept to spinners more than, say, Rahul has. Suryakumar Yadav playing ahead of Shubman Gill. Yes, a bit of a surprise looking at Shubman Gill's recent form. But otherwise, nothing very surprising about what the Indians have selected. He's been in tremendous white ball form as well, Suryakumar Yadav. And just let's hope that it translates it into Test cricket. What about Travis Head? We thought he was going to play in the 11.
I think he averages 21 in Asia, so in the other games that he's played in the UAE and Pakistan and Sri Lanka. So I think they're just worried about him in these conditions. Shami on his way in again, bowls to Labuschagne and turns it away to square leg. It was a little deeper, still no run. Jadeja chops it off. So in the end, they went with the so-called spin specialists in Hanscom and Renshaw, who generally have a better reputation than a lot of other Australian bats.
Okay.
Are you surprised to see him left out, though?
Yes, I thought because of the kind of form and kind of way he bats, Travis Head is somebody who likes to take the attack to the opposition. Maybe he could have put some pressure on the Indian spinners.
Shami on his way in again. He bowls to Labuschagne, who square drive out to backward point. There's no run to Axar Patel. Still 2 for 29. Labuschagne 15, Smith 6. There's been a whole lot of conversation, Sonny, about the pitch in the lead-up, which feels like it's always the way before an Australia-India Test series in India.
Or any tour, any trip to India by any country, I think there's a lot of talk always about the pitches. But that is something you actually know is likely to happen, because you want to sort of publicize a series. So you're not just simply going to publicize a series saying, oh, so and so is such a top batsman, is he going to score 100? You're going to be able to talk a little bit about the pitches as well, and that's exactly what has happened. And what we are seeing so far is that the pitches, yes, the ball is kept low, but there's been no turn.
Here comes Shami again as he delivers to Labuschagne, who drives beautifully through extra cover for 4. Hops on the front foot and hit it all the way along the ground for a boundary. Labuschagne to 19. One of the shots of the day so far. The Australians 2 for 33.
No question about it. Shot of the day, because everything was so perfect about it. The way he was leaning into the drive, the foot going towards the pitch of the ball, then the way the front knee bends, the way the bat comes down, the follow through, the head on top of the ball. I mean, you want to show a young man how to play the extra cover drive. That is what you want to show.
Shami on his way in again, and Labuschagne just defends back out on the offside. There's no run. That's the end of the over. 5 boundaries so far for the Aussies today. 2 for 33. Smith on 6 and Labuschagne on 19. Corbin, Middlemass and Sunil Gavaskar on Grandstand Cricket on ABC Radio. Also through ABC Sport Digital and the Listen app. From Rick Findlay, who's the best stats man in the business. Sonny, back in Hobart in Tasmania. One worst start by an Australian team against India in 103 tests. They were 2 for 1 in Kolkata back in 1997-98. Today, the Aussies found themselves 2 for 2. A bit more from Axar Patel. Around the wicket. Big edge from Smith, and it's dropped. Put down at first slip. A diving effort to his right from Virat Kohli, and it didn't stick. It had to be a reflex catch, but not to be. And Virat Kohli gives Smith a life on 6. Gee, it's a big moment. Just bounced off the palm on his right hand. And Smith survives. After nicking off against Axar Patel. He's in to continue, and Smith defends to cover. 2 for 33.
Yeah, these are the kind of catches that stick. It went very quick.
Cullen again outside the off stump and defending Smith back out on the offside. Smith 6, Labuschagne 19. The Aussies 2 for 33. Smith dropped on 6 earlier in the over. He's square driving here out to point, and there's no run. Now, also from Rick Warner, involved in the only other time in Australian Test history that both openers have been out for 1. Both he and Joe Burns out for 1 against South Africa in Hobart in 2016, as that spits outside the off stump to Smith. Flies past the bat and runs away down to the third man boundary between Virat and Bharat, and Virat runs back to collect it, and byes are going to be signalled, so that's beaten everybody. Smith 6, Labuschagne 19, Australia 2 for 35.
I think KS Bharat, the wicket-keeper, not finding it easy. Odd ball keeping low, the odd ball turning.
Axar on his way in again and defending Smith out to Rohit, who does the fielding at cover. So that's the end of the over. And a big moment with Steve Smith given a life on 6. Trying to play a full-bladed drive, got a thick outside edge, bounced off the palm of Virat Kohli, and would have been a sharp reflex catch.
It would have been. And because he had given it the almighty drive, the ball travelled very, very fast. More a reflex catch. These kind of catches stick. Or if it hits the wrong part of the hand, is exactly what happened. But a life nevertheless. And what is Steve going to make of it? Is he going to make India pay for it?
What can you tell us about the VCA stadium here in Nagpur, Sonny? So obviously back when you played, it was the old VCA ground in the CBD, and back in 2008 they made the switch to the southern suburbs or the outskirts of the city, as we're witnessing here, which looks like almost a semi-rural type backdrop.
Yeah, it is. It's a very good stadium, very compact stadium. Just a little bit outside Nagpur.
Jadeja back on, bowls to Labuschagne, who drives to mid-off. There's no run in that as KL Rahul fields.
And generally for white ball cricket, you'll see it absolutely totally packed.
Jadeja continues around, well flighted. Labuschagne again just bunts it away on the offside.
And it is a stadium which is generally good for batters. You want to settle down. Yes, it is just a little bit tough at the start because
around the wicket again, and Labuschagne plays away from the body.
But generally, as the day would go on, you'll find that the pitch will get better and better. So that yes, there will be the odd ball that will turn. Now we've seen so far, we've heard about an hour and 15 minutes of play. And Ravichandran Ashwin, who's got 400 and maybe 50 odd wickets to his name, hasn't bowled a single ball.
Well flighted, Labuschagne down the track, drives just wide of mid-on, and will scurry through for 1 as Ashwin has to move around from mid-on to his right. 2 for 36.
Something that has always baffled me. He's always been, the Jadejas, the Akshar Patels, you name it, you and I, if we were playing, we would have been given the ball ahead of Ashwin. Even if he had about 5 or 6 wickets between us, never understood why Ashwin is always given the ball so late.
Is that a planning thing or a reluctance from the captain. Jadeja in again, and Smith plays back to the bowler, so 2 for 36, the Aussies.
I wish I knew.
We've seen Patel.
It's baffling.
We've seen Jadeja. Smith down the track, hits aerial over mid-wicket, and that'll bounce away through the shadows cast by that Sutton stand and away for 4. Smith with the boundary. 2 for 40, the Australian. Smith on 10, Labuschagne on 20. And that's the end of the Jadeja over. Thanks to Sunny Gavaskar. We'll hear more from Sunny throughout the day. He'll be back a little later in the piece. We'll try and clear some of these text messages as well. Appreciate everyone that's been in touch. As you can appreciate, there's a bit happening here in India in the first hour on day 1 as Haksar Patel delivers to Nannes, and he just defends away on the offside. Sort of have dual roles here, just trying to organise our commentary team and make sure everyone's in the right spot. Dirk Nannes is back with us as Patel darts one into the pad of Labuschagne coming around the wicket, and the ball balloons out on the offside. We don't have the usual luxuries, which gives us a great sense of gratitude, Dirk, for the technician back home, Matt Clench, who's always at every test match sort of organising things for us as a producer. But the TV crew are actually on the opposite side of the ground to us. So they're on the southern side. We're at the back of the northern side. So trying to get Sunil Gavaskar and Dinesh Karthik from TV to radio throughout the day as its challenges, as Labuschagne's defending the short leg. Labuschagne's on 20, Smith's on 10. He was dropped on 6 moments ago, Dirk. It would have been a sharp reflex catch from Virat Kohli at first slip.
One of those catches where pretty harsh on the fielder to say that was a genuine chance, but would have been an absolute hanger.
Cut shot. It's a late cut. It's a good one. And Labuschagne gets Patel away to the boundary for 4. The Aussies starting to find their groove after being 2 for 2. His partnership worth 42 unbroken for the 3rd wicket. Labuschagne to 24, Smith's 10. The Aussies 2 for 44.
Previous delivery almost caught on the crease, and then his delivery again playing well back and cutting it nicely behind that backward point. Just steadying the ship, these two. Not really putting massive scoring pressure on, but
Labuschagne, a little inside edge onto the pad, and it drops safely away on the leg side. But there's a first slip and a short leg in around the bat.
Already showing good intent to not just sit there and be dictated to. I was impressed yesterday when they pulled out the red carpet. We just had a concrete hallway behind us yesterday, but now we've got some red carpet down there for us. Mind you, it looks like red carpet taken from your grandma's place.
Labuschagne drives to cover. There's no run.
From the 1960s stapled to the floor, but
we were here when the stapling was happening yesterday. As they got the hammer out and knocked it in to make sure it wasn't a tripping hazard.
That is the beauty of touring this place, is that every day there's something that comes up that just has you smiling, just shaking your head, thinking, have a look at this guy.
2 for 44, Smith on 10, Labuschagne on 24, Corbin, Middlemass and Dirk Nannes, and Dinesh Karthik is going to join us as well. Off the SMS, hey team, enjoying the early commentary, not the score, chugging up the Murray River in WA to the Rabo for a pub lunch. Nick, Michelle, Mark and Ange. As Jadeja starts a view over and Smith plays to cover. Loving hearing the test match coverage. It's bucketing down in Sydney. How did Mr. Nannes lose his bag? From Sanjeev. I'm not sure it was your error, was it?
No fault of my own.
Jadeja to Smith. Another defensive shot.
Well, you check the bag in Melbourne and hope it turns up in Delhi, just one flight. But
it gets the tag on it and everything, doesn't it?
Well, that seemed to be the issue. Is the following morning I got a phone call from a lovely gentleman in Melbourne that said, I'm staring at your bag. There's tag on there with your name and your phone number on it, but there's no baggage tag. Where are you? Sorry, mate, I'm in Nagpur. Righto.
Where's Nagpur? Here's Jadeja again around the wicket, and Smith plays back to the bowler.
So, hence our shopping expedition going. Let's find some clothing. Challenge for us is that it's not so much a challenge for you, but that's where the coffee machine is.
Yes. Smith just pushes it out to cover. Listening while painting my house, loving the energy on the call. Can hear the excitement for an incredibly compelling series from Sam in Adelaide.
There is a real energy because it's not often in India you see such crowds in for a test.
Jadeja in again. Smith, bat and pad close together. Pushes it out on the offside.
It's fascinating, I think, that they sell tickets here for the whole test match. So you buy, if you're going for day one, that's you for the whole test. You're buying a full 5-day pass.
The last ball of the over, a quicker one. It'll be a maiden as Smith keeps it out. Smith's on 10, Nannes is on 24. More from Dirk Nannes. Dinesh Karthik's not far away, but Prakash Wakankar is about to join you. Now the Aussies 2 for 44. We're about 40 minutes away from lunch on day one.
At the back there's a big car parking bay for school buses, so we're seeing plenty of school kids coming in as well. It's nice to see them. Again, we are almost semi-rural here on the outskirts of Nagpur. And so it's hard to see how so many people, when this stadium is full, can actually get in and out of here because there's just one road in and out.
First ball for fresh over from Akshar, pushed away quietly. 44 for 2. And as you said, Dirk, these two just bringing a sense of order to that Australian batting lineup, which kind of rattled early with those 2 wickets. It's coming to grips with the situation here at the VCA Stadium. Next one's pushed away on the offside. No run.
I see that you're persisting with your cap. You're wearing a cap inside. And that's because, well, we've been sitting under the air conditioner. We haven't had a remote to be able to turn it down. So we've got one foot in the tropics outside the commentary box, and we've had a nice fridge on the inside, and the two were battling.
Back foot defended by Labuschagne. Well, it's also because, you know, given the amount of natural cover I have on my head, I don't want to take a chance of catching a cold. We've got, some serious cricket coming up, just in case you weren't aware. And only those who have a similar hairstyle as mine can empathize with this thought. Here's Akshar again. Slip and a forward shot leg, and off the back foot. Nicely worked away. Beautifully timed. My word, he timed that to an absolute beauty. Down to the mid-wicket boundary for 4 runs. Superb timing from Labuschagne there. Just a flick of the wrists, waited on it, and then eased it through the onside. Quick outfield too. Oh. Beautiful shot. Just watching it on the replay. Dirk.
A gentle punch on the leg side, but just the timing was exquisite.
Was too. Australia move up, now inching up to the 50, 48 for 2. Akshar bowls and Labuschagne's forward. Big fielded at forward shot leg. And there is no run. 28 to Labuschagne, 10 to Smith. And the 2 Indian spinners right now. Interestingly, we haven't seen Ashwin, and we're into the 20th over. So, understandable, there are 2 right-handers, but Ashwin will fancy his chances. Pushed away on the offside, down to cover, no run.
It's at the VCA Stadium here in Nagpur. What's Vidarbha?
So Vidarbha is a region in the state of Maharashtra. A lot of the old cricket associations in this country actually are based on old princely states. So back in the day, you had Saurashtra, which has a separate team, even though it's in the state of Gujarat. Baroda was a different principality, so that had a cricket team, even though it's part of Gujarat. State of Gujarat has 3 teams, just as state of Maharashtra has 3 teams in the Ranji Trophy. Vidarbha, Pune, which is Maharashtra, and Bombay. Jadeja starts a fresh over, and on the back foot pushed away defensively. So Vidarbha is this region which borders central India and is part of the state of Maharashtra. Jadeja, slip and a forward shot leg, comes in bowls, and it's pushed away the back foot. Suryakumar Yadav. Now, why is it that the newest bloke on the park always gets under the helmet at forward shot leg? Surely that's a specialist position.
Well, it's a sacrificial lamb, isn't it? You just put the youngest to slaughter.
Well, he's not the youngest, but he's the newest. Comes down the wicket there, does Smith, and Jadeja drags it back. Smith adjusts, no damage done, 48 for 2.
Been watching it in the warm-ups prior to this test, or in the training sessions.
Jadeja to Smith, defended.
Ashwin Agar spent some 30 minutes under the lid yesterday, I believe it was, practicing that short leg fielding. He was incredibly good at it.
And then was told he's not playing. Jadeja bowls, thickish outside edge, squirts away to backward point, no damage done again. It's 48 for 2, 21st over in progress. Smith is 10, Labuschagne 28. Jadeja in now, slip and a forward shot leg in place. Jadeja bowls, and these big appeal from Jadeja. What's happened here? The bails are on the ground. We're unsighted. And Smith is completely unmoved.
Appealing for a play and miss, I think.
I think that's part of the rule book, is it, Dirk? Appealing for a play and miss. But time for Dirk Nannes to give us a break. And we have an expert who is expertly dressed, as always, amongst other things. And what's happening as a result of Dinesh Karthik just getting ready to come in and sit next to us in the commentary position is we've got a bit of a riot in front of us where various people who are sitting in the stand in front of us now want to get a picture with Dinesh Karthik. Unfortunately, I'm probably spoiling that one for them. But we've also got to get one of the security blokes to just move away so we can actually see the game. There we go. And with the arrival of Dinesh Karthik, we also see the arrival of Ravichandran Ashwin. Now, isn't that a coincidence, DK? Good to see you.
Actually, I'm so used to calling you Prakash G. It's just not coming. G is something very respectful from a term that we use in India. I come from Tamil Nadu, first time on radio, really excited to be here, and it couldn't get better with the fact that Prakash Ji is right with me here. But
Prakash works just fine. Prakash works just fine. Don't worry about it.
But more interestingly,
Ashwin.
My Tamil Nadu teammate R. Ashwin, somebody whom a lot has been spoken about in the recent past, in the lead up to this test, in the build up to this whole series, is back in.
Here he is, first ball, round the wicket. And straight away finds the outside edge, but it's going to run down towards the third man boundary. Pujara will run after it and just about drag it in. Those knees of his working double time as he gets to the ball and sets the return in. 2 more to the total, 2 more to Labuschagne. 30, and the 50 comes up for Australia. Just held its line, didn't it, Dinesh?
What a riveting start this has been so far. There's been so much hype around it, and it's absolutely lived up to all the hype that has been delivered in the last couple of weeks.
Ashwin in again, bowls, and Labuschagne gets the ball, and he's getting bounced already, Ashwin. We've seen the odd ball keep low here, and this one's defended on the onside. 50 for 2. All the talk about the game and the excitement of the series, I think just marred a little by some of the conversations around the playing surface. We'll get your thoughts on that in just a moment, DK, as Ashwin goes in again, passes umpire Menon, bowls, and pushed away quietly, no run. 50 for 2.
I read Manas Labuschagne's interview very recently, and he speaks about the challenge with Ashwin being a lot like a chess game, he says. So it's more about the mind then. It's about what he is thinking versus what he is going to do.
Ashwin in again, bowls, and this one's fuller. And from his crease, pushed away on the onside. Sharma fields, 50 for 2.
Ash has set a very leg side field with 5 fielders on the leg side, but his definite mode of dismissal will be the one that goes straight on and gets caught at slip.
Ashwin bowls, down the wicket comes Labuschagne. Ashwin pulls it back, defended on the offside. It's very animated, isn't he?
It's safe to say the chess game has started. Couple played at the back foot, one tossed up, stepping out. It's a really good battle. 2 of the best batters in Test cricket versus arguably one of the best bowlers in Test cricket.
That's a great matchup this. Ashwin bowls, and this one turns back in and defeats the stroke, but quicker ball and ripped in. Struck him somewhere around the hip area. 50 for 2, end of 22. This partnership now 48. Really important partnership for Australia after being rocked early by the twin breaks, by the quick bowlers.
We've spoken so much about the spinners, but interestingly, the two things that have been spoken a lot about has been the pitch and has been the spinners. But the first 2 wickets have come from fast bowlers. The first one, a very interesting dismissal. It felt when you watched it first up that it probably was sliding down the leg side, but it didn't. It kind of pitched and straight and hit leg stump. Sometimes it can be really tough to be an umpire, and these are one of the few decisions which you would look back and say, fair enough, umpire. I think that was a really hard one to see first up.
Jadeja in now with a fresh over bowled, and Smith defends on the offside, no run.
And the second one, a bit of a technical glitch, must say. Not moving too much in front. In most times in Australia, when you play that kind of a ball, it'll probably fly past the stumps because of the nature of the wicket, nature of the pitches that Australia tends to produce.
Jadeja up again bowls, and Smith just defends it, and he's completely foxed as it spun away sharply.
Generally, there's a lot of animation from Steven Smith when he bats, but on this occasion, it's been from Jadeja and the rest of the fielders around the bat.
Coat of varnish there, DK. Coat of varnish from the off stump. And Smith, of course, just shrugs his shoulders and looks at Jadeja and says, well, you beat me, but that doesn't count. Defended on the offside, 50 for 2. This is going to be a battle of attrition, isn't it?
It's a very interesting battle. Steven Smith is playing beside the line, which basically means he's putting his left leg just around middle and off.
Jadeja in again, quicker ball of the back foot, punched away this time, and he beats a diving man at cover. He'll pick up 4 runs. Lovely shot. Margin of error, very marginal there, and Smith is a champion. Waited for it and then placed it and timed it very sweetly. 54 for 2.
Here comes Steven Smith's greatness to the fore. A lot of balls tossed up, flatter, but had to play off the front foot. The one ball he errs slightly in length, goes on the back foot, punches it between covers and extra covers. Brilliant shot.
Jadeja in again, defended on the offside. Sharma fields, 54 for 2.
It's a very, very interesting battle, this. Steven Smith making sure his left leg doesn't come too far across to protect himself from the LBW.
Jadeja again, fires it in, defended. 54 for 2, 23 overs gone. It's coming up to be, what, about 15, 18 minutes, I make it, for...
almost half an hour to go for lunch.
30 minutes to lunch, you're right. 30 minutes to lunch, and India would dearly want to pick up one more wicket at least. Australia, on the other hand, will want to make sure that these two take them into lunch and lay a platform to put up a big total.
Absolutely. It's been a wonderful partnership so far. They've not given any chances. There's been a few plays and misses, which is bound to happen on a wicket like this, where it's aiding spin, where it's aiding a bit of low bounce as well. But have to give credit to the batters so far.
Ashwin, fresh over and worked away nicely on the onside. There'll be a single to be had. The one man in the deep on the onside comes off the boundary. Scale Rahul, one more to the total.
Some of the biggest conversations around the Australian team hasn't been about hitting boundaries, 4s or 6s, has been about how do we rotate strike. The moment you take a single, the bowler has to bowl to a different batter, which is obvious, but that is something very annoying for any bowler.
Ashwin in now. And this time Smith of the back foot pushes it back.
In an ideal world, they would want to bowl 5-6 ballers at the batter. That's why in Test cricket, when they get hit for boundaries, unless it's a very bad ball or somebody's playing really well, they're not too fussed.
Down the wicket comes Smith and works it away on the onside. One more to the total, 55 for 2.
Here we go, again another single. Ashwin has to come back, now change his plans, bowl to a Labuschagne, who bats very differently to a Steve Smith. And this is what Test cricket is all about. Finding answers to the questions bowlers are constantly posing at you, and you need to prepare not only on the field as you're batting, you need to keep changing and challenging on the go, but more importantly, as a batting unit, it's important to have those discussions about how we're going to rotate strike.
Ashwin bowls with the arm and worked away just towards the short third man region for a quick single. 57 for 2 now.
A great example this over of how well the Australian batters have batted so far. Taking a single almost of every delivery that's been bowled. So Ashwin has to constantly keep egging and changing what his plans are.
Ashwin bowls again and defended on the onside. That previous delivery there, DK, I don't know if you noticed, puff of dust coming off the top of the surface already. And that will just confirm what everyone's been saying. Very dry surface. There will be progressive turn on this, I suspect.
Some mind games being played here between Ashwin and Nannes. Ashwin telling Nannes that he's giving it a lot of reps, so better watch out. Whereas Nannes is saying, you keep bowling, mate. I'm ready for whatever you're throwing at me.
Ashwin bowls and Labuschagne plays it to forward shot. No run. 32 to Labuschagne now. He's batted really well. He's had the bulk of the strike as well. 80 balls he's faced. Smith a little more circumspect and watchful, but solid nevertheless. 15 of 56. Half chance, really. Almost calling it a chance is unfair to the man at slip, Virat Kohli, when Smith slashed at one and it raced, and all that Virat was able to do, I think, was actually save 4 runs. But that would technically, I guess, qualify as the only blemish in this partnership so far. They've batted superbly otherwise.
Absolutely, Prakash. I think India has prepared well. They've come in with their plan straight up, pulling a lot more straighter to the batters. You could see both the left-handers getting out to the balls that were coming in, and to the right-handers they kept it outside the off, but they set a field with 3 on the leg side.
Jadeja, fresh over, no run, first ball.
Nannes Labuschagne has had a simple plan against the left-arm spinners. He's looked to play the ball very square of the wicket, which tells me that he is willing to play with the turn, which is a good sign. But the key is, to Jadeja it's still okay, but Akshar doesn't turn the ball much. It brings the ball back in.
Fired in from Jadeja, defended on the onside.
So the moment he picks the line and feels it is somewhere around the off stump or just outside off stump, it's important that he looks to play straighter to the bowler or back to mid-off. Whereas with Jadeja, he could probably still end up playing that ball a lot more square of the wicket, because on that occasion he's allowing the ball to turn.
Jadeja bowls slower through the air, hammered firmly on the offside, but straight to the man at cover. And there is no run. It's fielded, I think it was Rahul.
The good part about Rohit's captaincy so far in this day has been he hasn't spread the field.
Yeah.
He's kept the pressure on. He hasn't given those singles. They've had to earn it.
No easy singles on offer, as you say. And that's a very, very good, positive and aggressive way of captaining. Jadeja in again, bowls, and this one's pushed to where Rohit fields. It's short extra.
Generally in turning tracks, when it's played on domestic cricket, the thumb rule is keep your close fielders in and keep men on the line, because if they're worried for the defense, they'll go for a big shot which will end up in a dismissal.
Flatter and cricket through the air again, defended on the offside. So let me ask you this. Are you surprised that Shubman Gill isn't in the playing 11?
No. In fact, I had put out 11 on Twitter yesterday and it didn't have Shubman Gill in it. I feel Shubman is looked at as an opener.
Jadeja bowls and whipped away wristily, and good stop there from Pujara, diving away to his left. Now that's the kind of commitment you need in the field to keep the bowlers in the game and, as you say, avoid the rotation of strike. End of the over, 57 for 2.
I personally felt that Shubman is looked at as an opener, which would mean that he should be the backup opener in case a KL Rahul fails, even though I feel he's a terrific middle order batsman. But the Indian team is currently looking at him as a backup opener and they should keep him there. Also, my pick was Surya Kumar Yadav. I know a lot of people have looked at him in the last couple of years all over the world and felt he's a terrific T20 player. But let me tell you this, and you got to listen to this very carefully. He has played upwards of 60 to 70 first-class matches, averaged upwards of 40, which tells me that he is a proper batter.
Ashwin starting a fresh over.
And he comes from Bombay, which is probably one of the tougher places to play cricket in.
Ashwin starts a fresh over, passes umpire men and bowls, and this one just a bit of hint of turn and off the back foot pushed away by Smith.
Bombay aids fast bowlers in the first couple of days, and as the game goes on, helps the spinners a lot more, and he's been brought up on such wickets.
Ashwin in again, bowls to Smith, and Smith wristily plays it out in front of mid-wicket. They'll take one. Will they look for the second? They think of it, change their mind, and the score moves up by a single. It's 58 for 2. Of course, the red soil in Mumbai and the cauldron, just the atmosphere of playing cricket in Mumbai as someone goes through. And people don't realize that Surya Kumar Yadav is not a spring chicken. He's been around the system for a long time, played a lot of games, as you say, and therefore has the right to claim his debut today. Ashwin in again, bowls tossed up a little bit, pushed away on the onside.
And also in the recently concluded one-off test match against England, when India needed a backup batsman, they called Surya Kumar Yadav over, which tells me that they're looking at him as a backup batsman. So when you've looked at him as a backup batsman, it's important to stick to that. And that would mean he's the next middle-order batsman.
Pushed away on the offside, again no run.
He is the middle-order batsman who needs to get the opportunity when the time comes, and hence the time has come. There has been another big name which has done the rounds, who's batted very Bradman-esque over a period of time in domestic cricket, Sarfaraz Khan, and I'm sure he will get his time as well.
Ashwin in again to Labuschagne, this time worked away on the onside, off the back foot. They'll pick up a run. 59 for 2 now.
Beautifully played off the back foot by Marnus, allowing the ball to turn, allowing it to come to him, and then making sure he gets that single just to the left of mid-wicket. They are batting really well now. Ashwin needs to go over the wicket, which he has done now, which will obviously be a different change in angle, but he's got to pull the deep mid-wicket much straighter, because when you bowl from this angle, the chances are if he mishits, there's a catch that could be had there.
Ashwin over the wicket. Bowls, and it's defended back along the track. 59 for 2. Last ball of the 26th has just been bowled. Time for a change in commentary. More from Dinesh Karthik, who's joined us here in the commentary box, and taking over from me is Geoff Lemon.
Generally, when cricketing nations like Australia, England, New Zealand come around to India, the big shot that they look to play against spin consistently is the sweep shot. They seem to have based their game around that. But what's been very interesting about both Smith and Labuschagne in the last 1.5 hours that they've batted is the fact that they haven't used the sweep shot as an option so far, which tells me that they've planned a lot as to what they should be doing. They'll probably play that shot a lot more as the day goes on, or probably in the second innings a lot more. But for the moment, there isn't any, dangerous ball, so to say, where it's spitting from the length or where it's just keeping low. It's just been high-quality test bowling with some really high-quality test batting from two of the best batters in the world.
An interesting observation there. Good morning, Dinesh. Geoff Lemon with you. And Ravindra Jadeja has the ball in hand, round the wicket, and there is a sweep shot from Marnus Labuschagne. He's just made a liar out of you. He does like to play that very powerful low sweep where he picks the ball up from just outside off stump and goes through mid-wicket well in front of square. That's the first we've seen.
Oh, Marnus, come on now. You just made me look like an absolute fool for a moment there. I said you wouldn't be playing the sweep shot. What does he do? The next ball goes for a sweep shot. And almost got him bowls. Look, that's why he shouldn't be playing the sweep shot right now.
Bottom edge into the pad. He survives. Plays off the back foot nervously. Shuffling away towards the leg side to try to create a bit of space to jam the bat down. Jadeja rifling one through.
The beauty about Jadeja's bowling is the fact that he gets his wrist into play. The fingers go up and over the ball. He's somebody who overspins the ball. So if there's a turning wicket there, he's going to turn every ball that he's going to bowl, and that's what's happened so far.
Substantial turn. Labuschagne laces a drive, but it's stopped on the bounce at short cover by Rohit Sharma. He's been in close on the leg side, on the offside, doing a lot of work there. Jadeja so quick through his overs. The ball back from his captain. Bowls to Labuschagne, defending from the crease on this occasion.
This is what test batting is all about. 2 balls before, same length, same ball, turned, beaten, the keeper takes it. Looks like a wonderful ball, there's a lot of oohs and ahs. The same ball 4 balls later looks very different, just slides on to the bat.
Labuschagne gets that stride in and plays over the ball with the bat face pointing diagonally down towards the pitch, smothering hope of spin there.
And this one's for all young batters out there who are listening. That's what batting is about. When the ball is done, you get beaten, just move on to the next ball. Don't carry baggage from it into the next ball, because that will make you play a shot that is dependent probably on the previous ball, but you should be reacting to the ball that is being thrown at you by the bowler subconsciously, and try and have as little memory of the previous ball. And that is what good batsmen do. They constantly try and erase what they've done the previous ball, and they keep moving on to the next ball. That's a very, very key attribute for any batter who wants to bat long.
That's an interesting contradiction. You have to learn to get better, but you also have to learn to forget.
You have to learn to get better in the next. In a game, if you've played and missed is very different to playing a wrong shot. If you played and missed, you've done the right thing.
Jadeja finishes off the over, darts one in at the middle stump, and Labuschagne defends. Australia 2 for 59 after 27 overs. Smith on 16, Labuschagne on 33. It's great to have your company with us. Am I right in thinking this is your first time on radio commentary?
Absolutely. I'm very new to this, and it's very exciting because I'm able to express myself as to how the game is unfolding and able to say it in so many words, which is something very rare when you get on TV because there's a lot happening there on screen.
Absolutely, and the luxury we have on the ABC, no ad breaks at the end of the over, so we can wander off. As we go through this 4-match series, you'll be able to tell your tales, expand on your thoughts. Let's see you blossom over the next few weeks.
I hope so too. Blossom is a nice word to use. I hope so.
Ravichandran Ashwin comes into bowl from our broadcast end, and Smith down the pitch is whipping across the line to that deep set mid-on where Akshar Patel fields, gets through for a single. 2 for 60 Australia. Smith up to 17.
This is something Ashwin and Rohit needs to have a close look about. Don't give the single easy to mid-on. They need to bring him in, challenge the batter to go over the top. I understand that's a big challenge, but if he does it once or twice, then probably push the man back. You'd rather have him try and have Stephen Smith hitting a boundary, going over the top, and maybe makes a mistake, than keep giving in these easy singles, which in turn means you got to bowl to the other batter. And the fact that the more you rotate the strike, the scoreboard keeps ticking and the bowler can't plan for one batter.
Well, they've actually moved that mid-on even deeper for Ashwin, with Labuschagne preparing to take strike. He's taking his time, wanders away to square leg. Back over his bat now. Ashwin bowls with flight, and he plays a similar shot and dashes through for a single to that mid-on, exactly as Dinesh Karthik was saying, if you can knock it to that onside of the pitch. Ashwin always thinking, though, as the score goes up to 61. Oh, is there some other ploy there? Is he trying to get them to play across the line, perhaps? Always wonder what Ashwin is up to. He darts a ball through a little flatter, and Labuschagne's walking at it, Smith rather, and defending out towards cover, no run.
There is absolutely no ploy in terms of are they making him play the wrong shot. They basically are trying to protect the boundary to a point.
Ashwin, elbow high, bowls to Smith, who defends from the crease.
Or in other words, they're saying if you want to hit a big shot, you need to go over this man. I've kept him halfway, which means that you need to hit a perfect shot to hit it over him, which is pretty prevalent in international cricket with the kind of bats that's evolved over a period of time.
Ashwin to Smith, who plays across the line on the bounce to short mid-wicket, and feigned throw at the non-striker's end from Rohit Sharma. Labuschagne was turning at the non-striker's end, lunging back for his crease. Could have been in some strife there, but Rohit didn't let the ball go.
Geoff, going back to the conversation that we had before.
Just coming around the wicket is Ashwin to Smith, who walks at him and defends. Be no run. It's 2 for 61.
There is a difference between playing and missing and playing badly and missing. So playing and missing means you're doing the right thing. The ball is coming at you, you're expected to do a certain thing, and then the ball beats you. Good luck to the bowler, well done, but let's move on to the next ball. Playing badly would mean that you've played a shot which is not meant for the ball, which means you need to learn from it. If you play and miss, there's nothing to learn. You've done the right thing. You need to just move on to the next ball. If you've played a bad shot and missed the ball, then you need to learn from it, saying, maybe I've made a mistake there.
All right, it all makes sense now. We've got the selective memory. Well, Dinesh Karthik, it's been a pleasure to have your company, and we're going to have Dirk Nannes coming in. Start of the 29th over. Jadeja in to bowl, in at the block hole, and driving across the line is Labuschagne. A nicely timed stroke, and on this fast outfield, it skids into the boundary at deep mid-wicket for 4. All along the ground, perfectly in control, just a bit over-pitched from Jadeja. And Labuschagne was happy to pick it off. Flick of the wrists. Moves Australia's score on by 4. He's got 38 of them. 2 for 65. Jadeja with a slip and a short leg in place. Also a fairly short cover. Rohit Sharma about 15 paces, 10 paces back. Backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. backward square leg. Darts it through Jadeja and gets across and tries to field with the boot. Unusual for such an agile mover across the ground. There's no run down to mid-on. Dirk Nannes, welcome back.
Good to be with you. It's been a really interesting contrast between Steve Smith and Marnus Labuschagne. Marnus being probably a little bit more aggressive of the two batsmen.
Jadeja on the leg stump and running aggressively as Labuschagne as he drives to that halfway back mid-on. Gets through for the run, 2 for 66. He's got 39, Smith 17.
Finding scoring a fraction easier than Steve Smith. So too, he's also probably the more likely to lose his wicket as well as he's gone about his work.
Jadeja to Smith, still bowling very straight, and Smith's able to go across the line, but out to mid-wicket, who's fairly well set back. If this were a one-day international, he would have his heels on the paint at the edge of the circle, but that ball was hit firmly to him, so Smith doesn't chance the run. Jadeja to Smith, who drives harder and tries to get it back under the bowler, but he fields really well while colliding with Labuschagne. Manages to get one hand down, going with the hand rather than the boot, a little more effective. Picks it up cleanly, races in, bowls to Smith, a little inside edge into the pad, and Jadeja is interested as he rattles through another over. 2 for 66 the score after 29. Jadeja's bowled 8 of them, which have collectively taken him about 12 minutes, I reckon.
It's always fascinating watching him go about his work. And it's really is the one at the moment who's turning the ball the most. He's ripped a few balls. He hasn't just beaten the bat, he's beaten the bat by a substantial margin as well outside Marnus Labuschagne's off stump. A real challenge if we're seeing this turn in the first session of day 1. What are we going to see on day 3 and 4?
Absolutely. Those footmarks where the right arm bowlers have been coming through are already prevalent, and we haven't reached lunch on day 1. You can see them without the binoculars. Big spread brown patches on the pitch outside what would be the left-handers off stump. Australia have their 2 right-handers at the crease. Desperate for them to stay there as long as possible. The left-handed openers already dismissed. They were both out for 1 to the faster bowlers. Shami and Siraj got rid of Khawaja and Warner. Ashwin bowling around the wicket and advancing as Labuschagne, driving inside out through extra cover. Nicely struck, chase on. There will be a sliding tap back from Mohammad Siraj out there, who always manages to look pretty cool with his shades and his little pointy beard, even when he's racing after a ball to the boundary in the sun. It's not that hot here in Nagpur. The mornings have been quite cool. A couple of runs added to the score, 3 of them, 2 for 69. Now Australia's score. Yeah, we haven't had that roasting Indian heat that you'd expect in certain parts of the country. Ashwin bowls to Smith, little inside edge off the pad, and it lands safely towards mid-wicket. Might have been only pad involved in that.
Yeah, it's actually reasonably comfortable out there. Because it's such a dry heat, you can escape it.
A little bit of shade from the stadium roof down at the southern end. Ashwin with flight on the leg stump, drives it past the short mid-wicket to Smith and goes with the shot. Makes the sharp run comfortably in the end as the throw comes in from Akshar Patel.
Fascinating cricket at the moment to see this chess game evolve and watch how the Australian batsmen are going to counter these spinners.
2 for 70.
Shot that Marnus Labuschagne played just a few balls ago. He's almost beaten in flight by Ashwin, but still managed to just caress the ball through the offside to pick up 3. Just really showing the aggression that Marnus is showing.
Labuschagne is waiting for the delivery and turning it to the leg side. He's got 42. No run added there. Smith on 18. A couple to come in the Ashwin over. You can hear the cogs upstairs in the Ashwin nut department just turning furiously. Around the wicket for the left-handers. Little paddle sweep and it bounces away. Little top edgy. Picking up pace as it runs towards the boundary. Well, that looked like it should have just gone for a single with a deep backward square who was really a brimful of Asher on the 45. And in the end, just went just inside him, skidded away, into the padding, picks up another boundary with a minimum of fuss. The Australians move on to 74 for 2. Labuschagne on 46.
Just showcasing again that little bit of aggression that Labuschagne's got that's keeping the bowler guessing. Terrific the way he's going about it.
Ashwin, a lot of flight on that ball into the block hole, and he runs with the shot as he drives to that deep set mid-on once again. Plenty of singles ticking over. Akshar Patel doing the fielding. 30 overs gone. 2 for 75. Labuschagne on 47. Smith on 18. It's been interesting to watch the way Labuschagne has developed over the last few years. That sweep shot we were talking about before, the one that he plays very powerfully well in front of square, it's not a conventional sweep, and he almost only plays it to balls outside the off stump, fetches them from outside off stump. That little paddle, I don't remember him playing that. Not to say that he hasn't, but it hasn't been a signature part of his armoury.
I'd agree with that. He really does play that. Doesn't play it ever straight, the sweep shot, it seems. He's content to play that straight down the ground, and almost when bowling LB's out of the equation, does he play the sweep shot. Yeah, that lap, I'm with you. I don't remember seeing that often. Maybe against the quicks when he's playing it, being aggressive and then playing a lap shot to the quicks, but not so much against the spin.
Jadeja round the wicket, left arm, and Labuschagne's digging a ball out back to the bowler. Moves away to the leg side slightly, gets the bat down through that fully pitched delivery. Jadeja rocking the ponytail today. He's had the best hair in world cricket for the entirety of the 12 years or so that he's been playing. On the leg stump, turned away to mid-wicket. It's extraordinary how long he's been around. He's been a fixture, and he still seems like one of the more youthful players in the team.
I think it's probably because he moves so well. Gone is the artistry of the hair, though.
Really darting it through. Inside edge, Labuschagne. It runs away behind square leg. He won't get a run on this occasion.
He used to have beard art. I remember playing with him at Chennai. He was always immaculately dressed. But so too he accompanied that with some pretty impressive beard work.
Darts it through. Labuschagne driving to the offside this time. Stopped at short cover. Yeah, he had the big moustache for a while, the big ringmaster twirling. He's still got the facial hair. He had that really flowing, flouncy sort of hair. I think he said that at one point he wanted to grow it long, but he was frustrated with the in-between stage as Labuschagne defends out towards cover. And anyone who's ever gone for long hair knows that where you've got this sort of lion's mane bit where it's just sticking out in all directions, it doesn't actually go down. Gravity hasn't taken it over yet. It's an ugly duckling phase, and Jadeja couldn't hack it. In the end, he just went back to the shorter hair. Defended by Labuschagne to end the over. 2 for 75.
What's flouncy hair?
Flouncy. Flouncy is when something, like those inflatable figures out the front of a car wash. They're flouncy. Yeah, they flounce. It means there's a breezy up and down movement that it doesn't quite defy gravity, but it uses gravity for its own effect.
Yeah.
Do you know those things have a name?
What are they?
They're called sky dancers. If you want to order one, if you want to jump on a website and get one delivered, that's what you have to punch in.
That's what you're searching for?
Sky dancers.
That's not a proprietary name. That's not
No. It's a broadly used term for inflatable car wash guy. I always think they look like Stuart Broad facing the short ball, all limbs and sometimes collapsing to the floor, sometimes falling over the leg side, trying to heave one over deep backward square leg. Akshar Patel, change in the bowling. So Ashwin out. They've used the left arm orthodox spinners a lot this morning. Jadeja and Akshar started things off. Ashwin's only bowled the 5 overs. Akshar drags it a little bit short, but can't take advantage, Stephen Smith. He chops it hard into the ground to backward point. He'll be annoyed there. Doesn't like missing out. Jadeja made his first class debut in 2006. Seems like a very long time ago. In at the off stump, defended on the front foot by Stephen Smith.
Well, I played with him in 2011, I think, or 12 at Chennai.
A little bit more flight on that one from Akshar Patel, just mixing it up. Smith drives to deep cover.
But I'm with you in that he still seems like a spring chicken almost.
He's 34.
The way he moves around and his athletic ability is still easily one of the best fielders on.
Defended by Smith.
Again, we're seeing the contrast here. It's really notable the different aggressions between Smith and Labuschagne. Labuschagne really forcing India to think about their bowling, whereas Steve Smith quite content to stay there, keep his wicket, give no chances.
Akshar Patel bowls on the leg stump of Smith. He will get a run this time as he squeezes the ball out via an inside edge. Darts through as in the end the wicket-keeper, KS Bharat, has to come around to mid-wicket to field. A couple of fumbles behind the stumps for him. 2 for 76. The score, a few early nerves perhaps for KS Bharat on debut. Starting to settle now, hopefully. One ball to come. Akshar Patel's over and greeted on the front foot by Labuschagne, who defends it resolutely. Down to Ashwin at mid-on. 32 overs gone. 2 for 76. And that's that. It's time to head off for lunch. So the Australians have survived after a parlous beginning in which their two openers were both dismissed for ducks. Usman Khawaja, the first to go. LBW Siraj, done on review, the ball hitting leg stump. Did I say ducks? I meant one apiece.
I'll let you get away with it.
One is one more than a duck, but it's not a lot better, let's be honest. David Warner, bowled by Mohammad Shami, a beaut of a delivery that decked in, inside edge, a little bit of back thigh, hit the off stump, sent it out of the ground. So he survived 5 balls and Khawaja survived 3, not much doing from the openers. Australia were 2 for 2, which is the same scorecard no matter which country you're brought up in. And since then, it's been Labuschagne and Smith. Labuschagne on 47. He has been the busier of the pair. Steve Smith defending a lot, 19 off 74 balls. Labuschagne hasn't exactly been smashing it everywhere, 47 off 110. So a partnership that they've put together worth 74 runs, and that will need to continue for a long time after the lunch break. But the pitch taking turn, the footmarks already looking pretty noticeable. Dirk Nannes, what did you make of the first session?
I think you've got to say that Australia are pretty happy with where that's ended up. Winning the toss, going into bat, you would obviously not want to lose those 2 quick wickets early on, and you thought maybe, well, the rot's setting in, the ball's nipping around, but these two stayed out there. Steve Smith giving a very difficult chance to the first slip for Kohli, just sticking a hand out, couldn't quite take the reflex catch, but otherwise Australians have looked in control. Marnus Labuschagne, really the aggressor of the two. Steve Smith happy to stay there and bide his time and wait to pounce later in the day, but Marnus ticking the scoreboard over. So I think India will sit there and probably be a bit disappointed after that session, knowing that they had Australia in such a precarious position, and one more wicket you start thinking, well, this might be a 3-day test match.
Weren't able to press home the advantage. I wonder if, I think it was certainly the case up here that in the lead up to the match, all of us were thinking about spin, about the surface, about the bare patches, and we really forgot about India's quicks. I mean, Jasprit Bumrah's not here, but Mohammad Shami, Mohammad Siraj, they're such high quality operators. I wonder if I'm projecting, but maybe if Australia's openers were a little bit the same way, if they were thinking too much about the spinners and that trial and how to face it, and forgot about facing a few overs of really top quality seam bowling with movement off the seam in one case and swing in another.
Yeah, I think Australia are thinking about the pitch, looking right out there now. It is extremely rare. There's, 10 Australian shirts out there in the middle now, having a look at the pitch, having a look at the wear, seeing what this thing's doing. Both the coach, assistant coach are out in the middle having a look at that. So clearly they're trying to work out what this pitch is going to do. Usman Khawaja's dismissal, I think that was straight up batsman error. He should have tried to play that ball a little bit straighter and didn't quite play for the swing. And David Warner out again to balls coming into him around the wicket. Mind you, it was a good ball that did nip around a bit. This series, this first session is fascinating. How this series will unfold, absolutely mouthwatering.
Well, Labuschagne and Smith will resume after the break. Marnus Labuschagne on 47, Stephen Smith on 19. So with Australia having won the toss and elected to bat 2 for 76 at the lunch break, let's get the latest from the ABC newsroom.
ABC News with Tom Melville. Liberal frontbencher Alan Tudge has resigned from Parliament, with his resignation to take effect next week. Mr Tudge said opposition leader Peter Dutton was aware of his intention to resign since early January. Comes after he was questioned at the Robo-Debt Royal Commission about his knowledge of the widely criticised scheme during his tenure as Human Services Minister. He was also accused of being emotionally and at one time physically abusive to a former staffer, Rochelle Miller, while the pair had a consensual affair, allegations he denies. Alan Tudge told the lower house his decision was not made lightly.
My decision was cemented following the passing of my father. It's not been an easy decision for me, but it is necessary for my health and for my family, amongst other reasons.
More than 70 Australian firefighters are heading to Turkey and Syria to assist with the international rescue effort following this week's devastating earthquakes. Emergency crews are still working to find survivors trapped in the rubble nearly 3 days after the quakes hit. The official death toll has now passed 15,000 and is expected to climb further as many buildings are yet to be completely searched. More than 50 specialist firefighters are travelling from New South Wales, and the state's Fire and Rescue Commissioner, Paul Baxter, says he's confident the team is well prepared.
I've got supreme confidence that our people have got both the experience but also the training and the skills to be able to add immense value over there. We train to an internationally accreditation system and our people are all tested. Some of our people have already been deployed to other overseas emergencies over the years.
Shadow Foreign Affairs Minister Simon Birmingham says Russia's actions have been reprehensible after the suspension of a joint investigation into the downing of Malaysian's airline flight MH17. Investigators say further progress in the case was restricted by a lack of cooperation from Russia, which denies any involvement in the downing of the aircraft. All 298 people on board, including 38 Australians, were killed when a missile hit the plane in 2014. Simon Birmingham says it's a tragic reminder of Russia's actions.
Tragically, Russia has always sought to avoid any engagement in the proper processes that have been undertaken by authorities in the Netherlands and elsewhere to try to bring people to justice for this.
An audit has uncovered more than 900 pieces of surveillance equipment built by companies linked to the Chinese government within Commonwealth offices. The government is being urged to rip out the security devices made by Hikvision and Dahua after they were banned in the United States and United Kingdom. Shadow Minister for Cybersecurity James Patterson has told ABC Radio Melbourne he raised questions after the Home Affairs Department was unable to say how many of the devices were installed in Commonwealth buildings.
So these two companies are closely linked to the Chinese Communist Party. They are directly involved in the surveillance and repression of Uyghurs and other minorities in Xinjiang, things which the United Nations has said might constitute crimes against humanity and others have said might constitute genocide.
Epidemiologists say COVID is becoming increasingly predictable in its mutations. At a meeting in January, the World Health Organization's Emergency Committee said the pandemic was in a transition phase. Chair in epidemiology at Deakin University, Professor Catherine Bennett, has told the ABC News Daily podcast the sustained presence of the Omicron variant worldwide for the past 12 months is an encouraging sign.
I think the virologists are feeling a little less anxious now about, a sudden shift in subvariants or a much more virulent variant. We're seeing variants or subvariants that are behaving more like the other variants that have been around, and that the longer that goes on for, the more we live in hope that that will be our future.
The WA government says it's urgently looking into installing shark barriers on the Swan River after the death of a 16-year-old girl last weekend. Stella Barry was swimming in the river on Saturday when she was attacked by a shark near the Fremantle traffic bridge. The Premier, Mark McGowan, says while a wider review into the incident is underway, he's also asking fisheries to look at urgently installing barriers near popular swimming spots.
What it does is provide families, particularly those with younger children, some peace of mind. A bit like the one at Cottesloe or the one at Corbin or some of the others up and down the coast. It gives you peace of mind when you swim in the ocean. Now, the risk of an attack is incredibly low, but I know a lot of people would appreciate that.
Google's parent company has dropped around $144 billion in market value after its new chatbot shared inaccurate information in a promotional video. Google's planned chatbot, dubbed Bard, is being unfavourably compared to ChatGPT. You're up to date with the latest ABC News. For more news at any time, you can download the ABC Listen app.
We are one,
but we are many, and from all the lands on earth we come. We share a dream and stay with one more.
You're listening to ABC Radio.
Grandstand cricket.
The umpire says let's play, and the Border Gavaskar series is underway. Here's Mohammad Siraj, his first ball. He strikes Khawaja on the pad. Big shout for leg before, and the umpire shakes his head. Not out, a big inducker. And Rohit says we're having a look. Oh, it's hitting an upper leg. Khawaja has a real problem. The review's successful. Siraj strikes ball one. Umpire overturns his decision, and Khawaja's on his bike. 1 for 2. The Aussies have lost one in the second over. Shami to continue around the wicket, and he knocks over Warner. Stumps everywhere, and Warner is out for one. The Aussies are 2 for 2.
Siraj is in to Labuschagne. Labuschagne gets a thick outside edge and once again threads that gap between third slip and gully for 4 runs. This time, I think, unintentional.
Mohammad Siraj to continue over the wicket. Bowls to Labuschagne. On drive is glorious. Back between the stumps of the non-striker and down the ground for 4. Here comes Shami again as he delivers to Labuschagne, who drives beautifully through extra cover for 4. Hops on the front foot and hit it all the way along the ground for a boundary. A bit more from Axar Patel. Around the wicket. Big edge from Smith, and it's dropped. Put down at first slip. A diving effort to his right from Virat Kohli, and it didn't stick. Smith down the track, hits aerial over mid-wicket, and that'll bounce away through the shadows cast by that southern stand and away for 4. Smith with the boundary.
Jadeja in again, quicker ball of the back foot, punched away this time, and he beats a diving man at cover. He'll pick up 4 runs. Lovely shot. Margin of error, very marginal there, and Smith is a champion. Waited for it and then placed it and timed it very sweetly.
Jadeja in to bowl, in at the block hole, and driving across the line is Labuschagne. A nicely timed stroke, and on this fast outfield, it skids into the boundary at deep mid-wicket for 4.
Australia v India on ABC Radio, Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
Welcome back to ABC Sports coverage of the first test between Australia and India. The Aussies 2 for 76 after winning the toss and electing to bat, and it has been a day jam-packed with storylines. Travis Head dropped after averaging 95 in Australia, but left-hander Matt Renshaw survives. Todd Murphy, the 22-year-old, becomes the first Victorian spinner to make a test debut before turning 23 since Shane Warne. Pretty big steps, shoes to fill. And then the Aussies recovering after starting the day 2 for 2, losing Khawaja and Warner for a single each. And now they look like they're rolling at the moment in Nagpur. Marnus Labuschagne approaching his 15th Test 50. He's currently 47 from 110 deliveries. Alongside him, Steve Smith, 19 from 74. So still plenty to play out on the opening day of the first test for the Border Gavaskar Trophy. Aaron Bryan's with you in the Grandstand host studio, back in Australia for lunch before we head back to the team on the ground in India for the second session. The voice of summer, Jim Maxwell, to join me shortly to discuss the day's play so far. But first, there is a local game going on over at the MCG. We've got some Sheffield Shield action across the weekend. And at the moment, Victoria and Queensland have got underway. Queensland winning the toss and electing to bowl. Victoria 3 for 229 after being sent in. But the story out of this game is Marcus Harris, left out of the test side to travel to India. He's made his 24th first-class century off 148 deliveries before being dismissed. So 100 for Marcus Harris. Travis Dean was out for 6 from 37. And Ashley Chandra Singh, 67 as well, before being caught LBW off the bowling of Matt Kuhneman, who has 2 wickets for the Blues so far. Out there at the crease, Campbell Kellaway on 30 and Matt Short on 20. The Blues 3 for 229. Still 2 more games to come across the weekend as well, which we'll have updates of through Summer Grandstand. obviously at the SCG and the Adelaide Oval. There'll be South Australia and WA, and then New South Wales and Tasmania. But all eyes at the moment on India, the opening day of the first test between Australia and India. The Aussies 2 for 76. One man who I know has his eye on all of the cricket that's going on at the moment is the voice of summer, Jim Maxwell, and he's been good enough to join me during lunch. Jim, how are you doing?
I'm enjoying the battle as much as I'm enjoying the company of little Rusty here.
I was going to say.
He's watching the TV as I'm listening to my radio when the game's on. But anytime anything that looks like a friend of his or a bird or whatever, he's into it. Yeah. So look, excuse the interruption.
Most importantly, I should say, Jim, is Rusty surviving the rain?
At the moment, it's stopped, so he's all right. But he did have wet feet earlier on when he got caught out there after going for a walk. But it was, look, a day hardly goes past in Sydney in the last 12 months when it doesn't rain, and it was a big storm this afternoon. So just as well trying to play at the SCG. But no, I've enjoyed listening to Corbin and the team over there, chatting about what's going on and keeping up with the news of selection and then those quick wickets at the top of the innings. It's as if the Australian openers were surprised by the movement of the new ball. It didn't last very long, but they got two good strikes there. The one on Khawaja certainly had the look of going down leg, but you can't deny the technology. It said the ball was going to be hitting flush in the leg stump. And then Warner, yes, and maybe he's at that point where he can be a little bit slow with his foot movement. It was a pretty good delivery. I mean, those two fellas, Siraj and Shami, they did attack the stumps and they swung the ball briefly and they did some damage. And that was a bit of a surprise because we all thought it's going to worry Australia. And as much as the spin looked as though it was at times worrying those two very accomplished players, they played extremely well. Watching, waiting, good defence, good judgment, and a few audacious shots or attempts at them on the horizontal shot from Labuschagne. But the more he goes, the better he gets when he's established. And that's the big thing, particularly in India, to get in. And once you do that, you can get some runs. But that's why it's so fascinating to watch, because every ball, when the spinners are on in particular, seems to be loaded with expectation, particularly from the two left-arm spinners who, to be honest, looked a bit more threatening than the off-spin of Ashwin to the right-handers. That may change when the left-handers are out there. But this is an outstanding batting exhibition so far, but Australia needs to, well, if they can, keep this partnership going for most of the day, because you reckon that the greater threat will be against the so-called lesser players and the left-handers amongst them against the spin bowling. But it's fascinating to watch, and I think if the cricket's as captivating as this, the contest, we're going to be sustained in our appreciation of Test match cricket.
If there ever was an Aussie partnership you'd back into to last a day, I think Steve Smith and Marnus Labuschagne are men. So we'll see how they go in this next session. But you're right that the pitch has been so unpredictable and divisive heading in as well. I think we were all expecting, as you mentioned, a bit more spin, and it ended up being quite a dead pitch with kind of, flat deliveries that stayed quite low and caught the batters off guard. What have you made of the build-up to it all, the outrage that's come about the curators' preparation, the fact that they haven't watered parts of this pitch and tried to favour right-handers instead of left-handers? Do you feel like it's pushing towards cheating?
Oh, I think that's overstating it. I mean, it's pushing towards what you expect when you have Test cricket in India. There's a lot of paranoia about it. And I think the truth is, in terms of the preparation of the pitch, it's more the BCCI as the overlords than the individual approach of a groundsman as to how he creates the pitch. And yes, they've certainly been doing a few things around putting the pitch together with its dry spots at each end and a bit more water and rolling in the middle. But that's not unusual, as I heard Prakash Wakankar say about the preparation of pitches in India. I mean, you get what you get, and at the moment the pitch is pretty good. It's pretty obvious that it will deteriorate, and perhaps more quickly than we'd expect any pitch in Australia to deteriorate or change character during a match. It'll be more a bit of a variable bounce as much as spin from the Australian bowlers' perspective as this goes on. Look, so far it's good quality cricket to watch, but it does become a lot more challenging with the arrival of new batsmen, and that's where Australia are going to have to try and sustain partnerships, and that's why at the moment, of course, this one is crucial to whether or not Australia make a reasonable score, which you would have to think is 300 plus if they can get there.
The voice of summer, Jim Maxwell, with me on ABC Sport and the Listen app. If you're trying to find the cricket button on the Listen app, all you can do is search for it. It should pop up on your homepage as well, but very easy to use, the ABC Listen app, if you want to listen on the go. So feel free to download that wherever you get your apps on your mobile. Jim, the biggest talking point, I think, out of the morning, aside from the first 2 wickets that fell in the opening 2 overs, was the actual 11 that the Australians went with. Travis Head, in remarkable form in Australia, but obviously overseas, subcontinent, he's never really impressed. And despite the fact that he averaged over 95 across the summer, he doesn't make it into the opening lineup for the first test. What did you make of that decision?
Well, I think one of the problems they had in selecting their side was the amount of left-handers in the side. And that, I think if you go down the page, you've really only got in the top 7, particularly with Cameron Green not playing, 2 very good right-hand batsmen. Well, only 2 right-handers. They're the 2 at the wicket at the moment. But I think that was on their mind. Hanscom's form has been good in the Shield. Travis Head's form as a left-hander against spin on the subcontinent has not been as impressive as well as he's played at home during the summer. And it was curious to me they made the call that way rather than perhaps Travis Head for Renshaw. But I'm sure they feel that Renshaw, although he hasn't got a brilliant record against spin bowling at this level, has potentially got a game that might come off a little bit more against the Indian spin. But, it's a judgment call, and Australia obviously weakened in that middle order by not having the all-rounder there. And that's a problem, hopefully for only one test match, yes. But a very interesting call that they've gone that way. Let's see whether it comes off.
The exciting news out of the 11, Jim, is on the bowling end. We've got a debutant, as I mentioned, the 22-year-old Todd Murphy. It's the first time Australia's actually used 2 specialist off-spinners in a test since 1988, so history being made out there. He's had 29 wickets from 7 first-class matches, so he's certainly in good form. Are you happy with the decision, considering all the discussions we've just had about this wicket, that 2 spinners was the go?
Well, given that Hazelwood was not in the mix, Stark is not yet on board for Test cricket. I think on balance, it's probably a way to go. Agar obviously hasn't come up as well as they'd hoped he would, and Swepson's a bit out of form, so they've taken a bit of a gamble, and they're obviously going on what they've seen of Todd Murphy and the guidance, I would think, to a large extent, of Daniel Vettori as the bowling coach. It's a bit of a punt, but, it does remind me of them going in with Lyon some time ago, 2011 in Sri Lanka. And he was around the same age, a little bit older, got a wicket with his first ball in Test cricket and established himself in the side, which is hopefully what this young fella can do. So, yes, it's bold play, but it might be the best option, and it may look even better if we get some runs on the board.
Lunch at Nagpur at the moment. The Aussies 2 for 76 after winning the toss and electing to bat. We'll head back there very shortly. Restart's about 15 minutes away for the second session. But, Jim, I did want to ask one cheeky one before I let you go. You mentioned off the top, we spoke a bit about the rain in New South Wales today in Sydney. There's a bit of this feud developing between New South Wales and South Australia over the New Year's Eve test. Do you think Adelaide has a strong case to actually take it away?
No, I don't think it has a strong case to take that game away. It has a case for having a test match, but maybe not at that time. I think it's more the argument about the fact that the West Indies are coming to town again. It's Australia Day. How on earth do we fit a test match in and around Australia Day without getting people's noses out of joint? I mean, you've only got to breathe to get someone's nose out of joint on the Australia Day holiday now. But, yeah, I understand a little bit of political opportunism coming from South Australia, and that's fair enough because every time they have a test match, normally day-night, they pull a crowd. So they're deserving perhaps of better recognition. I'm not suggesting they're going to supplant New South Wales, Sydney with that test, but they should be given some kind of better treatment as to where they fit into the schedule. And that's the tricky bit. How do you do that with 3 tests against Pakistan and 2 in the new year against the West Indies?
You're a good man, Jim. You wouldn't echo Dominic Perrottet's comments that you wouldn't want to spend 5 days in Adelaide. You've enjoyed your time with the test matches over here, right?
The only bad thing about test matches now in Adelaide is they're not during the day. And the most exciting thing about being in Adelaide, other than being at the cricket, is going out at night. And that's been slaughtered by having a day-night test.
Plus, we've got to walk back through the city when it's all hubbing and bustling as well. But no,
there are no taxis. Yes, that's
yes. Right. No, we always enjoy having you over, Jim, and thank you for taking the time today. I know you'd be kicking back and watching the test at the moment, but it's always good to get your insights on how the Aussies are travelling. So we'll catch up very soon.
Right, Aaron. Good on you. Cheers now. All the best.
That's the voice of summer, Jim Maxwell. There are the Aussies. 2 for 76 at the moment after winning the toss and electing to bat. Steve Smith, 19 from 74. Marnus Labuschagne, 47 from 110. So getting closer and closer to what will end up being his 15th Test 50, if he can get there, that is. There's still plenty to play out with this unpredictable wicket at the moment that seems to be keeping pretty low and flat. So we'll head back to Nagpur very shortly with our commentary team on the ground there. I will mention as well, keep sending your texts in on the text line, 0467 920 222. Every now and again, their Wi-Fi resets and they get to see every single one that's come through over the past 10 to 20 minutes, and they do their best to get through as many of them as they can. So for those that we missed in that opening session, we'll definitely get to in a moment's time. Hopefully the internet over in India stays true to us. I mentioned before as well, plenty of cricket going on at the moment, not just the test match in India, but we will have a triple header of Sheffield Shield action across the weekend on Summer Grandstand. So updates from the MCG, the SCG and Adelaide Oval as well. Of course, Australia's T20 Women's World Cup campaign starts on Sunday as well. Unfortunate timing, it's 3:30am, but if you could stay up and watch it, it'd be great. They're up against New Zealand. We'll have Mel Farrell on the ground in South Africa to fill us in across the tournament. Also, we have the Beamsy and Brit podcast, which is back for 2023. It has full previews and recaps as well of the tournament. Brittany Carter and Kristen Beams part of that show there. And the first episode is actually online now, which does preview the entire tournament as a whole. And in it, KB actually reaffirms the Aussie girls' position as clear favourites.
If you talk about Australia, I think they could have lost every T20 game over the last 12 months and they still couldn't grab an underdog tag if they wanted to. And I think that's something that they're nearly at peace with that idea that you come into it, they want to win the tournament. Meg Lanning is back and she wants to come back and win. And I think that's, they would be really comfortable with where they sit around favour. And where they would be the favourites in that context. So I think it's probably going to come down to India and England in terms of who is going to challenge. I think you look at both of those teams. I think the series against India really said, wow, this is a real contest. And I think you can never discount that sort of Ashes rivalry and probably where England are at off the back of the 100. And I think I look at their domestic players, their under-19 team as well for England that had a very successful under-19 World Cup, is that I see that team going from strength to strength. And I would consider both of those teams to be the biggest challengers and probably look at, I suppose a little dark horse would be New Zealand as well with their best players, WBBL stars. So I think there's always a little something in there with teams that have players that continue to compete within our system, but also that have really good knowledge of our system. Charlotte Edwards is the coach of the Sydney Sixers. Susie Bates is in that team. So all of a sudden you've got players that are in and around seeing how our best players operate. And I think some teams would look at that and go, hey, I think that gives us a bit of an advantage. And how can we use it against this Australian team?
I think England, for me, are going to be the biggest challenges as well. And I know that you said not to read too much into those World Cup warm-up games, but how could you not when you see the form that England is in? They made 7 for 246 on a different wicket, mind you, at a ground that is supposed to be with shorter boundaries and, a better batting pitch. So perhaps that does play into it. But to make a score of 7 for 246, to see Sophie Dunkley, Elise Capsey and Natsiva Brunt all make it past 50, the cohesion of their top order just looks like it's gelling really nicely ahead of the tournament, and a strike rate for almost all of their batters past 100 or more in that match against South Africa. So I think that they look in really good nick ahead of this tournament. And what do you make of the hosts, South Africa? Very interesting lead-in for them. They are the host nation. They do have some fantastic players that we're familiar with in and around the WBBL. Laura Woolvart, for example, Sune Luce, who didn't play last season but has been out in Australia before. I just think that it's been a shame the way that it's played out with Dane van Niekerk, because she is a wonderful player, a wonderful captain, and personally I don't know if I see them doing as well this tournament without her involvement.
No, I don't see them even being in and around. I don't see them as a top 4 team. I'd love to be wrong on that, but I think that I see Lizelle Lee most days down here in Hobart playing domestic cricket for Tasmania, and you think it's nice to see you in Hobart, Lizzie, but you probably should be opening the batting for South Africa, because I think when we think about the players that come out of that team in Lizelle Lee and Dane van Niekerk, and you think, well, actually that's a big loss. And I think hopefully it's a line in the sand moment for South Africa in terms of what they need to do in their domestic structures and the way that they look after their players. I think from the Dane van Niekerk, I think you can only look at that situation and go, was that handled the best way that it could have been handled? I think whether you agree, disagree is not the point. I think just the way that it was handled was pretty disappointing. So I think in that context, I hope it's a moment in this World Cup. Hopefully it's not because they've been absolutely thrashed through the World Cup, but hopefully it's them seeing top-class cricket, international cricket in their backyard and going, we need to do more for this team, because I think they had a period of time where it was like, wow, they are the danger team. And I think in previous T20 World Cup tournaments, we've spoken about them in that. So, Mignon du Preez is another example of a player that was participating for South Africa the last time they played. So they're 3 very big losses and all fantastic WBBL players currently. So I think when we consider that, it's a real shame for South Africa.
The voices of Kristen Beams and Brittany Carter from the KB and Brit podcast, which you can hear on the ABC Sport website at the moment. It's the preview of the Women's T20 World Cup. The next episode after Australia's first couple of group games will drop next Wednesday. Obviously, their first game on Sunday, 3:30am against New Zealand. The Aussie women favourites heading into the tournament after a really impressive summer and last couple of years, really, to be honest. So a lot of pressure, but they've got a really good squad that hopefully can get it done. Been a pleasure to be with you through lunch before we head back to India for the second session. Australia 2 for 76. Going to be a really enthralling remainder of the day at Nagpur.
This is ABC Sports. Coverage of the cricket. Australia v India on ABC Radio, Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
The 2 wickets to fall so far today, David Warner and Usman Khawaja, both for 1 run. Australia were 2 for 2 to start the first session. They've recovered at 2 for 76. Steve Smith is 19 from 74. Marnus Labuschagne, 47 from 110. Let's head back to Nagpur. Corbin Middlemass and Dirk Nannes standing by. Over to you, Corby.
Thanks, Aaron. Great to chat to you from back there in Adelaide in Australia. Dirk Nannes and myself, Corbin Middlemass, in our broadcast box at the southern end. I've done it again, haven't I? We're the northern end.
We're the northern end.
The northern end of PCA Stadium in Nagpur. I have made that mistake a couple of times. I just need to do my north, south, east, west, which, as we know, naughty elephants smoke weed. So if I can get that right, we'll be sweet. Out in the middle, the curators are there just making sure that everything's okay out in the middle. And we're just awaiting the arrival of the playing team. The two playing teams making their way back into the middle as well, as Aaron mentioned, Labuschagne on 47 and Steve Smith on 19. The Aussies 2 for 76. There's a bunch of talking points already, Dirk. Travis Head left out. So Hanscom's in the middle order, the extra right-hander. Renshaw still plays for his ability against spin. So he holds his place at number 6. Meanwhile, Todd Murphy is on debut for the Aussies, and for India, they've got the 3 finger spinners. So Axar Patel, along with Jadeja and Ashwin. KL Rahul has got the nod up top. Shubman Gill misses out. And Surya Kumar Yadav is on debut in the middle order for India when they get the chance to bat. Hopefully for Australia's sake, much later in the Test match. Dinesh Karthik, Sunil Gavaskar, Geoff Lemon, and Prakash Wakankar to join us as the day progresses. Did you enjoy lunch?
Lunch was good. It was probably an educational session for you. You learned a whole lot about lunching in India and going to the ground and some of the necessities you need to pack with you when you come here to the ground. But you'll learn. But it's been
I have learned that to pack all those things and leave them at the hotel is probably not ideal.
No, suboptimal.
As it was pointed out to me by Geoff Lemon, that the place that you're going to need them the most is when you're not in the comforts of the hotel. I thought that actually makes a whole lot of sense.
Yeah, but it's been a fascinating start to this Test match. I think the way Australia were 2 for 2 and managed to get through just 2 down at the interval showed how well those 2 in Smith and Labuschagne batted. They were exceptional, as we're seeing it. A guy with about, it's a tower of popcorn coming past us. He's probably got a whole movie cinema's glass cabinet full of popcorn.
But it's not... That's it, but it's not a glass cabinet where you sort of scoop in a bucket. Basically, the buckets are pre-prepared and they're stacked one on top of each other. And he's doing a really good job to carry it around in a crate, basically, and hand it out to people that are buying them on the way through. We've got the general public in front of us, so we're at the back of the second tier on the northern side of the ground, which means there are often just punters walking around in front of us. A few of them stop and turn around and take photos. And I must say, when your former teammate Dinesh Karthik sat down before, I think there were more people turned around looking at our commentary box than they were looking out in the middle.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Yeah,
DK's a bit of a superstar all over India. In fact, every Indian cricketer is, of course, but particularly when they're so dapper and well dressed as Dinesh Karthik, and he's someone, whilst he's still playing, is more and more in the media. It's. Do
you want me to give you some SMSs?
Fire.
Yeah. 0467 920 222. Head may well average 21 in Asia, but Warner averages in the mid-20s in India, and he's probably only in the team because of his flat track 200 against an underperforming attack. I would have had Renshaw open and Hanscom at 6. The next question will be Head's place in the ODI World Cup squad. That's from Skip.
That's probably a fair point.
Interestingly, on the Grandstand Cricket podcast this week, which is a great podcast, by the way, usually comes out on a Monday, but while the India series is going on, it's coming out on a Wednesday. Ed Cowan actually raised that point about the possibility of putting Head up, even Head to open, and Warner would miss out to create extra space there in the middle. Benny the bus driver from Canberra. G'day guys, stoked to hear you on the airwaves from beautiful India, keeping my shift driving buses entertaining for the next few weeks, and I couldn't be happier about it. Keen for a good contest for the Aussie summer finally. Keep up the good work, gang. Paul in Wollongong, thanks ABC for the coverage. Bit of a disastrous start, so I hope the Twins can make a contribution. And Nannes and Steve Smith, it's obviously going pretty well so far. A partnership of 74 unbroken for the 3rd wicket. Greetings from Augusta in Western Australia. Beautiful day here. Continuing my favourite pastime of listening to Grandstand whilst working in the garden. That's from Liam. Shout out to Adam O'Neill as well, who got in touch with me to say that he was listening. I said that I'd give him a little bit of a shout out, so thanks for being with us, Adam. People say it's lucky that Head can bat because he can't field. Stark said a few years back that Heady is scared of the ball. At least Hanscom can take a catch. That's from Janet in Gippsland. Yeah, that's a bit strong, Janet.
I think that's a bit harsh.
I'm not sure. Yeah. I'm not sure that's why he misses out. Gleno in Parkdale. It sounds like Nagpur Stadium is rocking, like the old Waverley Park vibes, built in the sticks but only accessible by bus on one road. Loving the call.
That is exactly right. I spent my childhood going out to Waverley because I lived right next door and would walk out there, but it's very similar vibes. But there's the bell.
It's a big roar because India have been led back out onto the field by Rohit Sharma, their captain. The Aussie batsman obviously preceded them out into the middle.
And we've been saying, talking earlier about this stadium was built in 2008. To think that the members area at the MCG is older than this ground is, yet this ground feels like it is a 1960s venue. It feels as though the paint's coming off. And
just the architecture as well. Like it's, so the area where we are in the northern stand, there's a lift that's been inserted, but the lift only goes up to level 2 and it's about a 4 or 5 story stand, which you'd think, why would you even build it like that in 2008?
I've got the answer to that, is that the President's Suite is on the second floor.
There's no one that would be needing to use the lift to go any higher than that.
No one cares about radio.
No, absolutely. First time listening to Dinesh Karthik, really enjoying his analysis. Keep him on. Enjoying Pool Beers with Grandstand. That's from Lockie. I think it's Bulladella. Is that right?
I concur. Having played with Dinesh Karthik, he was always a really good thinker, someone you could sit and talk to for long periods about tactics and the nuances of tactics, with how he was always curious about how we would go about the same sort of given situation or given problem on a cricket field as to what the Indians would go with. And it was always really good discussion. He was one of the first really to smash down that barrier between Indian local way of thinking and Western thinking. Well, not Western thinking, rather. The
senior nations.
Yeah. Way of thinking about how to go about the tactics of cricket.
First ball after lunch, split cordon. Aussies 2 for 76. Mohammad Shami to Smith. It's full. He turns it away to mid-wicket. And Rohit Sharma collects it on the hop. So Smith resuming on 19, Labuschagne on 47. The SENA nations, as the Asian countries call them, which is SENA, stands for South Africa, England, New Zealand, Australia. So the same way that we talk a lot about cricket in Asia and how do you perform in the subcontinent in places like Sri Lanka, Pakistan and India, they talk about the SENA countries where it's generally much more suited to pace bowling, swing and seam bowling. Smith whacking away, Sharmi on his way in again, bowls to Smith and he defends the ball which doesn't really climb again off the wicket, out to mid-off for KL Rahul to collect.
30 rupees for a big thing of popcorn, I can see out front.
Give me that in
What's
Aussie
that?
dollars.
That's about, not 60 cents, about 55 cents for a big tub of popcorn.
You could buy the whole lot, Dirk, and just... I need to hand them out or just have a collection here to graze on throughout the day. Just watching Mohammad Siraj here, who's down at fine leg. He's turning around and hopping up the crowd. As Shami's on his way, and it's short. Smith pulls. It's in the air, but it's safe. One bounce for 4 through deep backward square. And Smith hopping all over some short stuff early in this second session. 2 for 80, the Aussies.
It's the second short ball we've seen in this game. Both short balls have been hits easily by the Australian batsman. I think it was a bit of a surprise to Steve Smith, but the ball's coming so slowly off this pitch. He was in control the whole way. Well played. Probably not the ball that he'll try and bowl again. Having said that, he's sending Siraj a little square out at that fine leg. More a deep backward square than fine leg now.
Doesn't hype up the crowd after that ball. As Shami with the follow-up, full on leg stump. Smith turns it away out to square leg. Jadeja stops it with his right hand and then spiffs it back in his left. As his preferred throwing hand. 2 for 81, Smith to 24. Graham in North Sydney. Hi team, could you tell me why Rahane and Pant aren't selected for India, please? Thanks from Graham.
Rishabh Pant unfortunately was involved in a car accident some 2 to 3 months ago, I believe, and his leg's badly injured. And they talked down his injury, but His continued absence shows that it's a pretty serious leg injury.
Sharmy with the follow-up to Smith. Thumps into his pad. As Nannes looks back down the wicket, he walks away out to square leg. And Labuschagne, after getting caught on the crease, after that Smith boundary earlier in the over, there was a long look at it. Rohit Sharma continues with the conversation. They haven't lost any of their reviews yet. And in the end, they're not going to waste one here. So Labuschagne on 47 survives.
Maybe sliding down a fraction. You can already see in the contrast in sides for this ball. They're trying to get this ball to reverse swing. And it is working already. You've got a shiny side and a really abrasive side, which is exactly what you need to do to get the ball reversing. And it is going a fraction already.
Nannes 47 off 111. And Sharmy bowls to Labuschagne, who defends the ball on off stump, out on the offside, and that's the end of the over. 2 for 81. Labuschagne on 47, Smith on 24. Jika Rahane, by the way, last played against South Africa in Cape Town, so you have to go back to 2022. So this has been part of the setup in recent times. I'm just getting the DRS look on that shot against Labuschagne. It would have been missing leg anyway, so India did the right thing by not wasting a review. 0467 920 222. You can hear Jadeja just marking out his run-up, scratching away at the surface. It's so good to have the stump mics, as you can hear exactly what's going on out in the middle. And the left-arm finger spinner to bowl from the northern end, the first over after the lunch break, as we welcome back Dinesh Karthik on grandstand cricket as Jadeja bowls to Smith and he defends. My name's Corbin, Middlemass. Dinesh, always enjoyed your work. Love your work on Crick Bars and on the world feed with the commentary wherever we're listening back in Australia, and I'm sure as many people have around the world. And it's awesome to have you as part of our crew for this series on ABC Radio.
Absolute pleasure.
Jadeja well flighted. Smith drives out to cover, breaks through the infield, and trotting back to collect it. Siraj keeps it to 1, so Smith gets down the other end. He moves to 25.
I've always heard it's a joy to do commentary in radio, and I'm thoroughly enjoying it. Able to express whatever I feel in a lot more words, and doesn't get bigger than this. India is Australia in a test series. Test cricket needs a bit of fillip, and it doesn't get better than both these nations playing high quality cricket here. A lot has been spoken about the pitch, but for the moment it's been rather good, I'd say.
Jadeja on his way into Labuschagne, and that didn't climb at all. It keeps it out. Chopping down on it late, plays out the point.
As I speak about the pitch, second time now, the pitch is not exactly behaved the way it should. Keeping low, but Nannes doing very well just to get the bat down in time. The one good thing Nannes has done is play a lot with the spin. He's just waited. He's allowed the ball to turn when it has, and then played it a lot more square of the wicket than tending to go push at it and play a lot more straighter, in which case you might bring the edges in play.
Just listen in here.
In the box, in the glass box.
The conversation between the keeper and the batter, and Virat Kohli at first slip as Labuschagne's defending here out to KL Rahul, who comes in from cover. 2 for 82 Australia. The Indian team today, so obviously for people that weren't with us earlier, the big news is the 3 finger spinners are playing. KS Bharat is the keeper, and Suryakumar Yadav is also on debut as Labuschagne keeps one out here on the leg side, so another dot ball.
Yes, India going in with some interesting choices. KS Bharat has been around for some time. He's one of those who's earned his stripes as a test cricketer, been around in domestic for more than 8 years now.
Jadeja in again to Labuschagne, driving to cover, and well fielded. Chopped off the one-handed effort there from KL Rahul, keeps it to a single. That is the end of the Jadeja over. 2 from it. Australia 2 for 83 and Labuschagne to 48.
And the good thing about KS Bharat is the fact that he played a lot of India A games as well. Easily for about 5 years, he's been around the circuit there and thereabouts. And then today getting his much awaited opportunity. And it was great to see his family there as well. As I was walking into the ground, met all of them. A lot of people, his wife, his mother, his nephew, his brother. So there are a lot of people out there cheering for him. It's always a good feeling when you make your Test debut, and more so when it comes from India, because these days getting a Test cap for an international Indian cricketer is becoming harder by the day. And Test cricket is in a very interesting place per se.
Mohammad Shami to continue from the southern end as he dials to Labuschagne, who drives a full delivery out to mid-on. Ashwin Fields, 2 for 82. Right decisions. You think Bharat's the right choice here rather than Ishan Kishan, who we love watching whack around the white ball in the shorter formats?
Absolutely. I think KS Bharat has been around and he's been groomed to play red ball cricket. Ishan Kishan has got his opportunity to come into the team because Rishabh Pant is injured. Otherwise, it would have been KS Bharat would have been Rishabh Pant's understudy. The one cricketer that's going to be missed big way is definitely Rishabh Pant, and I hope he's recovering well and he gets well soon, and he's always somebody who is a joy to watch, especially in this red ball format.
Manus is on 48. Shami's on his way in. Manus turns it off his pads back with a square leg umpire, and there's a fielder at deep backward square in Mohammad Siraj. So just a single, Manus to 49. The other showdown for positioning was in the batting lineup. Felt like a showdown in 3 spots. It was KL Rahul versus Shubman Gill versus Suryakumar Yadav, and there was any sort of combination of the 2 openers batting, one of them in the middle order, or does Suryakumar get that spot? And in the end, we know it's obviously gone to Sky and to KL, and the unlucky man there is Shubman Gill, despite the fact he's been in sensational touch. Is that the way you would have gone?
Yes. A couple of days back, I put out a tweet about my 11.
Shami on his way in again, and Smith defending.
And this was exactly the 11 that I had put out. And it's just basically the fact that you're respecting people who've been part of the setup. For example, KL Rahul has had a terrific series in England, got 100 at Lord's, got a brilliant 100 against South Africa. But in between that, he's failed quite a bit. And the fact that his white ball form hasn't been great has obviously led to a lot of people speaking about his spot in the Test team. But today, as we speak, he's still the vice captain of this Test team. So I was pretty sure he was going to play. And I went for Suryakumar ahead of Shubman Gill simply because Suryakumar has played a lot of domestic cricket and has batted at 4 and 5 a lot of the times.
And comes Shami again to Smith, who again is just bunting one back down the pitch. It's a good problem to have, isn't it? And particularly, we mentioned the bowlers, and we suspected that the finger spinners would all play, but a guy like Kuldeep Yadav, who's had multiple man of the match performances in his Test career. I think he averages sort of low 20s with the ball, and yet there's no place for him in this game, and he'd walk into just about any other Test team in the world.
Absolutely. I think he's bowling at his best right now. He's done a few technical changes with the way he runs up to the crease. He's worked on getting more revolutions through the ball, and these have helped him in the recent past in not only picking up wickets but also be very conservative in his bowling. And he's made that decision to pick Akshar Patel very hard.
Shami tries again to Smith. Drives back to the bowler, and he fields on the return. Mohammad Shami 2 for 84, the Aussies, in the first 12 minutes after lunch on day 1 rather, here at the PCA Stadium in Nagpur. There's a great crowd in, they're making plenty of noise. You think sort of around upwards of 20,000.
It's a red soil wicket in Nagpur, and it's been very dry. So what that has done in turn is made the ball a little rougher than it could be for a 35-over ball.
Shami over the wicket, Smith forward defends back to the bowler. End of the over, 1 from it. The Aussies 2 for 84.
And hence you can see India already looking at reverse swing as an option. First over after lunch, Shami comes on to bowl with the hope that the ball would reverse, and it is reversing. And you can see Steve Smith is aware of that. He isn't trying to lunge forward. He's allowing the ball to do its course, swing a little late and play it close to his body, and that shows his greatness. That's how you need to play when a ball swings. Try and play it as close to you and pretty much, as they would say, under your head, so that you have immense control of where you want to play a shot. And what we're going to see, which is very interesting with Mohammad Shami, he has the ability to take the ball away as well with the reverse swing, which is a very hard skill, as you could ask any fast bowler going around in the world.
Here's Jadeja around the wicket again, and Manus defends back down the pitch.
Manus closing in on a subcontinent 50, and the fact that it is against India is worth its weight in gold. Came in at a very tricky situation, but has batted beautifully.
His first test innings in India as he just backs away and plays out to point. And Axar Patel does the fielding. Has played 7 matches on the continent with an average of 33. Does have that 100 in goal last year, second test against Sri Lanka. As Nannes just opens the face of the bat and runs it out to point again to Patel. 2 for 84, Dinesh, Karthik, Corbin, Middlemass on Grandstand Cricket. ABC Sport Digital and the Listen app, look out for that big red cricket button to follow along. Jadeja again to Nannes. Just squeezes one past short leg. And Suyakumar Yadav under the helmet.
Jadeja has changed his field position of silly point to short leg. So that tells me that he's looking to bowl more on the stump and he's hoping that the ball will straighten to get that inside edge.
Jadeja well flied and a play to miss. Nannes is beaten and KS Bharat gets the stumping. Nannes Labuschagne is out 1 short of a half century in his debut innings in India. Beautifully flighted delivery from Jadeja. He got Nannes coming forward and KS Bharat on debut is in the game. Australia 3 for 84. Labuschagne goes for 49.
Oh, what a beautiful ball that was. A left-arm spinner stream tossed up, felt like the ball was right under the bat, but alas, it just turned enough, and a terrific stumping there by KS Bharat. That would definitely make him feel good. You're on debut, you want that to happen. The batsman to miss one, and you get an easy stumping, and this wasn't easy by any standards. KS Bharat doing a fantastic job there. India getting the much-needed wicket of Nannes Labuschagne, and now you get the feeling the cat is amongst the pigeons, and I say that because everybody that's to follow hasn't played too much in the subcontinent, and the fact that India could be a really tough place. Matt Renshaw walks in and India is going to wait to see what's going to happen because there's been a lot of talk about the pitch and it's been tailor-made for the left-handers, and here's the second one walking for the first one to play spin now.
Well, that's the thing. We saw Warner and Khawaja earlier. They didn't stick around long enough for us to be making too many assessments of how the pitch went to the left-hander. Both out for 1. Labuschagne and Smith did all the hard work to get themselves to lunch. They put on 74 up until the lunch break. They looked very settled, and it must be said Nannes did not look comfortable after lunch. He got hit on the pads. He had a couple of nervy moments where he was beaten, and then there as Jadeja just perfectly weighted delivery, drew him forward. And he plays and misses, looking to drive and bring up that half century, and KS Bharat had him off in a flash. What are some of the challenges, Dinesh, keeping on a pitch like this?
For a start, you have to make sure your head is still, because this is the kind of wicket that could keep low, that could turn, and the odd one can bounce as well. So you got to make sure your head is as still as possible, because the moment your head is not in place, which basically means as a keeper that you're not sure and you tend to back away, your weight is more on the heels, then you tend to miss the ball a lot more.
So Matt Renshaw, the lefty, hit on the pad, big shout, he's out. Renshaw's out, ball 1. And the Indians inside the VCA Stadium are roaring their approval. Renshaw walks down the track to chat with Steve Smith, and they're going to have to review this with India on the attack here and the Aussies on the precipice of being 4 down. The umpire on the spot has given him out. Matt Renshaw, LBW, Jadeja, ball 1, and now for the DRS.
The DRS has been India's friend today, for sure. Let's hope that it stays that way for another one. Let's not hope, let's just see if it works that way.
I was about to say, there's a few million Australians back home hoping that you're not right there, DK.
You do get the feeling as you see it on first instant, the ball is literally hit him on middle stump, which tells me that it could be clipping, and that's the worst feeling for a batsman, because you know on another day it could have gone your way, but today being the day where the ball is not turning as much. If it was second or third day, it would probably go past the leg stump, but today the ball isn't turning as much as it would tomorrow, so it's going to be a very interesting call. Let's wait and watch how this happens, but must say it was a nervy shot first up.
Pitch is right in the middle of the track. It's hitting him in line. It is umpire's call, just clipping the leg stump. And that's enough for Jadeja and India. And Matt Renshaw, as quick as he got there, he's turning around and headed back. He's out for a golden duck. And Ravindra Jadeja is on a hat-trick. The Aussies in trouble, 4 for 84.
This is what happens, Corbin, in in turning tracks. When one wicket falls, you're almost following it up with another one or a couple maybe, because the toughest part of playing on a turning track is your first 20 balls, because you don't know which one is turning, and you always feel as a batter you don't have any chance there, because the normal ball would kick a lot more, would turn a lot more, and you get all the doubts possible as a batter. Matt Renshaw, long flight from Australia, did all the training possible in Bangalore, but first up, a very nervy start.
I'll leave you, DK, with Prakash Wakankar, who's about to come in, and Pete Hanscom's on his way out to the middle, as they did in the first 20 minutes of the opening session on day one. The Aussies have lost 2 quick ones. Warner and Khawaja both out for 1, and then after lunch, Labuschagne for 49, and now Renshaw, first ball. More from Dinesh Karthik on Grandstand Cricket.
In India, there's been a lot of hype around this series, because there's a lot to play for as an Indian team. If you get a positive scoreline, which could be upwards of 2-0 or 3-1, there's a great chance they'll get into the World Test Championship final. And that's a massive carrot to be dangling in front of a team India, which has come out in all force. And this series so far, on the first day, has completely lived up to its reputation. What say, Mr. Prakash?
Oh, it certainly has, DK, hasn't it? It's had that period just after those first 2 wickets where we saw classic Test match cricket. I think you used the analogy of chess, and it was like that. It was a battle where there was thinking, there was scheming, there were planning, and then post-lunch, as often happens, get 1, you get 2. And suddenly Australia have been pegged back.
Do you think it's because the players have a heavy lunch? A lot of oil in the lunch, you reckon? Makes them feel a little drowsy.
Well, I mean, then maybe the Indians didn't have lunch.
The Aussies did then.
Probably. I mean, judging by the food we had downstairs, DK, I'm telling you, I could have run my car on it for a bit. There was enough oil in there. 84 for 4 then. So 2 quick wickets after lunch, as we saw right at the morning when the game started. And here's Shami. 1 for 18 of his 7 so far. Interesting field. Give it to you in a moment as Steve Smith. What's he pointing at? Is it once again the camera, is it?
Yes. It is a spider cam that he's talking about. It's been a very interesting camera, to say the least. And as you can see, Matt Renshaw is somebody who's obviously played spin very well last series. But this series, his first ball, it looks a lazy shot, but that's the way he plays. That's how Matt Renshaw is. Tall, makes it look lazy, but that's how his game is. But I would say he definitely had nerves there. Came down on the ball late. Jadeja just bowling a simple ball, hitting his leg and getting him out.
Shami into Smith, who plays it on the offside. Little fumble from Akshar, but no run conceded. 84 for 4. Yes, this spider cam has caused Smith some concern more than once. I think it's as it sort of passes over, just catches the corner of his eye. And given the kind of player he is, I guess he just wants everything sublime. And rightly so.
If you're a world-class batsman averaging 60, you have a lot of things that you want to tick box when you're batting as soon as you get into stance. And I feel it's not just the spider cam, it's the shadow of the spider cam that's irritating him a lot more.
There's Shami in again, bowls, and this one's worked away on the onside, not for runs. Slip backward point, cover mid-off, offside, and then those 2 men catching, as we've seen when the reverse is being attempted. The mid-on, orthodox mid-wicket, and a man hit backward to square. Just watching that replay, that'll be great feeling for Bharat too, isn't it? Maiden Test wicket behind the stumps. It was a quick stumping too, DK, wasn't it?
It was a lovely stump.
Very nicely done.
Head correctly in line with the ball, allowing the ball to turn. He was slightly side on so that in case it bounced extra, he could still gather it. He was in a great position for that stumping.
Shami into Smith, and Smith drives, but straight to the man at cover. There is no run.
This is the difference between Steve Smith the way he batted the fast bowlers when he came up front with the new ball, was moving a lot more towards the ball, whereas once the ball has started reversing, which it has post lunch, he's waited a lot more, hasn't given it a lot of feet movement, but made sure his head is in great position, and he's allowed the ball to swing so that he doesn't go at it. The most simple form of dismissal when somebody is reversing the ball is LBW.
Shami is in again, and this one's played on the onside again by Steve Smith. What an amazing student of the game he must be, isn't it? I mean, his record speaks for itself, but the application, the sheer application.
You know, talent is often a very, very overrated world in sports. This is also talent. the ability to read situations, to prepare, to understand what a bowler can come with, and then you making a plan around that with regards to your batting. That is a talent in itself as well, and that's what all great players do. They do come really well prepared.
Shami in from the far end bowls and Smith defends. And that's what Test match batting is all about, particularly as he himself said at the start of the series, that when you are in, then you've got to bat really long in India if you want to give your side a chance, isn't it? It's not something you're going to do, score very quickly, very often. It's going to take application, time, effort, and partnerships.
Absolutely. For a foreign batsman, when they come to India, what is tough is when they bat long, they'll be playing a lot of spin. So at all points, they need that concentration. Vice versa, when an Indian player goes abroad, it is the fact that you need to concentrate long hours to bat because the fast bowler will be in play a lot. And one mistake could end up being your wicket. As a batsman, you have one chance. It's pretty self-explanatory. So you might as well put your heart and soul and make sure when you get going, because there are going to be days when you feel like what Matt Renshaw is feeling right now, sitting in that dressing room, practice for a long time, comes here, gets the first ball and gets out, and that's a nasty feeling. But when you get set, and that's what you could see in the face of Nannes Labuschagne when they showed in the dressing room, a dejected, a disappointed man, because he was batting beautifully. He had batted the tough part of the innings, he had got set, and then he played a loose shot to get out.
Hat-trick ball from Jadeja, fresh over, first ball to Hanscom, who defends. And look at that field now. You've got a slip. Man going into gully now, Rahul, keeping Virat Kohli company there, and a forward short leg. So 3 men. Is that a no ball signal? Yes.
Is there a free hit, Prakash?
Sorry?
Is there a free hit?
Here's Jadeja. Maybe there'll be a day when that'll happen too, DK. Jadeja bowls nice and full, back along the track.
No, Prakash, never. It should never be. Let Test cricket be in its purest, truest form, and that is beautiful to watch.
I sincerely hope it does, DK, but you and I both know there are various things afoot, and we'll have to hope that the purity is undisturbed. This one is squirted away off the inside part of the bat, down towards 45. No run. 85 for 4.
Pete Hanscom is a beautiful story of resilience. Somebody who was part of the Australian team, had a poor time in between, got dropped, went through a tough time with regards to his batting.
Jadeja indefended.
Went to Middlesex, captained them, had a iffy season, not the best ones, but led the team really well, but goes back to Victoria and does so well that he's been picked again. A lovely story for all cricketers, that resilience and determination is a very important part.
Good ball again, this one just in that area which drew a false defensive stroke. Outside edge along the ground, no damage.
But the one good thing about Pete Hanscom, and you can ask any Australian cricketer and they tell you, is he does play spin very well, and that should bode him well in this series.
Settles into his stance, Jadeja bowls, and he comes forward, leans defensively forward. Talking about resilience, who better than you to talk about resilience? I mean, what was it, 2007? The inaugural T20 World Cup, right? We all remember that as people watching it, and you played, and then you played the last one in Australia. So resilience, you have all the right in the world to speak about it. This one's outside the off stump, spins away. No damage done. There is a little bit of excitement, but muted. I think more of mind games. End of the over, 85 for 4. So how does one go through what you've done and what you were describing with Hanscom as well, that when things don't seem to be going your way, when you're down, you're not playing as well as you want to, is it the mind that drives you? Is it something else? You find some inspiration? How do you do it?
It's a mixture of a lot of things, but the most important part when you're going down is the fact that you want to learn from your tough times, but also most importantly, you should be aware of what your bigger picture is, what you want to achieve in life. Keep that as the primary goal of waking up every day with a joy to prepare for that, and that will keep you in good stead. You wouldn't get frustrated, irritated, or annoyed at the smallest thing that isn't going your way. I think you need to wake up every day knowing that this is what you want to achieve in life and try and keep doing that. And that's the only way to do it.
Fresh over from Shami, defended on the onside. Those are beautiful words, DK. I'm sure there'll be lots of young people as well who are listening into this, and they have long lives in front of them. Some of them may have also be people who have had these little ups and downs, and for them these must be very encouraging words for someone who's been there, done that.
Absolutely. I'm sure there are a lot of young Australian cricketers, and it's not easy because in India at least you have the opportunity to play for 38 state sides. The numbers are big, the opportunities are far more, whereas in Australia you just got 6.
This is true. This is so true. Here's Shami in again. Comes in and bowls and driven, but not with a great deal of timing. And rubbing across Ashwin Fields. 35 for 4 in the 39th over then. And if you're wondering what's happened, soon after lunch, 2 quick wickets. Labuschagne beaten in the air by Jadeja and was stumped. And next delivery, Renshaw coming forward was adjudged LBW. It turned out to be umpire's call, but when Lady Luck has chosen not to smile on you, that's what happens. So he had to walk back for a first ball duck. Here's Shami in to Smith, and Smith is back and across, defending along the stump wicket back to the bowler. Patient, watchful innings from Stephen Smith, 25 of 93. The pitch hasn't played any dramatics so far. I mean, judging by a lot of the talk around it, it was assumed that it would sort of start spitting on day one. It hasn't, but there are chunks coming out of the pitch now already, DK, so that's going to mean it'll deteriorate further, won't it, as the game progresses?
Absolutely. I think it's going to be a wicket which probably would help the spinners a lot more going into day 2 and 3.
Shami is in to bowl to Smith, comes in bowls, and Smith drives on the offside. There will be no run. Remains 85 for 4. So 3 debutants in this test. I'm trying to remember when in India a test was being played where there were 3 debutants in the same game. Shami, longish run up to the top of his bowling mark. Of course, both sides missing some really important players. Josh Hazlewood, mid-star, Cameron Green for Australia. Bumrah, Pant, Shreyas Iyer. This one's played away on the onside. There will be no run again. But injury is a part of the game, isn't it, DK? You've just got to find a way around it. Must be disheartening.
Absolutely. I think injuries happen 2 ways. One, when you play on the field, and that you know, like how Cameron Green got injured while batting, and that is something that you cannot obviously run away from. But the other injury is one where it happens because of not training enough. Now that is something that is in your hand. You know, if you probably are not strong enough, or you're not powerful enough, or you haven't worked on all aspects of the body that is required to play the sport, then that is a mistake on your part, and that is the place where you need to be working.
Shami is in, last ball of the over, and Smith once again just back and across, defends solidly. End of the 39th, it's 85 for 4. So India striking 2 quick blows after lunch and putting Australia just a little bit back under pressure again. And it's now Stephen Smith who really, one gets the feeling, has to rally the rest of the batters around him and make sure that Australia can continue from here on to a total that will allow them to put the Indian batting under pressure. This wicket will not be easy to bat, and as we just heard Dinesh Karthik tell us, it will only get progressively more difficult for batting. So to that extent, Australia at least have one big piece in their favour, which is having won the toss, they're batting first. Dirk Nannes alongside me. Lunch was good, Dirk?
Lunch was excellent, as always seems to be in India. Eating is
yes, well,
always a pleasure.
You love Indian vegetarian food, and wherever you've been, I'm sure that you've sort of sampled a wide variety.
Oh, under your expert tutelage.
Well, slip, gully, silly mid-off, forward shot leg. 4 men and the keeper round the bat. Jadeja in, and he comes forward as Hanscom pushes it out on the onside. The ball was in the air a little bit, but away from the man at forward shot leg, which is Surya Kumar Yadav. Virat Kohli and KL Rahul, I make out, of the slip and gully. Jadeja bowls, and this one's hit away off the back foot nicely. There'll be runs here. Might even be 4. It's a quick outfield. Akshar Patel won't get there. So 4 runs to point, and that'll make him feel a lot better now. Hanscom, opening stroke for a boundary, and Australia 89 for 4.
A nice welcome release for him. He's been camped in his crease. We've seen Nannes Labuschagne happy to go forward and back, but then eventually bring about his demise, and Pete Hanscom not wanting to replicate that, staying camped, and really the first bad ball that he could put away.
Jadeja in again, balls to Hanscom, comes forward, bat nicely in front of the pad, which is so important. And personal run.
Really challenging time to come in, because the ball is only halfway through its lifespan, so still a bit of bounce.
Again, nicely forward,
and Shami's getting the ball reverse swing at the other end, so there's not going to be any respite whatsoever for the new batsman at the crease.
Jadeja gets through his overs so quickly. As a batter, you've got to control that. Playing in front of his left pad again, Hanscom, but defensively and comfortably out towards short mid-wicket. It's amazing what a couple of wickets do. Suddenly the close-in fielders find an extra chord, and their voices go up and their chatter increases. Jadeja in again, flatter, quicker, whipped away nicely. Lovely shot. This might go all the way again, because Ashwin isn't exactly Usain Bolt. He does pull it in, but then he's stuck on the rope, and that'll probably allow a 3rd run. 4th run, there you go. And I don't think Ashwin wants that against his name to say you allowed 4 to be run. Beautiful shot, nevertheless, from Hanscom. Just dropped shot, rocked back quickly, and whipped it through the mid-wicket region. So 93 for 4, and 8 runs of that over.
I think that'll ease Hanscom's nerves a bit, knowing that if he stays out there long enough, there are bad balls that are going to get bowled. It's been an incredibly impressive little period of bowling up to the start of that over. 2 for 9 from the break now after that over. 2 for 17. Just 8 overs since the break, but we're seeing Shami off, and we're seeing left-arm spin from both ends.
Yep, Akshar Patel replaces Mohammad Shami, who we saw at the end of that previous over. Just walk back to the pavilion maybe for a quick change or a drink of something.
From this end now, let's make this end.
So K.S. Bharat, just to make sure that the Aussie batsman understand, has changed languages from Hindi to English. I don't think it's going to make any difference to Steve Smith. Akshar Patel, and hammered away. Beautifully played. 4 runs through the offside, wide of the cover region. He fired it in, that Akshar Patel, and with equal amount of almost sort of dismissed from his presence, I would say, by Steve Smith. 4 good runs.
Absolute disdain. Just lobbed up as though that was just junk, and whacked it to the fence.
This time Akshar Patel flattens it and fires it in. And he just defends on the onside. Bit of an in-out field, slip forward shortly, catching short extra cover. So Patel bowls, and once again flashed away and beats a man diving at backward point. That'll be 4 more runs. So Smith just maybe indicating that he's not going to allow Akshar Patel to bowl to him. He's going to make things happen. So 2 boundaries already. And this was again nicely played in the end. Just waited on it a little bit more to get it wider of the man at short backward point. Akshar Patel in again, bowls, and this time Smith thinks about it and then defends, realizing he's not to the pitch of it. 100 has come up for Australia, 101 for 4 now in the 41st over. Akshar Patel, what has he got up his sleeve now? Comes in, bowls, and Smith this time defends. Is content besides the line of the ball. No run.
It's a real noticeable change in tactic here from Steve Smith. As soon as the ball's wide, he's playing aggressively at it. So circumspect up to now.
Once again he bowls, and once again he almost takes Rohit Sharma's head off with that aggressive shot through extra cover. So Smith's decided that he is going to get some runs going He's certainly done all the hard work. 12 runs of that over, 37 for Stephen Smith, and this is going to be really exciting now.
That's a couple of incredible strokes in that over. Absolutely bludgeoning this last ball of the over to the fence. It was probably more that cute little drive through the offside that beat point that was the most telling of that over. It wasn't such a horrible ball. The length wasn't too bad, but he still played with a risky little flay outside off to beat that point fielder. Probably something earlier in the innings we wouldn't have seen him play.
A filet mignon, if you will. Hello, Dirk Nannes. 4 for 105, Australia. The wickets have fallen in doubles today. They've been followed by partnerships. First ball of a new over. Low full toss from Jadeja on the leg stump. Clipped away for a couple. Belting back to the striker's end is Peter Handscomb. Takes his score into double figures. He's got 10, 4 for 107. Handscomb hasn't really missed a beat so far on his return. But Steve Smith, that ball that was wide outside the off stump that he whistled it over Rohit Sharma's head, he would not have been wanting to try to catch that. It was leaving a trail of smoke behind it. Little bit of a loop from Jadeja, slows it up in the air, and a single off the inside edge for Handscomb. Direct hit at the non-striker's end, but there won't be an overthrow because Handscomb's taxiing down the runway like a 747 coming into land. He ends up about 60 metres behind the non-striker's crease.
Watching the replay of that Steve Smith shot, it's almost as though Rohit Sharma, his first reaction was to duck the ball rather than even to try and go to catch it. Not that it was within catching range of him, but struck so hard.
I fully understand the impulse. 4 for 108. Handscomb on 11. Jadeja with the hair tied back. Bowling from the northern end of the ground where our commentary position is. Around the wicket, beating the outside edge with turn on this occasion. Oh, that one. It's just made Dirk Nannes chuckle at the shred that got off the surface.
Oh, you're never ever going to be able to put a bat on it. But the funnier part about it was
Jadeja to Smith, who works the ball off his leg stump. No run.
Steve Smith giving the thumbs up as the ball's thudding into the wicket keeper's hands. He's giving a thumbs up to the bowler to say, well bowled.
He's very good at giving positive feedback, Stephen Smith. Gives him a nod sometimes vocalises it. I think it's more for himself than anyone else. But outside the off stump, Jadeja, and being defended by Smith.
That was belatedly called a no ball by the umpire, that previous delivery.
So the third umpire has picked that up. That was it's tight in the end because Jadeja always stretches his foot over the line and then brings it back. But that one, the heel in the air, just over the line. 4 for 109. Bowls to Smith. Outside edge, well stopped at slip. Diving away Coley to his right in the manner that he dived away earlier and finger-tipped one that would have been a world-beating catch if he'd hung on to it. Jadeja with the 7th ball of the over, and it's gone straight through Stephen Smith. Jadeja pumps his fists. That is the key wicket. Smith gone for 37. Australia 5 down for 109, and now the writing is on the wall at Nagpur.
Stunning piece of bowling. It's had the ball ragging past the outside edge of Steve Smith, but the challenge of Jadeja is the straighter one. He challenges both sides of the bat. This ball, the straighter delivery, coming in with the arm. Looked for all intents and purposes as that ball was going to turn past the outside edge. Just sneaks through that narrowest of gaps. Wonderful piece of bowling.
Well, he was on that big forward lunge, Steve Smith, and he just stayed in that position for a second or so after the ball had gone through him. He could not believe what he'd done. He hurls his gloves into the advertising hoarding. He won't throw his bat. He loves his bats far too much to do that. Some players, you see them mistreat the equipment. Smith goes jogging up the steps now. And now there is a huge job for Alex Carey to do. We've seen it hasn't been easy for the left-handers out there as predicted. Matthew Renshaw had the briefest possible stay. Handscomb's only on 11, and Alex Carey has been so impressive for Australia in the last year or so. in tough situations, but they will not get any tougher than this. Jadeja just sliding that one on with the arm, and if there was ever a time to bowl a no ball, that's when it feels good. When you get the 7th opportunity in the over and you make it count.
Straight away the change. Ashwin's into the attack. What a challenge. Still that ball hard enough to get a little bit of lift and bite in the surface. Jadeja bowling beautifully, and now Ashwin coming to the party as well.
Well, it's what we've seen Jadeja do for so many years. Just keep hitting the same spot again and again. And then there's the variation of his delivery, the ones that turn, the ones that don't. But as you say, it's always been the straighter ball. Saw Steve Smith have a great battle in 2016 with Ranganahara, the left-arm spinner, and it was so often the faster, straighter one that would bring him undone. And that's Jadeja's challenge. But Ravichandran Ashwin, the off-spinner, he'll be setting the challenge for the left-hander, who's not on strike to begin with. Australia might do well to think about matchups here. See if they could get Hanscom facing more of the off-spinner. Ashwin bowled just the 5 overs, none for 18. Jadeja with 3 wickets, so he's up to 245 in his career. Ashwin round the wicket to the right-hander, who won't get a run. They've got that choking onside field that they had earlier for Ashwin with a short mid-wicket and a regulation mid-wicket. Meaning that he can bowl straight from around the wicket, in at the stumps. He's got a long on set back as well. Fires it through Ashwin, defender down to mid-off. The heat really on Australia now, with Steve Smith gone for 37, bowled by Jadeja. Coming back into the team after a long injury layoff, and he has not missed a beat. Ashwin round the wicket, floats it in the air, and coming forward, Hanscom defends back to the bowler.
It's been interesting to see the way Hanscom's playing the spin here. He's normally so content, particularly in home conditions, to use his feet coming down the crease. He's not content to do that here for the risk of the turning ball.
Ashwin really loops it up. It's a full toss by the time it reaches Hanscom, and he puts it away. So that's a good sign for the Australian, that he's just waited for that, hasn't lost his shape, and he's driven it through a wide long on for 4. Australia 5 for 113, Hanscom up to 15. And that shows composure when a player's ready to hit the bad ball despite having faced a spell of good bowling. Ashwin was furious with himself. He let out a McBain-style cry of anguish. Mendoza! Around the wicket. Here goes Ashwin, and pushing the ball into the covers and taking off for a run is Hanscom. 5 for 114. So he's managed this just about perfectly. 1 ball to come in the over.
Watching Hanscom playing against Jadeja, he's really content to play well out in front of his pad. Almost planting his foot and feeling outside in front of his pad, and allowing his hands to play the ball a long way in front, and trying to counter the spin as best as possible by meeting the ball down the pitch. Ashwin is playing a fraction later. Shows that sort of game of chess that you play as a batsman as to how you're going to adjust your game to the off spinner and the ball turns away from you.
Ashwin, 1 ball at the left-hander. Slip in place, short leg, reverse sweep from Carey for 4. Well, how do you like that as a way to start your innings? Australia in strife, 5 for 114, and Alex Carey, first rock, says, I'll just flip the hands around and loop that away inside the short third-man position and get off the mark with a boundary. He's going at a strike rate of 400, Australia 5 for 118.
That's probably something I wasn't expecting. First ball. First ball you're facing against the quality of Ashwin in India. And executed beautifully.
Hearing a lot of chatter from KS Bharat behind the stumps. He's getting more confident now. You want to know who the last player was to start his Test career with a stumping as his first dismissal?
You've told me the answer already.
Well, I have, but let's just play along.
I could play along. It's not a great actor.
Dinesh Karthik. I'm sort of wasting this on you because he'd already gone off air by the time I came on. But when you've got a hot, fresh stat, you've got to use it in case somebody else gets in first, you see. Jadeja starts a new over. Defended on the line of leg stump. Yep, Dinesh Karthik stumped Michael Clark in 2004. That famous series, the last match. That series that Australia won 2-1. Hanscom forward and defending. The next ball from Jadeja.
Pete Hanscom really reaching down the pitch, trying to get to the pitch of the ball as best he can to give it as little time as possible to turn.
Jadeja, a little bit more loop on that one. He is mixing up the trajectory ever so slightly. Defended away again by Hanscom. Just giving Carey some time to hang out at the non-striker's end. Darts it through, and he's almost through. Now he's going up in an appeal for LBW. He thought that was bowled to begin with. Then he thought it was nearly bowled and got frustrated. Now he's going up to see whether it's a caught behind or an LB. Let's have a bet each way. Ravindra Jadeja doing his best.
Jadeja, I think, just went up as though he thought it was going to be an edge and then wasn't, and devastated. And then suddenly, because everyone else was up, he started getting excited again himself.
Turned past the edge.
Missed by about a stump and turned past the edge. So, yeah, nothing doing.
Oh, Rohit Sharma was off too. The races. Jadeja gets a forward defensive shot again from Hanscom back down the pitch. You want to know the funny thing though, that's not actually K.S. Barrett's first stumping, because he was a sub-fielder in New Zealand last year and he stumps Tom Latham, but he doesn't get credited with that on his test record because he was a substitute. 2 catches and a stumping in that match as a sub-keeper.
So a pre-debutant.
Yep.
A debut before the debut.
So his first dismissal was not actually a stumping because it was a catch. Driven back down the pitch, and Jadeja driving across, gets a hand down, fields well. But they don't go on his record. So his first official dismissal is the stumping today. But he'd already gone catch, stumping, catch in New Zealand last year. How do you like that? Seems a bit unfair if you're good enough to... If you can be accredited with having played a test match if it gets rained off after the toss. Down the leg side, Jadeja, and missing it. Bharat manages to get his body in the way, stops any buys. So that ball speared through, 44 overs gone, 119 for 5. As long as they've had the toss, if there are then 5 days of rain, you get a test match put next to your name on the record. If you haven't had the toss yet, then the game's abandoned and you don't get credited with the match. But if the toss has taken place, you've played a test match, even if you've done 0 minutes on the field. But if you go out there and take 2 catches and a stumping as a sub-fielder, you haven't taken 2 catches and a stumping.
Cricket has so many nuances that leave you shaking your hand.
Part of what we enjoy about it, the idiosyncrasies, the contradictions.
Interesting seeing Pete Hanscom at the end of that over, just standing there looking at his guard, looking down almost standing in the middle of the pitch, wondering where his feet are, what the ball's doing, just trying to check and make sure that he's doing everything that he would like to do in terms of positioning and what balls he's playing and what balls he's going to leave.
119 runs on the board for Australia. 5 wickets down. Carey to face his second ball. He's on 4. And he doesn't play the reverse sweep because Ashwin doesn't deliver the ball. I wonder if he was looking at Peter Hanscom at the non-striker's end. Seemed to have his bat in his round. Didn't seem to be a non-striker run-out possibility, but Ashwin just seeing what Carey would do. Bowls now, and Carey defends on the front foot. Such a cagey operator, Ashwin. Just wanted to see if Hanscom would, if Carey rather, would face up for the reverse again.
He does do that a fair bit, balking at the point of delivery.
Darts it, ball through. Carey, who gets on the front foot again, defends the keeper round from behind the stumps. No run.
As much as the spinners are having a good time with it out there, it's the sort of stage of the game that you...
Ashwin to Carey, who defends.
When the ball's in this condition and you saw it starting to reverse like it did straight away after the break, as a fast bowler you still want to get that ball in your hand because this is when it's fun to bowl. Bowling reverse swing is wonderfully entertaining as the bowler.
Absolutely. Carey, reverse, conventional sweep rather, of the lap variety as he plays it off his stumps, only for a single. Down to long legged, 5 for 120.
And when you look at this ball, such a massive disparity between the colours on each side. One's bright and almost pink looking. The other side, that rich ruby red. Shows that they've been working on this ball and trying to get this reversing.
Absolutely.
Now as the fast bowler, you just hope that the spinners can keep the ball maintenance up and keep those differences between each side going.
Ashwin comes over the wicket to the right-handed Hanscom, who defends. So that could be an option to bring back the pace bowler. And if you're polishing the ball, nobody better than a fellow named Shami. Over the wicket, defended by Hanscom.
Got the credit it deserved, I thought.
I think it was a fair... You can read a lot into people's silences, and I read a lot into that one. 45 overs gone. Australia having elected to bat after winning the toss this morning, 5 for 120. You're on ABC Grandstand, wherever we're reaching you around the world. Glad to be in your ears, in your home, in your car, wherever it is that you're listening into a test match. Geoff Lemon and Dirk Nannes with you. We're in Nagpur, the city of oranges, which they are in no doubt. They want you to be in no doubt when you land at the airport in Nagpur. Orange murals everywhere. There was a big orange sun coming up when we got in at about 6:30 a.m. yesterday morning.
I reckon there was almost a big orange in the airport, wasn't there?
Yes, at the one of the doorways. There's a I wouldn't say not roadside attraction big orange, but a large stand, maybe 3 or 4 metres high. You might see comedically rolling down the road in some sort of film car chase situation. Jadeja setting the field. He's bowling from the northern end of the ground. He's got the left-hander in his sights, so a slip, a short leg and a leg slip. He's got a very short mid-wicket, 10 yards away, Rohit Sharma, who's now finessing the leg side field himself. Deep backward square. Got a mid-wicket and a wide mid-on set quite deep, a mid-off and a backward point. And beating the backward point is Carey with the reverse sweep for 4 more. Well, how do you like this? Cat, mouse, maybe throw a dog in there as well. Most of the field on the leg side. 3 on the offside, one of whom is the slip. And Carey says, well, I'll take that on. And I'll pick up another boundary for myself. Thanks very much.
Really well executed. What I like in the way Carey plays this is his head doesn't move before the ball's bowled. So as a bowler, that's what you're looking for. You're looking for something to tell.
Another reverse from Carey, and this time he will find the boundary rider out at deep backward point and only get a single. 5 for 125.
So you're looking for something that indicates that the player's moving to play a reverse sweep, but Carey does not give it away. It makes it so difficult to bowl to him, or to someone like that, where you've just got no idea when he's going to do it. It makes you second guess yourself as a bowler.
I really enjoy the positivity of it as well. He has not looked phased. He's 10 off 7 balls as Hanscom comes forward and defends a fully pitched delivery. So he's come out in dire trouble, and he's played a couple of very positive shots, got off to a breezy start, and that might make your batting partner feel like maybe things are going to be okay. You know, maybe you can relax into this innings rather than seeing somebody just clinging on and defending at the other end. Jadeja to Hanscom, who goes back, opens the face and guides it for 4. A little bit streaky, a little bit edgy, but he was trying to play that behind point. Maybe just got it finer than he'd intended. Past slip. 5 for 129.
One of the first times Hanscom's rocked onto his back foot. Streaky indeed, but gets away with it.
He does love playing on the back foot. So strong at times, going back on the stumps. Jadeja to Hanscom, who comes forward. That's a correction of length from Jadeja. Just enough to draw the batter forward. No run. Back to the bowler. ball to come in the over. Hanscom in a forward defensive shot, so he's happy to occupy the crease at the moment after getting off to a reasonably brisk start himself. He's 20 off 33, 5 for 129, and that will be the drinks break with India on top of this partnership, having been a little bit of fun so far. Well, while drinks are on the field, let's go to news headlines on ABC.
Tom Melville with the latest ABC News. Rescuers from 24 countries are helping to pull people out from the rubble in Turkey and Syria, where more than 15,000 people have died. As the death toll continues to rise, the Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan has admitted initial delays in sending out help to affected areas. He insists those issues are now under control. Liberal frontbencher Alan Tudge has confirmed his resignation from federal parliament after more than a decade as the member for Aston in Victoria. In recent years, he was accused of being emotionally and, at one time, physically abusive to former staffer Rochelle Miller, while the pair had a consensual affair, allegations he denies. And a number of cars have been submerged in water after storms swept through the Illawarra and southern Sydney today. The storms were part of the same system that dumped hundreds of millimetres of rain on parts of the south coast overnight. For more news at any time, you can download the ABC Listen app.
This week on Landline, devastation in WA's Kimberley region, rebuilding in central New South Wales, and the upside of flooding, revived wetlands for birds.
Feels very special, I think, when you come into these places and, you know, we have sort of between 30 and 50,000 breeding pairs in here. You're maybe the only person that these birds have seen so far.
That's Landline, Sunday 12:30 on ABC TV and streaming on ABC iView.
Grandstand cricket.
Jadeja well flighted, a play to miss. Nannes is beaten and K.S. Barat gets the stumping. Nannes Labuschagne is out one short of a half-century in his debut innings in India. Beautifully flighted delivery from Jadeja. He got Nannes coming forward and K.S. Barat on debut is in the game. Australia 3 for 84. Labuschagne goes for 49. So Matt Renshaw, the lefty, hit on the pad. Big shout, he's out. Renshaw's out, ball one. And the Indians inside the VCA Stadium are roaring their approval. Renshaw walks down the track to chat with Steve Smith. And they're going to have to review this. Pitch is right in the middle of the track. It's hitting him in line. It is umpire's call, just clipping the leg stump. And that's enough for Jadeja and India. And Matt Renshaw, as quick as he got there, he's turning around and headed back. He's out for a golden duck. And Ravindra Jadeja is on a hat-trick.
With the 7th ball of the over. And it's gone straight through Stephen Smith. Jadeja pumps his fists. That is the key wicket. Smith gone for 37. Australia 5 down for 109. And now the writing is on the wall at Nagpur.
Australia v India on ABC Radio, Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
It's been tough going on a low, slow deck here in Nagpur, which she's threatening to take some serious turn, and a couple of really spat so far through the first day and a half. We are exactly at the halfway mark of the opening day of the first test of the Border Gavaskar series, and the Australians are currently 5 for 129. Corbin Middlemass alongside Dirk Nannes. Looks like we are at the stadium, as you can probably hear in the background, but we may have just lost our stump mic momentarily, but I can tell you Ravi Ashwin is on his way and he bowls to Carey, who drives to cover, and there's no run as Rohit does the fielding. There's a bit of life. A lot to do for the Aussies. 5 for 129. Reverse sweeping Carey out to regulation backward point, and Suryakumar Yadav fields. Afternoon, Dirk.
Afternoon, Corby. It's fascinating to watch the way Carey is out here playing reverse sweep and watching the Indians really try and work out a plan to counter it.
Here comes Ashwin on his way in again as he bowls to Carey and he defends out to point. You know what's happened here? We're missing terribly our fantastic technicians back home, and they usually always do the right do more than the right thing by us. They usually try and make us look a lot better than we are, Dirk, with their technical brilliance. We've got the two equipment here alongside each other, the two boxes that we're using, as carries forward and defends to cover. And we need to have this button on at all times, which makes that box talk to this box, box A to box B. So when I hit this button, you'll all of a sudden hear an awful amount of effects. As Carey is reverse sweeping as it balloons over backward point down to regulation deep backward square and picks up a single, 5 for 130.
Very well played.
And we're back to life. So that is taking you with us on the journey here in Nagpur. It might be a little bit ropey at times, but the listeners out there, I'm sure, will understand.
Well, we spent the last 2 days before the game coming to the ground trying to work out all this equipment, because unlike at home, you don't have the sound techs that set it up for you. It's a sort of, for want of a better term, it's almost a backyard job when you're getting Corbin and Dirk to try and do all your tech setup.
Ashton over the wicket to the right-hander, and Hanscom gets an inside edge. It runs away to regulation square leg, and there's no run. Hanscom 20, Carey 11.
But as an indication, we had to source our own chairs.
Yes.
So that's kind of, we had no power, we had no chairs, we had no internet, we had nothing. So it's just a slow process here in India to try and get the wheels in motion to get all that stuff up and going to bring the cricket to life.
It's you were probably, I reckon, if there was a market beforehand as to what we'd be getting from you, I think you absolutely over-delivered. As sort of the touring expert, former Australian fast bowler, Delhi Daredevil, played for the Royal Challengers Bangalore. But it wasn't as if you were the former cricketer sitting there with your feet up yesterday. I saw you putting your head through the roof with some rat droppings, and they all sort of fell through on the desk, and you positioned the mic on the roof. You organised the internet line with your computer science background. So you certainly did more than your bit to get us to air.
Yeah, but it was Geoff saying that the rat droppings, you've got to be careful because they can make you super sick. That I started having a little bit of an issue, but
yeah,
these are the trials and tribulations of travelling through India.
Carey looking to sweep again, between leg slip, and the keeper runs away down the leg side into the shadows and into the rope for 4, and no bat involved. Says umpire Nitin Menon, who's the Indian umpire at this northern end, and so 4 more for the Australians, but really off the backside of Carey rather than the bat.
And that ball really leapt up and over the bat of Carey. Every now and then the ball's sort of exploding a little bit. I can't imagine what this is going to be like days 3 and 4.
So the big question then, Dirk, what's a good first inning score?
Scrounge to 250 if you can.
Oh.
That'd be a triumph from here.
Jadeja over the wicket and a reverse sweep from Carey. And that guy would be, what, a regulation deep third out in the deep does the fielding. Mohammad Shami in a single for Carey, 5 for 135. The Australians just after the halfway stage of the day, midway through the second session.
I think you need to look at what the skill set the Australian bowlers is. I think Pat Cummins is perfectly suited to this type of... so too Boland. They are bowlers that just deliver time and time again on a spot at the stumps, which is what you need to do on this type of surface. And so too the spinners.
2 slips in, Jadeja to the right-hander and Hanscom defending back to the bowler.
So I think it's one thing to say Indian players are suited for these spinning conditions. But I also think that Australia have come with a side that's well prepared for this type of bowling especially.
Jadeja continuing around and Hanscom just bunts it. That's his big foot down the track and blocks the ball back to the bowler. There's 2 slips in, so Suryakumar Yadav's come out from short leg. He's at second slip and he's fielding on his knees, which we see a little bit in this part of the world. He's got Rahul and alongside him and the keeper Bharat as Jadeja on his way in and forward defending Hanscom out to cover.
Clearly I'd love to know about that. Because the first time you do that, the coach is knocking you on the head, aren't they? When you're fielding on your knees.
Mm-hmm.
It's something you can just sort of start doing in a game and get away with it.
Jadeja to Hanscom, who defends back to the bowler again. So end of the Jadeja over. Australia 5 for 135. Hanscom's on 20. Carey's on 12. Just quickly, Dirk, since lunch, Labuschagne out for 49. Smith for 37. And Matt Renshaw got a glow, the first baller.
Could you imagine doing that in school cricket?
Well,
fielding at second slip on your knees. You're not going to get away with that.
It reminds me a bit of, remember at school you would play sort of on the carpet with the tennis ball and the mini bat?
It's exactly what it is.
Yep.
Change room cricket.
And everyone would be around the bat sort of diving forward and trying to take a catch.
Exactly right. And so at some stage it's hard to see how you mimic that or test whether you're going to be better on your knees or whether you're going to be better standing up. Because they would have gone through that process at some stage, worked out whether you're better on your knees or whether you're better.
What's the advantages, do you think? As Ashwin comes around the wicket here to Carey and plays back down the pitch.
Maybe their hands are so low to the ground automatically, so you're going to get the low catches better. Maybe be able to come forward a little, get those low forward catches when the ball's just dollying off, maybe a fraction better. But I can't see too many advantages.
Ashwin continues around. Carey pops one up on the leg side, but there's a huge vacancy there at square leg, and he'll trot through for one. And the keeper moves to 13. Hanscom's 20. And the Aussies 5 for 136. There's a bit of a change here for the left-right-hand combination, and Virat was bounced out from first slip to go and have a chat with Rohit Sharma, who's the current captain of this team. We were chatting before, Dirk, when we were on air, about the lads walking around with the crates that have popcorn in them. So they have popcorn written on the holder, on the paper cup. And so we expected that was popcorn, and from a long way away it certainly looks like it with the yellow tinge to it. As Ashwin bowls to Hanscom, and he defends back down the pitch.
And the fact that the container says popcorn, crisp and crunchy.
That's usually that's usually a bit of a giveaway. It turns out it's actually not popcorn. I've been speaking to Prakash while I've been off air, expanding my knowledge of local cuisine as we have done in the last couple of days. Hanscom just playing out to Pujara there at mid-wicket, no run. It's actually called bale. So B-H-E-L, bale. And what it is a type of puffed rice, which is a dry snack. It has chopped onions, tomato, coriander, and a type of chutney in it. As Hanscom whips it off his pads to backward square, and Axar Patel does the fielding. And so Prakash thought, oh, to hell with it, let's go and have a taste. I'll show you what it's all about. So I wandered downstairs and he bought us a little bucket of the bale.
Have you had a crack?
I have.
And?
As Ashford on his way in, bowls to Hanscom, defends out on the leg side. I think it had been sitting there for a while, so Prakash said to me it's usually meant to be sort of really crispy. It was a little bit soft.
Okay.
But I encourage you to have a bit.
No, soft and
you've encouraged me. You've encouraged me since we've landed in India to try these things. I've been very open with the cuisine and everything you've suggested, and now you're telling me you're not even going to try
So your review is that it's poor, and you're saying have some of this. That's what I'm hearing.
I didn't say it was poor. I said I believe it could be better if we hadn't waited so late in the day. But I still recommend you try it.
Oh, look, I'll have it when it's nice and fresh.
Tomorrow morning.
Yeah, right, there you go.
You'll be able to pocket another 40 rupees or whatever.
But you've been a very nervous eater while we've been here. You've had everything.
So
I
thought
you've asked a lot of questions.
But out of everyone in our commentary team, probably Geoff Lemon takes the cake as someone who's probably the most alert. He didn't even eat the lunch today.
And I think that a lot of people get to the end of their Indian experience, if they're like that, for the worse, for the poorer.
Yep. 5 for 136, Carey 13, Hanscom 20. The other thing is people warn you all the time, oh, don't eat this, don't eat that, don't touch this, don't touch that. As Carey's on strike, awaits Siraj, it's short, and he takes it off his thigh pad to square leg. There's no run. But, I mean, a lot of the restaurants we're eating in and the places we're going, the food's tremendous, and I haven't had bit of ice in my drink last night, which they usually say, oh, no, don't have ice, but beautiful restaurant. No problems at all.
No worries at all. Yeah, it's a wonderful place to travel.
Absolutely.
And yeah, my kids still want to come back here. They haven't been here probably for 6 or 7 years, maybe more. They still want to come back here and travel because they just have such fond memories of travelling through India.
Carey just whacking away in the red dirt, and that's a glorious square drive. There's a gap at cover point, and he picked it out with perfection. Carey with the boundary. The Australians move to 5 for 140. Carey to 17.
This is a time when you come on to bowl knowing that the ball should reverse, but you've got to be so accurate when you do it. And this ball was super wide and got the treatment it deserved. It can be such a great time to bowl because you feel you're straight away on top of the batsman, because you can so easily move the ball both in and away from both left and right hander.
Around the wicket now to Carey. Siraj delivers. Carey punches to cover to Pujara. 5 for 140.
And I think one of the big challenges now when you're at this stage with this ball, the disparity in colour, or the difference in colour from both sides of the ball is so apparent that you've really got to hide the ball from the batsman as you're coming in. Sometimes when you've got that kookaburra ball, when you're reversing it, there's not that great a difference in colour from each side. But at the moment, this one is bright pink and ruby red on the other. So you've got to do a great job of hiding the ball from the batsman.
Split cordon. Carey's driving. Spectacular. Hopping on the front stool and all the way along the ground, straight to the boundary for 4. Carey with his second boundary in the over. And the Aussies 5 for 144, Carey to 21.
Starting this innings off as a perfect counter-punching innings. He's been the aggressor. He's playing reverse sweeps at will, and then there's stunning off drive.
Just threaded through the gap at cover. Great shot for Alex Carey. He's on 21. Siraj on his way in. Carey's edging, it doesn't carry. He nicks off and it landed just short of KS Bharat. And Bharat takes it on the half volley behind the stumps. 5 for 144. Carey's still there on 21 off as many.
Almost as though that was a slower ball, the way that just did not bounce at all. We've seen early on today the ball threatening to bounce twice, but we haven't actually seen that happen. This is the first time the ball has genuinely bounced twice before the keeper. It just happened to be the one that Alex Carey has nicked.
Siraj around the wicket. Carey straight out the middle of the bat. Plays to Rohit Sharma at cover. So the 2 boundaries off the over. 5 for 144. The Aussies, after winning the toss and batting first. Carey's 21. Hanscom's 20. Quick story of the day. The Australians won the toss, chose to bat first. They've come in with Todd Murphy, who's on debut. Renshaw and Hanscom in the middle order. Renshaw was out for a golden duck earlier, but their presence means that Travis Head isn't playing. Left out of the Australian team. Meanwhile, for India, Suryakumar Yadav and KS Bharat are both making their debut here. There's no Shubman Gill, despite his great form against the white ball, and the 3 finger spinners are in Jadeja, Patel and Ashwin, as we've seen a fair bit of already today. We're 50 overs in, so well ahead of time, which as Australian cricket commentators we're not used to saying. Certainly get through the overs quick in this part of the world. 5 for 144. And a bit more from R. Ashwin here to Hanscom. As he drives through cover. There's a space there. He'll get back for at least 2 as Axar Patel trots back from regulation mid-off.
Amazing how quickly the pressure seems to go off when you've got a little bit of counter-punching from your number 7. And then a change in Jadeja coming out of the attack and the fast bowler back on. Suddenly you can breathe a little bit. And feel that Australia going along nicely for this little period.
Hanscom drops it through cover and takes off for a single. As Patel moves up from mid-off again. 5 for 147. You were here the last tour that Australia was on in India. Pete Hanscom played in that. All 4 matches, averaged 28 at a top score of 72 not out in the second innings in Ranchi.
to save the Test match, I believe. Great innings.
Rick Finlay, of course, who's providing us with some key numbers from down in Tassie. Only the 6th time in Australian history that number 1, 2 and 5 have scored 2 runs or fewer between them in an innings. 1888 in Lords, 1932-33 in Sydney, 1936-37 at the Gabba, and then in somewhat more recent times, 50 years ago, 74-75 at the G, and then in Belrive in 16-17. That's a Rick special, isn't it?
Classic Rick areas, though.
There's been a delay here as Ashwin just wanted to chat with Rohit Sharma on the field and see how he goes to Carey, the lefty. Drops it through mid-wicket and darts off for a single. 5 for 148. Clint off the SMS. I'm stuck on a swivel chair in Adelaide, so loving your call and can hear some reminiscing. Went to India Test in 2001. Such an experience. There was a crowd controller water cannon parked out the front. I had pepper on a fruit salad and Adam Gilchrist bought me a beer. That's a great story. Hanscom's just pulled out here, as you can hear him apologising. Just some movement. There's someone walking in front of the big blocked out white side screen. In fact, they're walking straight behind it, which happens in every cricket ground everywhere in the world, doesn't it, Dirk? There's always someone where they shouldn't be when the bowler's coming in.
I think we're looking at someone who probably won't have a job tomorrow, such as a...
Ashwin over the wicket, close to the stumps at the non-striker's end, and Hanscom whips it away to mid-wicket.
This would be whisked out of that area.
Scott in Melbourne, maybe Australia should have picked more right-hand batters in the touring party. Perhaps Bancroft or Inglis. 2 to come in the over. Ashwin to Hanscom, driving back to the bowler.
Yeah. No. You pick your best team to travel, and something like this comes up. You're not expecting something like this.
Ashwin to Hanscom, who's back in the crease, playing back to the bowler. That's the end of Ashwin's over. That's the end of my stint, Dirk. Australia 5 for 148. We've passed the halfway stage. On the first day in beautiful Nagpur, Carey on 22, Hanscom on 23. Prakash Wakankar is coming in to join you next.
Yeah, mind you, we don't normally... We haven't so far seen any misbehaviour out of this surface either. So... there's nothing to be said really for trying to change the team makeup before you leave based on having an even number of left and right handers or being able to cover every single possibility in terms of the pitch. I mean, you try and stack your team for all types of conditions, but you don't normally try and stack your team on the basis that left-handers or right-handers will flourish in certain pitches and not in others. Good to be back with you, Prakash.
Likewise, I see there's this wonderful little cone, multicoloured, with some puffed rice in it.
Yeah, well...
Have you had a try yet?
No, he gave me an invite and then he said it was actually pretty poor because it's all gone soft, because it's supposed to be fresh, but it isn't.
All right, we'll have to
so I haven't given it a
We'll
go.
have to get you some fresh one then.
Yeah, I'll be happy if it's fresh.
Before the chart tonight. Slight hold up in play. No, we're not depriving you of the live action. It's just that there's been a bit of a hold up, and we obviously needed to give attention to the bail just to make sure that the record was straight. Here's a fresh over now from Akshar Patel, who's bowled 9 overs for none for 23 to Alex Carey. Bowls to Carey. Carey reverse sweeps. This time doesn't make a good connection, and the ball just sort of bobbles down to slip along the ground. Kohli does the fielding. He's been reverse sweeping better than I've seen most people sweep.
It's been exceptional. He's getting right to the pitch, and I never seen him get into a bad position playing it.
Almost a runner ball there, 22 of 24. Here's Akshar bowls, and this time he plays the conventional sweep, plays it nice and fine, and gets 4 more runs. Alex Carey has a different plan for this situation, and at the moment it's working just perfectly. 150 comes up for Australia, 152 now for 5, and Carey is moved up to 26.
And the runs are coming.
They're coming, and they're coming quick and thick and fast. And Carey hasn't really played a false shot. His 2 drives of Siraj through the covers on the offside were absolutely beautiful. He's reverse swept 2 or 3 boundaries. Now the first time he's pulled out the conventional sweep and paddling it almost down to where the left-hander's conventional fine leg region would have been, and helped himself to another boundary. So he's looking in really good shape, and that is exactly what the doctor ordered for Australia after they lost Labuschagne and Smith. Here's Akshar bowls and reverse sweeps this time. Again, has to reach for it. But what he does so well, Dirk, is because he's coming from top to down, he's hitting the ball into the ground. So the chances of a top edge or a miscued skyer are significantly diminished. Akshar bowls, this time flatter, and this time he's adjusted very well. It's almost a short arm sort of glide down to where third man could have been, and running around from a wider position it's fielded. But Akshar really fired that ball in. Just watch that replay. And it got a bit of bounce, and he adjusted very well, I thought, in the end. Did Carey?
Almost played it off his nose. We got down such a low position because you felt that he was going to play that sweep, and got surprised by what was probably almost as good a bouncer as Akshar could bowl.
Yeah. 153 for 5. Carey is a runner ball 27. Hanscom is 23. And I have to say that Hanscom, to my mind at least, has looked the most comfortable out of the Aussie batsmen, notwithstanding the fact that both Labuschagne and Smith played really well. Akshar bowls and defended on the onside.
I thought Steve Smith looked exceptional. The ball that got him through the gate was just wonderful bowling by Jadeja. He's challenging both sides of the bat. But up to that point, I thought Steve Smith was excellent. Pete Hanscom is showing a slightly different way of facing the spin. He's quite happy to play Jadeja with the bat dangling way out in front of his pad.
Yeah.
Playing slightly different to Akshar. Not so worried about that ball ripping through or sliding through the gate.
No, and Akshar will rarely spin one away from you, certainly with not too much bite. He can zap it in, but you're not likely to get a lot of spin away from the right-hander. 153 for 5. 153. The score remains 15 extras in this innings so far. 82 runs Smith and Labuschagne put on for that third wicket before Labuschagne was deceived and stumped of the bowling of Jadeja. And since then, Australia lost 2 more wickets, the important one of Steve Smith, and in between a first ball duck. Slightly unfortunate umpire's call, LBW, Renshaw as well. So that's been the story after lunch. Siraj getting a change of ends. He's coming in now from the far end. Comes in and bowls, and beautifully driven on the offside. And he'll get 4 runs. I thought he'd played it to deep point, but the ball actually, I think Jadeja is indicating that he didn't see it. Where he was at backward point, just streaked away all along the ground, mind you, and 4 important runs. Carry up into the 30s now, 31.
Once again trying to hit this really hard. He didn't try and hit that backward point. He was trying to hit that, I think, through the covers. Just got that outside edge all the way along the ground, as you said, Prakash. Interesting to see them change Siraj around. Normally you change ends when you're just not quite feeling right after your first spell, and you'll go through a change. It's rare in the middle of the day that you get a bowl one over and then get shuffled around to the other end.
Yeah, Rohit's got obviously some plan in mind, and this one's glided down to is frustrating for Siraj, but 4 more important runs to carry, and he was in full control of that shot as well. Just waited on it and glided it through the slip cordon along the carpet. 4 more runs. Runs are flowing.
Carey's plundering runs at the minute. 35 now off just 29 balls. Again, outside edge. I don't think he was trying to play it as fine as it was in the end, but still the shot was on to play it through the offside because there was width on offer.
So Rohit going up to under 50 of the partnerships come up as well in record time in these conditions. 63 balls. They've put on 52, these two. And Carey scored 35 of them, so you know who's the more dominant partner. And Carey's batting really well. Here's Siraj again, this time pushed away off the back foot into the covers. Rohit Sharma field and throws it with a bit of frustration into the gloves of the keeper.
Siraj has just been a fraction off.
Yes, he's looked a little bit flat, hasn't he?
Oh, with this type of ball, you've just got to try and target the stumps time and time again. You don't blast a side out with this type of ball. You need to get them with guile and ask the reverse swinging ball to do the job, but he's not allowing it to do it. They just have to bowl straight. He's not doing that at all.
It tends to get carried away, as I said, Siraj. He'll need to sort of bowl from 10 yards if he wants to bowl a bouncer here. He tried hard this time, only got up about waist high. Border Gavaskar Trophy, which has had some really enthralling games over the last few years. And this one, even though at the moment it looks like Australia are a little bit under pressure, the fact is I suspect this is going to be a very, very close game. It's not going to be easy to bat, and Carey is showing one way in which you could choose to bat. Siraj bowls on the leg stump, turned away on the onside. He'll pick up a single carry comfortably as Rahul comes off the deep square leg fence. 162 now for 5, and Carey's up to 36. At 109 for 5, it looked very different from 162 for 5, didn't it, Dirk?
Yeah, no, you're sitting there thinking that you scored 200, 230 might be optimistic, but now, of course, that's still a long way to go, but the way they're going at the moment, it may well happen, and you're well in the game. A challenging surface, 2 good bowling attacks.
Siraj now to the right-handed Hanscom. He's up, he bowls, and Hanscom with the back foot to Rohit Sharma, who fields on the practice pitches at mid-wicket. There is no run. Score remains 162 for 5. And Siraj, who bowled 1 over from the broadcast end, or the end that we're bringing you the commentary from, and then 1 over from the pavilion end, hasn't looked himself. He's been a bit off colour. And the laughter here is because the bail has been spilt, but mercifully no one's hurt. And just on cue, the Australian batsmen have decided to have a glass of water, which is even better because it gives time for Sunil Gavaskar to settle down after his long walk from across the other end of the ground. And of course, we will talk cricket as Ravi Ashwin now comes on. Ravi Chandran Ashwin, I should say, comes on to bowl from the broadcast end, and he's got the left-handed Carey on strike. So, Sunny, your thoughts on Carey's approach, so different from what we've seen from the rest of the batsmen.
But before that, you first tell me, what is this Sunil Gavaskar going? Since when have I become Gavaskar?
Gavaskar, very true. It should be Gavaskar.
Correct. Just like you are Wakankar.
This is true.
I can't call you Wakankar.
Very true. Ashwin bowls. And he's bowled it. So once too often did Alex Carey try that reverse sweep. The ball just held its line, and he's been bowled attempting the reverse sweep. You live by the sword, you die by it, they say. 162 for 6.
Well, he played a very, very good innings, no question about it. Look, what he had to do with those 2 quick wickets had fallen, he had to throw the Indian bowlers off, and he used the reverse sweep to good effect. This time around, of course, he looked to sweep a ball which was outside his leg stump, which meant that he wasn't quite able to control it. The earlier reverse sweeps that he was playing was from outside his off stump. But what an innings he has played. He's given Australia some substance at the moment. 162 for 6. He's got 36.
And that is an important wicket for Ravi Chandran Ashwin. His 450th wicket. What a champion bowler. Sunny?
Yes. Terrific bowler. In fact, in my first stint over here, I was asking why he does not get the ball ahead of Jadeja and Akshar Patel. They might still pick wickets. But it's like the number 1 ranked batter in the team. You don't send him to bat at number 7. If he's an opening batter, you obviously bat him at 1 or 2. If he's a middle order batter, he'll bat 3 or 4. But he doesn't bat at 7. So Ashwin has been often in Indian cricket, more often actually than he deserves, with a man with 450 wickets under his belt. He deserves to be given the ball ahead of the other spinners. The other spinners might end up taking more wickets. But it's just a simple thing that, I still do understand tactics in the sense that, if there are right-handers bowling, then right-handers batting, then you might want to bring 2 left-hand spinners. But that is the thing which, makes me wonder why Ashwin is, not given the recognition that is due while playing for India.
Yeah, he didn't bowl till the 20th over in this innings. The Australian captain, Pat Cummins, is out there now to replace Carey. Australia 162 for 6. Cummins just come in. Hanscom has been holding fort at the other end with 23 runs of his 50 balls. And Ravi Ashwin, having just picked up his 450th wicket, is up to bowl over the wicket to Cummins. And Cummins comes forward, plays it out to mid-wicket. It's fielded by Rohit Sharma.
And they've got a good field set. They've got a fielder at mid-wicket, short mid-wicket for the lofted drive. There is a long on and a deep mid-wicket for the slot sweep.
Ashwin bowls again, and this time thick outside edge. The ball streaking down to the boundary towards third man in the shade of the grandstand, and it will probably be pulled back in just in time. I don't think it's worked. I think it's gone back onto the cushion. We'll wait for the umpire. Siraj overran it, having tried to sort of drag it back. Umpire will confirm. I think it's gone into the boundary cushions in any case, but we'll wait for formal confirmation. Thick outside edge as Cummins came forward.
It wasn't quite a full-hearted attempt to stop the ball, one has to say. Yes, he's bowled some spells, but Mohammad Siraj was not exactly sprinting after the ball. It is the boundary.
Yes, so Nitin Menon just confirming that that's 4 more runs to the total. 166 for 6. Ashwin in once again to Cummins. Cummins with the back foot this time is gliding it deliberately. More work for Siraj. This time he should be able to bring it back in. He does, not before the batsmen take 2. 168 for 6.
Cummins is playing for the turn and the ball is going straight, just a little bit straight through, which is the reason, just a little bit of an outside edge, which is what is getting him those runs.
Ashwin now has strengthened that spot with a man coming into gully, so the slip gully and a forward shortly for Ashwin to Cummins. He's up, he bowls, tosses this one up, and Cummins with the full face of the bat drives it to mid-off, where it's fielded by Jadeja. Rahul's gone into that gully position. 2 fielders in white floppy hats. Everyone else is wearing the county cap. Ashwin bowls, and this one's a bit of turn, a bit of bounce as well. Defensively off the back foot, Cummins, no run. 168 for 6. This looks like it might well be a low-scoring game, and that is where those important runs that Carey scored and every boundary that you concede, Sonny, could turn out to be much more important than in the ordinary course of normal day's cricket.
Definitely is, because what we have seen from the first over is that this pitch doesn't have too much of off carry. The ball's keeping on the lower side. It's not scooting along the ground, but which is what is likely to happen on the third day and the 4th day. So I don't think we are in for a big scoring game, but we could be in for a very, very tight game.
As indeed has been the case, isn't it, more often than not in recent times for the Border Gavaskar Trophy. There have been some very, very close games, some very well fought and contested series. None more so than the last trip that India made down to Australia. Jadeja from the far end now comes in and bowls, and the ball does find the outside edge, but on the bounce to Virat Kohli at firstly.
He played it really well, didn't he? Hanscom with a soft bottom man, so that the ball didn't carry.
Yes, very soft hand, and Hanscom, even on that last tour, was one of the better players of spin, along with Steve Smith, of course. Here's Jadeja again, bowls. Once again, forward in defence, watchful. Makes sure he gets his bat right in front of his pad, doesn't he, Hanscom? Not leaving anything to chance. Slip and a forward short leg, backward point, cover. Short extra, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a man on 45 for what could be a miscued sweep. Here's Jadeja. 2 steps to the crease, balls, and reaching into the forward defensive push. No run. Very watchful. The ball that got Steve Smith, Sunny, was really great thinking by Jadeja, wasn't it? I mean, Smith had just started to maybe open out a little bit, and to beat a man of his class through bat and pad was quite remarkable.
A terrific delivery.
Balls again, and this time there is something that's happened. We're unsighted, but I think there is more excitement from Surya Kumar Yadav at forward shortling than anyone else. Come down, but that's probably attempted or may have just come off the keeper's gloves. No excitement on the pitch, none from the Indian fielders either. Everyone's looking up at the big screen, which of course we are sort of unsighted by because of the shade that's been put up with this white awning, deservedly for the cameraman, the camera gantry. Just watching the replay now, spinning away.
Well, that's quite a bit of turn.
Sharp. Just like India. Did think that they might have got some pat on it, but doesn't look like it at least. Third umpire's having a look. Now the keeper's gloves. It's gone into the gloves. I think he looks all right, doesn't he, Sunny?
Yeah, he's fine. He's got his foot well inside the crease. No worries at all.
He did the smart thing, took his hand off the handle of the bat and made sure he had good balance so that his back foot would not inadvertently go up into the air, which could have been trouble. But a good delivery, no damage done. It's 168 for 6. There's Jadeja bowls, and forward in defence is Hanscom. Interesting to see Surya Kumar Yadav there at what could be best described as a very, very short gully on his knees. And he's gone past Virat Kohli. Genuine edge, raced past the left hand of the former India skipper. Would have been an absolute stunner if he'd got anywhere near it. I don't think, as it turned out, he even got a hand to it. 168 will become 172 for 6, but Jadeja has been clearly the most penetrative bowler on view. His 3 for 44 says it all, but he's also been the one asking the most awkward questions. 172 for 6.
I do believe that Rohit Sharma, he himself is a tremendous slip fielder. If Shubman Gill had been playing, Shubman Gill would have been the ideal man because he's taken some splendid catches. Younger man, younger reflexes in the slips, particularly when you're standing, say, 3-4 feet away from the bat for a spinner. You need those. I'm not suggesting even for a nanosecond that Kohli doesn't have those reflexes. But what I'm saying is, the younger person generally helps.
The wicket with a slip and a gully and a forward short leg. Here's Ashwin to Cummins, bowls, and Cummins comes forward. Ball squirts away on the offside. There's no run. Jadeja pounces on it. So you can see the plan. You've got 2 men deep catching for if the Australian captain decides to take the lofted approach. 3 men catching round the bat along with the keeper. Rohit at a catching shot mid-wicket. Ashwin goes in bowls and Cummins defends from his crease. This one was going through with the arm. Just watching that now. Came off the keeper's glove as well. As Ashwin comes in again to bowl 2. Cummins tosses it up on the off stump and Ashwin plays it played back to Ashwin by Cummins. No run. Good crowd in for a working day, Sunil. You
Yes.
must be pleased with that.
That's what you expect in Nagpur. Nagpur is a cricket-loving city.
Ashwin comes again slightly slower through the air. Yes, there's always that question mark, isn't it, about test match cricket, and it's great to see when people come out, find the time. Here's the replay in it. And yes, did it take the keeper's glove as well on its way?
He may have, but I thought that Kohli was standing also just half a step wider, which made it even more difficult.
You spent a lot of time at second slip, didn't you?
No, later on, yes, second slip at the start, but it was first slip
later on.
After Gundappa Vishwanath retired from the game.
Right.
And then I was the one who took his place at first slip. Vishy took some splendid catches.
He did too, didn't he? And we, of course, those days only watched it defensively pushed away on the offside again. Watched it in pictures. He and your great mate, the late Eknath Solkar. Man, what a fielder he was.
At forward short leg, yes.
Unbelievable catching.
I think today the Indian team would have loved to have had Eknath Solkar down there, because he was capable of converting half chances into chances, and he actually made the batters think twice whether to go forward or not, because of the fact that he was lurking around at bat pad. Just to expand on that, a lot of the Indian spinners then got a lot of batters out LBW. Because of that, because they were, instead of going forward, they were playing back, and then the batter would miss the ball and they would plumb LBW.
Jadeja goes in and bowls and fires it in. Hanscom is able to defend. That's an interesting way to field there, Sunny. What Suryakumar Yadav is doing is he's on his knees, the ball to really carry, so he's staying as low as he can. Have you seen that before or often?
Well, I have seen it in India, but we've seen with Jadeja the ball bouncing, so the ball might come a little bit at a higher height as well.
It's again defensively out on the onside. Been impressed with KS Bharat's wicket keeping so far, have you?
Very. It looked as if he was just a little bit nervous at the start, so he was hit on the shoulder, etc. But he's got better and better.
Jadeja in again, and this time beats the forward defensive stroke. And that stumping would have given him a lot of confidence. It was lovely, wasn't it? Nice flow.
Brilliant. Even this particular delivery, the way he kept his the hands so still, waited for the ball to turn and then moved him ever so slightly to gather the ball.
Yep, absolutely. As we just watched that replay again. Some movement on top of the side screen, which is getting in the way of the batter. He's now settled his Hanscom and he waits for Jadeja. Jadeja's up again. Goes and forward defensively out on the offside by Hanscom for Rohit Sharma to field. Practice pitches on either side. Pitch looking from this distance as if it's obviously going to start deteriorating. Quicker, faster, quicker, flatter through the air. Hanscom equal to the task, defends it on the offside. 172 for 6. These stump microphones can be quite interesting, isn't it, Sunny? What you can pick up. A lot of the conversation, of course, if you're listening and hearing it on your radio sets, is in Hindi. Defensively of the back foot out towards short mid-wicket, end of the over. Time for a change in commentary. More from Sunil Gavaskar, and to take over commentary, Geoff Lemon.
The post-lunch session certainly has gone India's way. If you could give the first session to Australia for the way they recovered, Smith and Labuschagne recovered after the loss of Warner and Usman Khawaja. The way the Indians have come back after lunch to pick up the 4 wickets certainly makes it their session. It would have been even a better session if that Carey and Hanscom 50-run partnership hadn't taken place. Full marks to Carey for the way he batted, because without that I think Australia would have struggled to get to 172 for 6, which is the score at the moment.
Well, they've still got more work to do. Ravichandran Ashwin bowling over the wicket to Cummins, who's driving and beaten on the inside edge into the gloves of KS Bharat. Hands on heads for Ashwin. Well, he's only got one head, but 2 hands on it. Australia don't have a head at all. That ball turning back, missing the off stump by about an inch. More flight. This time Cummins gets bat to ball as he stretches forward, reaches the pitch of it, defends it away. You're on ABC Grandstand. Geoff Lemon with you, and former Indian captain Sunil Gavaskar alongside me. In Nagpur, a moderate sort of day, not too hot out there.
No, No, it's I think towards the end of the winter here, so the sun will be a little bit mild for sure.
Ashwin bowls flattered to Cummins and he's caught it slip off the edge, kicks for traces, puts his boot through the dirt in frustration as Virat Kohli claims the catch at slip. He's had a few elude him today, Kohli, none of them straightforward chances. The one that went on the inside between him and the keeper too quickly to grasp, the one that went to the outside of him and finger-tipped away, but he's pouched one now, and Ashwin gets wicket 451.
Well, this is
straightforward edge.
Wonderful bowling. The first ball that he bowled was tossed up in the air, inviting Cummins to drive the ball. It spun between bat and pad, and this one was bowled flatter, went straight with the arm and took the edge. This is excellent bowling.
Well, he's a master of his craft, is Ashwin, and there will be an interesting battle in this series between him and Nathan Lyon, with Australia now at 7 down for 172. Lyon on 460 test wickets. Ashwin's now up to 451. They've swapped the lead a couple of times already in their careers, but over the course of this series, they could be going back and forth, depending how they go.
Yes, and much will depend on how many wickets both pick for the fortunes of their side. Because yes, India has got Ravindra Jadeja, they've got Akshar Patel, but if Nathan Lyon can pick wickets for Australia, he'll be doing a huge plus.
Well, they're 8th and 9th at the moment. They've got a fair way to go for either of them to try to catch to Courtney Walsh with his 519. He's the next in the sights. But in the sights of India now is Todd Murphy. Now this is fascinating. The Victorian off-spinner who will get to bat before he can bowl. 7 for 172. Left-handed bat, although he bowls with the right arm. He's one of the many left-handers in that Australian coterie. They've got 2 slips in for him for the spinner. Ashwin with 2 for 40 at the moment. He's got a short leg in as well and a short cover, looking for a drive that pops up. Ringfield otherwise. Ashwin goes past the edge with one that turns away from the left-hander. Well, just showing him what he can do, Ashwin. First off, give them the one that spins away.
He is making his test debut, Todd Murphy, and he knows how difficult it is now.
Ashwin to Murphy, who defends and does a reasonably good job of it. Thick outside edge past the wider of the 2 slips. Doesn't get a run for it, but at least he's got bat on ball. That helps for a start. Ashwin round the wicket to the left-hander, who's crabbing across his crease, going right back on the stumps in the end, crouching down low and smothering the ball out towards point. So Todd Murphy survives the over. 58 of them gone, 7 for 172. Can't imagine much more nerve-wracking than on your test debut coming out like this. You're not there for your batting, but suddenly he's got a job to do.
Absolutely, and with fielders around the bat, and there would be a bit of chat, so it's not going to be easy for Todd Murphy. But it's about time now that Peter Handscomb starts to do something different, because he's out 27 of 62. There's Nathan Lyon and Scott Poland to come. I don't know how good batters they are, but if Australia need to get to 250, and 250 is going to be a good score on this pitch, then Peter Handscomb needs to do something different. Maybe use his feet, look to hit the boundaries. India recognizing that have pushed the fielders back.
Jadeja to Handscomb, who comes forward and defends. I think if they got to 200 from here, they'd be pretty happy. Nathan Lyon can bat against quicker bowling. He likes to play the hook shot and back away, but he's not so good against spin, despite knowing how to bowl it. Jadeja to Handscomb, defending. But as you say, Handscomb has to look to find some avenues to score. When Carey was out there, Handscomb was relatively busy. They were ticking along together.
Yes. Right now, Rohit Sharma has pushed the fielders back. He recognizes that Handscomb might try and go the attacking way.
Handscomb doesn't do that. He's happy to take the single off a thick outside edge towards point. Walks through in the end by the time the ball is fielded. So happy to take the one. He goes up to 28. Australia 7 for 173. Now the test for Murphy begins again. 3 balls in the over. Takes his guard, walks away. Slip, leg slip, and a short leg. The 3 close catches. There's also a short mid-wicket. And that ball is played to that position where Rohit Sharma fields. Murphy defending comfortably enough the first delivery from Jadeja. See him in the close-up, gasping for breath, licking his lips. Struck on the pad. They're all going up for a catch off the inside edge onto the pad to slip, and it's given. And Todd Murphy hasn't been able to make an impact, but he's asking, have they given it LBW? He's asking whether he should review. So if there was a little inside tickle on that, then he wouldn't have bothered going for the review. So he must have missed the ball, but it's been given out, so it will need to be conclusively missing the stumps in order to be overturned.
Well, if you're batting at number 9 and you've got reviews left, you might as well take the review, and that's exactly what Todd Murphy's done. Very sensible.
Seeing the replay now, and that looks very adjacent. Missed the inside edge, hit him right in front.
I think it'll be an umpire's call. If it is not crashing into his leg stump, it'll be just kissing the leg stump. So it could still be out.
Straightening down the line, and the question is whether it's straightened enough. He does have a good stride in. That's the one thing that might help him out there. Hit him on the inside of the front leg, though. We're seeing the ball tracking now. That big stride forward, and it is smashing leg stump. 3 reds. Todd Murphy's out. Another one down for Australia. 8 down for 173. Well, that's round about what they had to chase in Bangalore back in 2017 in the 4th innings, Australia, and they weren't able to get there on that day.
Jadeja making a very, very good comeback to the Indian team. He bowls flat, he bowls fast, he can vary his pace sometimes, but he's very accurate. And Todd Murphy sadly not helping Australia add any runs to the total. 173 for 8.
1 ball to come in the over from Jadeja. He's got 4 for 45 at the moment. He's taken a 10 for in Test cricket 10 times before today. So there's the possibility to add an 11th with 2 wickets left. Nathan Lyon walking to the crease. Scott Boland in reserve. They've used Scott Boland as a night watchman before, but he's a pretty limited player with the bat.
We know that Nathan Lyon will use the sweep shot. He likes to play the sweep shot against the spinners. It's been a pretty effective shot for him. Even if he can contribute 20-30 playing a few sweep shots, he will have done very well for Australia, because then Australia can get to 200.
I think he would be over the moon if he could get 30 runs today. He's taking his guard now. That 1 ball to survive. And Hanscom might rethink the taking the singles policy, although, as you say, Lyon does have that ability to score pretty quickly. So if he's out there for a while, he can get things going. Jadeja to Lyon, who's meeting the ball well on the front foot, driving it out towards cover. There won't be a run. 59 overs gone. Australia 8 for 173. You're on ABC Grandstand from Nagpur, beaming out to you back in Australia and other places around the world where you might be getting hold of this commentary broadcast. Geoff Lemon and Sunil Gavaskar watching on an enthralling first day. When they were doing all the testing of the lines yesterday, Sunil, they had Australia on the mock score were 9 for 89 at one point. So this is a little better than that.
Oh, definitely it is.
8 for 173.
For 8. Labuschagne and Smith were really magnificent in the pre-lunch session. After that, India came back very well. And it was really one of those loose shots from Labuschagne, trying to play an inside-out drive, and super stumping from KS Bharat, the debutant wicket-keeper, that opened the gates for India.
And very unusual to see Smith beaten on the inside edge as well. That one from Jadeja that got through the gate, that was the real turning point you felt? Smith has carried Australia so much. 2017, he made 300s in 4 test matches here. An extraordinary run. Ashwin to start a new over, bowling to Hanscom, who's driving down to long on, and he won't take the single from the first ball of the over on this occasion. So Rohit Sharma has the field well spread, long on, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square. He's got a backward point set halfway back to the rope, deep cover sweeper, a wide mid-off, set pretty deep. Just a short mid-wicket, a slip and a bat pad as Hanscom defends Ashwin outside the off stump. So Hanscom has to decide what to do here, whether he waits for the end of the over and inches along with singles, whether he tries to take Ashwin on. There's a lot of space down the ground if he's willing to hit straight, but Ashwin rarely gives you the length to hit straight as Hanscom comes forward and defends outside the off stump.
Yes, I think at some stage he'll have to take a little bit of a risk. At the moment, maybe because this could be the last over before tea. He's looking to just play the over quietly.
Darting it through, defending is Hanscom, getting a little leading edge out towards deep cover, and this time he does take the single from the 4th ball of the over. So he's happy to expose line to 2 deliveries from Ashwin.
It's a deep square leg, and now they've got a leg slip in position as well.
Everything's set up for the sweep. See if they can get Lyon playing a big shot off the top edge. They're bringing up the deep backward square a little closer. Deep square leg is right out on the rope. Slip, leg slip, short leg, and a shortish square leg. Extraordinary field, really. Bottom hand as Lyon drives back towards the non-striker, and Ashwin gets across to field. Ravichandran Ashwin outside the off stump, and Lyon just comes forward in defence. So that will be the end of the session. The tea break comes around, but it has been a session that has gone India's way. Australia 8 for 174. If you're just joining us, 2 wickets fell with 2 runs on the board. Usman Khawaja, LBW Siraj for 1. David Warner bowled Mohammad Shami for 1. The Indian quicks doing damage with the new ball. Marnus Labuschagne and Steve Smith then came together for an 82-run stand. Labuschagne stumped by KS Bharat off the bowling of Jadeja for 49. Steve Smith bowled by Jadeja for 37. Renshaw, LBW Jadeja, first ball for a duck. Alex Carey, an enterprising stand, 36 off 33 balls, hit 7 boundaries, a lot of reverse sweeps before being bowled by Ashwin. Bottom edging, another reverse sweep back onto his stumps. Cummins caught it slip off Ashwin for 6. Todd Murphy, LBW Jadeja for 0. So Ravindra Jadeja has 4 for 45. Peter Hanscom's out there on 29 not out. Nathan Lyon yet to score. 8 for 174. And Sunil Gavaskar, that's a session that will have India much happier than the first.
Oh, definitely. Because at lunchtime, the manner in which Labuschagne and Smith were batting, they would have worried India considerably. Because they seem to be untroubled. They seem to have all the time in the world to make the last-minute adjustment to the shots. Most of the deliveries were meeting the middle of their bat. So certainly, yes, I think they would have been just a little bit concerned. But then, after lunch, just one shot of a half-century, Labuschagne tried to play an inside-out extra cover drive, missed it. The ball turned just a little bit, and KS Bharat effected a very smart stumping. And I think that was what opened the doors. After that, Renshaw was out LBW next ball for a duck. And then, despite the fact that Hanscom and Smith had a mini partnership where Smith became the aggressor, hitting 3 boundaries of an over from Akshar Patel, and then a couple in Ashwin's over, it looked as if the Australians were breaking free at that stage. And then Jadeja then brought one back in with the arm. He had been getting Smith to play the ball, which was turning, and then this one bringing it back was what deceived Steve Smith. Played for the turn, the ball went straight between bat and pad, and Smith was gone. And that is where India came back really strongly. Then there was a partnership between Carey and Hanscom. Carey was really, really exceptional. The first ball that he faced, he reverse swept for a 4. showed his intentions over there, the intent that you say people talk about. And immediately after that also lots of reverse sweeps he played. And that 50-run partnership has at least given Australia the score that they are seeing at the moment.
When it comes to batting with the lower order, not something that you get as many opportunities to do as an opener, but you played some long innings where you did have to bat with the lower order. How do you approach trying to get the best out of those players and those partnerships?
Well, I think there are two ways to approach it. Either you think that they can't bat, which means you're trying to bat 5 out of 6, if not all 6 deliveries, and then rotating the strike of the last 5th or the 6th delivery. But if you want to give them a bit of confidence, if you actually know that they can hang around, then you try and score as many runs as you can in the first 2-3 deliveries, even if it's single, doesn't matter the boundaries, because you want to keep the scoreboard moving. Otherwise, what happens is if the scoreboard is static, then the pressure is on you as a batting unit. You're neither going here nor going there.
And when it comes to facing top quality spin like we're seeing out here today, what's the secret to trying to survive and then trying to prosper?
I think we saw that from Smith and Labuschagne, the way they used their feet, the way they were happy to play the ball very, very late. The way they played with soft hands so that the ball didn't quite carry. That is exactly what you want to do. And then also later on, Hanscom is still batting around, but Hanscom has used the crease quite well. He's either fully forward or fully back. And I think that is something that you need to do. Use your feet as much as possible. Go down the pitch, which will make the bowler think what length to bowl. If he bowls it short, then you can pull him or cut him. Easier said, of course, than done.
Like many, many things in this life. Sunil Gavaskar, a pleasure to have you with us on the ABC Grandstand commentary today. Australia 8 for 174 at the tea break. We'll be back with you in about 10 minutes' time. For now, let's get the latest from ABC News.
ABC News with Tom Melville. Rescuers from 24 countries are helping pull people from rubble in Turkey and Syria, where more than 15,000 people have died. As the ABC's correspondent Sean Rubenstein-Dunlop reports, many displaced people have been left in the lethal cold.
Thousands of survivors have been spending a third night in freezing conditions, rescuers working through the night. People are seeking temporary shelter and food in this freezing cold and waiting in anguish to see if their loved ones are alive. Now, that bitter cold is leading the World Health Organization to warn that there could be a secondary disaster here, even more people than the initial disaster.
Meanwhile, the Victorian government says it will contribute $1 million to humanitarian relief efforts following the devastating earthquakes across Turkey and Syria. The money will be used to provide immediate shelter and food items to those who have been injured and evacuated in the disaster. The state government also says public buildings in Melbourne's CBD will be lit up in white tomorrow in a show of solidarity. Members of the Liberal Party say they would like to see a woman take the place of former Cabinet Minister Alan Tudge after he announced his resignation from federal politics. Mr Tudge was elected to federal parliament in 2010 as the member for the Melbourne seat of Aston. His resignation will force a by-election. The Liberal Party Victorian President Greg Mirabella has told ABC Radio Melbourne there's a general mood that there needs to be more women in parliament.
I'm only one vote on a pre-selection committee, but what I would say is that I'd love to see a number of women in the pre-selection process. And all things being equal, yes, I'd have to say it would be my preference.
The Prime Minister's taken aim at the Russian president, arguing he has scant regard for the sanctity of human life. International investigators probing the downing of Malaysia Airlines flight MH17 have found evidence Vladimir Putin approved the use of the Russian missile system, which was used to attack the plane. 38 Australians were among the 298 people on board the plane when it was hit over Ukraine in July 2014. Anthony Albanese says it speaks volumes about the president's character.
This is a guy who runs an authoritarian regime that doesn't care about human rights, that doesn't care about devastation of communities, whether it be in Ukraine, whether it be the oppression of his own citizens, or whether it be acts outside of Russia, of which we've seen a number.
A pre-sentence hearing for a Mexican national found guilty of importing more than 500 kilograms of methamphetamine has heard he offended for financial gain. The Victorian County Court was told 45-year-old Juan Plaza Lopez was a central cog in the drug operation. The court heard he supervised the drugs with a street value of up to $333 million being loaded into frozen cowhides and hidden inside a shipping container before it travelled from Mexico to Sydney. Plaza Lopez was arrested in Melbourne in 2019 and will be sentenced at a later date. A parliamentary committee's inquiry into the Adelaide Dolphin Sanctuary has found that urgent action needs to be taken to protect the future of the Port River dolphins. The state inquiry found that dolphins were being harmed by river pollution, boats and fishing gear, and there is a lack of coordination between government agencies when it comes to protecting their mammals. The committee has also called for the hiring of more marine safety officers. David Eldridge from the Royal South Australian Yacht Squadron says members have long been concerned about the surviving dolphins and the state of the river.
Any squadron member would take their grandkids out and friends and family out to see dolphins in the river, but you don't see that now. You go to the river, you might see one, but the chances are you're not going to see any.
Overseas, where TikTok has pledged to curb the spread of disinformation on its platform, the European Union warned the Chinese-owned social media company last month that it could be banned in Europe if it continued flouting its laws regulating disinformation. It's been accused of allowing disinformation on the Russian invasion of Ukraine to spread widely. TikTok has promised to add more safety features and strengthen its fact-checking measures. And YouTube has confirmed its homepage is back up after earlier saying that it was down for some users. The company hasn't disclosed the number of people affected by the outage. Earlier, Twitter confirmed it was also facing outage problems, with some users unable to tweet. Meta's Facebook and Instagram have also been down for thousands of users in the US. ABC News.
The quest for the big brass mug continues. On the new season of Hard Quiz, award-winning comedian Tom Gleeson is throwing down the gauntlet to some new contestants.
You made that sound really creepy.
And challenging some more unusual expert subjects.
Just when you thought things wouldn't get weirder, Sam, colonoscopies is your expert.
The new season of Hard Quiz.
Nothing's weird on this show, mate.
Wednesday nights on ABC TV and streaming on ABC iView.
Grandstand cricket.
Jadeja well flied and a play to miss. Nannes is beaten and K.S. Barat gets the stumping. Nannes Labuschagne is out one short of a half century in his debut innings in India. Beautifully flighted delivery from Jadeja. He got Nannes coming forward and K.S. Barat on debut is in the game. Australia 3 for 84. Labuschagne goes for 49. So Matt Renshaw, the lefty, hit on the pad. Big shout, he's out. Renshaw's out, ball one. And the Indians inside the VCA Stadium are roaring their approval. Renshaw walks down the track to chat with Steve Smith. And they're going to have to review this. Pitch is right in the middle of the track. It's hitting him in line. It is umpire's call, just clipping the leg stump. And that's enough for Jadeja and India. And Matt Renshaw, as quick as he got there, he's turning around and headed back. He's out for a golden duck. And Ravindra Jadeja is on a hat-trick.
The seventh ball of the over. And it's gone straight through Stephen Smith. Jadeja pumps his fists. That is the key wicket. Smith gone for 37. Australia 5 down for 109. And now the writing is on the wall at Nagpur.
And he's bowled it. So once too often did Alex Carey try that reverse sweep. The ball just held its line and he's been bowled attempting the reverse sweep. You live by the sword, you die by it, they say. 162 for 6.
Ashwin well flattered to Cummins and he's caught it slip off the edge, kicks the traces, puts his boot through the dirt in frustration as Virat Kohli claims the catch and slip, gasping for breath, licking his lips, struck on the pad. They're all going up for a catch off the inside edge onto the pad to slip and it's given. Todd Murphy's out. Another one down for Australia. 8 down for 173.
Australia v India on ABC Radio, Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
Sounds there of the second session from beautiful Nagpur. It is tea on the first day of not just the first test, but also of the Border Gavaskar series. Corbin Middlemass alongside Dirk Nannes. Throughout the day, you would have heard from Prakash Wakankar, also Geoff, Sunil Gavaskar, and Dinesh Karthik, who's going to join us shortly as well to start this final session. Now, the temperature is 51 degrees. It is a dry heat. And I'm used to saying that, Dirk, as someone who grew up in Western Australia, where all we ever used to say in Perth is, but it's a dry heat. And it feels a bit like that way in Nagpur. It's actually quite pleasant for Indian conditions. It's certainly not humid and not the stifling heat that many other Australian teams have found themselves playing in over the years. 8 for 174. The Aussies lost 6 wickets in that session on an unusual pitch, it must be said, for the first day of any test match.
Yeah, I don't think there's been any demons necessarily in this pitch. It is turning. The spinners are a handful. The ball's reverse swinging, but it's not necessarily something that's going to be unique just for the Australian batsmen to try and get their heads around. I think it's going to be exactly the same and deteriorate across the test match. So Australia are in the better position in that they've won the toss and they're batting first. I think the Australian bowlers also will be a handful out there. So can Australia stay in there and eke out 20, 30 runs for these final 2 wickets, if not more? Or is India going to put a big full stop on this innings and come out and respond? I don't think that's really misbehaved too badly, this pitch. Yeah, it's stayed a little bit low, but
I think that's the thing that stood out, hasn't it? Particularly early in the test, that it's just completely dead and lifeless in some areas, that the ball doesn't climb at all. And then every now and then one of the finger spinners will get one to absolutely spit and fizz past everyone's head and often the keeper in the process.
But that's also down to bowler's skill. Jadeja's been exceptional in the way he's been able to just vary what he does with the ball off the surface and yet disguise it so well out of the hand. That's why he's such a good bowler and such a handful out here. It was a really horrible start to that session for Australia, losing 2 quick wickets. Renshaw out first ball, and there's a tremendous little fight back there from Carey and Hanscom in the middle just to counter punch, and Carey in particular playing reverse sweeping and scoring it well above a run of ball. But Hanscom's looked exceptional. It's been fantastic. He's had an answer for everything so far. Hasn't given a chance at this stage.
Just a quick recap, Dirk. Todd Murphy is on debut. He got his baggy green this morning. Pete Hanscom and Matt Renshaw are both playing. Travis Head was omitted, so that was a shock that he didn't hold his place in this team. He has a lean record historically in Asia, but obviously coming off the back of a prolific Australian summer, the selectors decided to go with the 2 sort of better players of spin, certainly reputation-wise in Renshaw and Hanscom. Meanwhile, for India, Suryakumar Yadav is playing, so the best T20 batter in the world is making his debut, as is the keeper, KS Bharat. The 3 finger spinners are there, Jadeja, Patel and Ashwin, and no Shubman Gill, so KL Rahul is going to open, and obviously Sky will bat in the middle. Now, the story of the day, the Aussies lost 2 up front, so both Warner and Khawaja. There was a lot of talk about how that side of the pitch is going to play for the left-hander outside their off stump. Really, neither Warner or Khawaja were there long enough for us to get much of a read. Warner was out for 1, bowled by Shami, and then Khawaja, LBW, off the bowling of Mohammad Siraj. So as a result, the Australians were 2 for 2 at that point. The next man to go was Marnus Labuschagne. He went just after the lunch break for 49. That's his first innings in India, falling 1 short of a half-hundred in his first knock here. Stumped by KS Bharat, and he ran past one off the bowling of Jadeja. The next to go was Matt Renshaw. Very next ball, LBW Jadeja for a golden duck. Steve Smith was the 5th man out for 37. He was bowled by Jadeja. And it wasn't too long after that Ravinder was able to pick up his 4th. Carey, the 6th man out, bowled by Ashwin for 36. Pat Cummins caught Virat Kohli off the bowling of Ashwin for 6. And then Murphy, LBW, Jadeja for a duck. So 8 down, 8 for 174. After 60 overs, so we'll have, 30 to go. We're bang on target. Dirk at the tea break. Pete Hanscom's 29 not out, and Nathan Lyon is there with him. So the Aussies 8 for 174 after deciding to bat first. And the bowling quickly, so Jadeja, the pick of them, 20 overs, 4 for 45 in his test return. First game back since knee surgery. Actually picked up 7 wickets in the second innings of a Ranji Trophy game, making his return, so straight back into it. R. Ashwin, 2 for 41 off his 14. Axar Patel, wicketless, none for 28 off his 10. He's got a test average of 14 with the ball, by the way. Axar Patel, Mohammad Shami, 9 overs, 1 for 18. And Mohammad Siraj, 7 overs, 1 for 30. As the umpires, Ray Illingworth and Ninton Menon rather make their way back to the middle of the VCA Stadium in Nagpur. Start of the final session, Dirk. It's only 2:30 local time.
It's bizarre. The fastest game seems to have gone today when you start so early in the day. With still shadows almost running through the slip cordon when we started the day's play. I think a good thing from this test perspective is that the pre-game chat about the pitch. There's been no demons, and none of the Australian left-handers could blame the pitch at all for their dismissal. So that most likely will change. And probably a good sign for the Australians is that the Indians have got the ball reverse swinging, which Scott Boland's so good at bowling with that reverse swinging ball, so too Pat Cummins. So they'll be happy with what they're seeing out in the middle in that respect.
Ravichandran Ashwin picked up 2 wickets, as I mentioned. The first of them was Alex Carey, also doubles as his 450th Test wicket. So congratulations to R. Ashwin. He becomes just the second Indian bowler to reach the milestone after the great Anil Kumble. So Test to reach 450 wickets. This is from Rick Finlay, statistician. The only player to get there faster was Matai Murathalan, who did it in 80 Tests. And for Ashwin, this is his 89th Test match. Kumble in 93, the fastest Australian to the milestone was Glenn McGrath in his 100th Test. It's a magnificent milestone, isn't it?
Impressive record.
The players just starting their positions. We'll hear lots more from Dirk a little later in the session, but Dinesh Karthik is about to step in and join us as well. Very lucky to have both Sunil Gavaskar and Dinesh Karthik to give us a local flavour throughout the series. And by the way, Dirk Nannes and Dinesh Karthik actually former teammates at the Delhi Daredevils, so we'll be able to get.
It wasn't a good period because you had to play him in the nets and he was rapid. And the first time I saw him, he was in South Africa. No good. You don't want to be playing Dirk Nannes in South Africa, I can tell you that.
You would have had to keep to him as well, wouldn't you?
I reckon that's the furthest I've ever stood for a bowler till I met Mitchell Johnson. And that was a long way off as well.
We're just chatting about Ravichandran Ashwin and 450 wickets, the second fastest to the milestone after only Matai Murathalan. So that's an amazing feat to get there in 89 Test matches.
Terrific, isn't it? He's been an incredible servant for Indian cricket. One record that I think is unbelievable.
Here comes Jadeja to bowl the first ball after tea, and
the number of
defends.
Man of the series that he's won, second to none. I think he's won it more than anyone else that I can think of. It's been phenomenal.
Jadeja around the wicket again, and Hanscom playing out to cover.
For a long time, Indian team in home conditions were very dependent on one player that they couldn't miss out on. It was Anil Kumble. And then the next has been Ravichandran Ashwin.
Here comes Jadeja again, well flighted. Hanscom, big stride down the track, plays back to the bowler. 8 for 174.
You get the feeling that if India is without a Ravichandran Ashwin in a home series, it's a very different bowling attack that you're going to face. Whereas if he is there in the part of the mix, it makes a massive difference to the Indian team. And one of the beautiful things about Hawkeye is it keeps telling you where the ball pitches. And if you do look at the cluster of where the ball is pitched for Jadeja.
Jadeja, quicker one on leg stump. Sweep shot from Hanscom, but straight to Ashwin at short fine, no run.
It's pretty much one big, large red dot. And he's literally pitched it between 4 and 6 meter mark, consistently there and troubled the batters. And the toughest part about playing Jadeja is on these kind of wickets is the fact that you don't know which one's going to turn and which one's just going to hold its line. And that's what did Steve Smith as well. It's a really tough one to play. It looks very simple when you see it on replays, but it's a really hard one to play.
Jadeja in again, looking to sweep, a play and a miss. As Hanscom watches it quickly shoot into the gloves of KS Bharat, who's up with the stumps, and lucky just to miss his off peg. 8 for 174. Ooh. Jadeja with a long stare down the track, bowling with his shades on around the wicket. Hanscom walks at him, tucks it off his pads as it runs away through backward square leg, out into the deep. It won't quite get to the boundary, and in the end, they're just going to take the single. So, obviously, with Nathan Lyon there, it means that Hanscom will keep the strike. End of the Jadeja over, the first one after tea. Australia 8 for 175. Hanscom's 30, Corbin, Middlemass and Dinesh, Karthik on grandstand cricket. Would have been good fun to keep to these players in this generation with the obviously the emergence of Axar Patel, but you would have spent plenty of time up the stumps to Jadeja and Ashwin in their career.
Most definitely. I think it's been an absolute joy and a massive challenge to keep to both these bowlers, especially on these kind of wickets where they spin, the odd one keeps straight. You've got to be really still. You've got to make sure you collect all the balls consistently. So you give the confidence to the bowler as well that anything that's going to come my way, I'm going to get it done for you. That's a good feeling the bowler has when he knows that the slips and the keeper is very much in sync with what they are trying to do. And that's a very subtle but very important message that you need to pass on to the bowler, that you don't, in many ways juggle for a ball or make it look harder than what it is. I think you need to make it look smooth and simple, and over the years keeping has been a dying art actually.
Ashwin well flighted and defending Hanscom back to the bowler. What did you find the biggest challenge was?
For me, interestingly, I found Virender Sehwag very hard to keep because he had this round arm action and the odd one used to turn even on good wickets, and some used to just keep straight and go fast. He was really a hard bowler for me to keep. I remember I've missed a couple of stumpings and a catch to him. He was one of those who I found personally very hard.
Hanscom away to Ashwin. He's back and plays out along the non-strike, in front of the non-striker, and Ashwin fields on his follow-through.
You get the feeling when you watch Hanscom that is there anything that he can do to up the run rate a little bit, get them closer to 200. Blocking and taking his time and taking the single of the last ball isn't going to help him for too long though.
Ashwin on his way in, bowls to Hanscom. He comes down the track but checks his shot and defends back to the bowler. The field is well spread to him, so he's got 3 back on the offside, 3 back on the leg side. India happy to give him the single.
This is the kind of situation where if you're a T20 player, you relish this because they've given you the green signal to go ahead and play all the shots that you can, and you need to bring out your repertoire of shots, and if you get out, they don't mind it because they know you've tried to score runs. And that is the interesting part with people who are test specialists, because they might not have the repertoire of shots that, say, a T20 player would have.
Cover comes in as well now, as well as backward point. So later in the over as Hanscom plays to KL Rahul at cover. So Hanscom is 30 off 79. And he's been farming the strike here, trying to give Nathan Lyon as few balls as possible. Lyon is 0 of 3. The Australians are 8 for 175. Got another question for you along those lines, what you just discussed, and it's got to do with the man who's making his debut for India in Suryakumar Yadav, and the crossover in skills in the modern game between a T20 specialist and now a test player as he is. As Ashwin on his way in, bowls to Hanscom, who plays to mid-wicket. There's no run. What does he offer in the test arena, Suryakumar Yadav?
He'd obviously look to play a lot of sweeps against the spinners and against the fast bowlers, against the short ball which comes into his body. He'll look to take it on behind deep square leg and deep fine leg. But other than that, I think he'll look to play it safe. Anything outside the off stump, on the off stump, he'll look to play it like any other test batter would. But I think this is a kind of wicket where he would relish batting, because playing shots is the name of the game in these kind of pitches to survive as well. So that's going to be a challenge for him. What's the kind of shots that he's going to play, and what's the kind of balls that he wants to leave and let go, and make sure that he keeps ticking the scoreboard as well.
5 dots, field comes in, last ball of the over as Hanscom just dabs it away on the offside, takes a single. The chase is on from Mohammad Siraj, and Hanscom retains the strike. So 1 off the last ball, and Hanscom to 31. The Aussies 8 for 176. I asked Dirk Nannes this earlier. This is the question I'm sure everyone at the cricket is asking. What do you think's a good score on the first innings here? What should be par?
I get the feeling that this is not a wicket which is as bad as it's portrayed to be. None of it has spun so much that people have just got out defending and had nowhere to go. I think there have been some soft dismissals in this wicket. I reckon 275, 280 would have been a great total for Australia to have. I think they've fallen short because of lack of partnerships. Because at a stage when Carey and Hanscom were playing, two relatively new batters in world cricket. They made it look much easier than what it was at that point of time.
Around the wicket goes Jadeja and played back to the bowler by Hanscom.
I believe Australia probably, if they get anything less than 200, they'll be behind the game. They'll be chasing. We need to also remember the fact that India have 3 frontline spinners and each of them keep exuding pressure with every over.
Hanscom just bunts one back to the bowler.
Whereas with Australia, the onus would be completely on Nathan Lyon, because Todd Murphy is making his debut and they have no other bowling resources apart from the fast bowlers. So it's going to be very interesting how they rotate their bowlers.
Jadeja to Hanscom. He's looking to sweep. Struck in line. Missed it. The finger goes up. And Jadeja has a fight for on his test return. Hanscom's going to review it. But Ravindra Jadeja looked very confident in that shout. The umpire agreed with him. And Hanscom is praying that that's overturned by the DRS.
But I do think just from Hanscom's body language that I'm observing, he does know it's out. It looks like it's a very reluctant sweep shot. He hasn't been confident of it. He hasn't played it for long now. Even though it's a shot that a lot of Australia feels that he's been good at, he hasn't played one of those sweeps. But this one he tries because he wants to score some runs, and it does look like it's missed his bat, hit his pad pretty much straight down the line. It'll be interesting to see what DRS comes up. And to be fair, DRS has been very much aligned with what Team India wants for the moment.
Yeah, they've had a lot of luck with it so far today. Or more so, it's supported the umpire's decision on a lot of occasions. There's no bat involved there, so this is going to be a challenge for Hanscom, who's used up a lot of balls since he's been out there. He got himself to on a bit of a start to 30, and then, unfortunately for him, that's as far as he's got. That's going straight on. A good call from the umpire. The video supports Ray Illingworth. And Ravindra Jadeja, coming back from knee surgery, has got 5 wickets on his return. He does have a 5 for previously against Australia. That was in Bengaluru back in 2017. And meanwhile, in his Test career overall, that is number 11. So 11 fifers in 61 Test matches for Jadeja. Hanscom out for 31 LBW after facing 84 balls.
What a fairy tale comeback it has been for Ravindra Jadeja. Out from the T20 side because of a knee injury, has a surgery, has had some tough times, comes back to play a domestic game, picks up 7-4, representing Saurashtra against Tamil Nadu, comes to Team India, first game, Border Gavaskar Trophy, everything on the line, picks up a 5-4. Well, the game is easy sometimes.
We've seen left-arm orthodox spin sort of be the prevailing mode of bowling so far in Nagpur in recent games. I think the last Ranji Trophy game played, he had 9 of the 10 wickets in the final innings of the match fell to left-arm finger spin. And with Axar Patel having such an amazing start to his Test career and Jadeja's return, you couldn't help but play them both, and you've seen how impactful one of them often gets you, and today it's been the impact of Ravindra Jadeja.
Just to give a lot of hope to all the Australians listening to me, the last time a domestic game was played here, chasing 72 in the 4th innings, the team got out for 54.
Is Boland having a hit in India, his first Test overseas, as he drives to cover? No run. So chasing, 72 to win?
Chasing 72 to win. The team batting last got all out for 54. So there it goes. Corbin, there it is.
Here comes Jadeja again, looking for number 6, and Boland kicks him out.
Tell me this, Corbin.
Yep.
I've heard Boland has become a very famous and a very loved person in Australia right now.
That's true. Absolutely. He's become a bit of a cult figure. He's a very quiet guy, almost like a shy personality, but there's Jadeja on his way into Boland, who just drives through cover, got a hand on it on the way through from Rohit, who knocks it down, and he'll get through for 1, so Boland's off the mark, and Lyon again can't get any of the strike. He's 0 off 3, Boland's 1 off 3, the Aussies at 9 for 177. Obviously plays for Victoria in his Sheffield Shield cricket, so I reside in Melbourne nowadays, and he's very popular at the MCG. There's a lot of love for him every single time he plays there, but that seems to have caught on across the country as well. I think he got 6 for 7, was it? Yeah, and he's in the second innings against England in the Ashes in the Boxing Day Test. So really from that point on, he's had cult status in Australia.
I remember seeing that spell. That was one hell of a great spell. Brilliant spell, that.
He's just taking guard here. He's certainly not known for his batting, coming in at number 11. He's played 7 test matches now. He's got a top score of 10 not out. Boland on strike, awaits Ashwin, and one turns and rips back in towards him. He misses it, bounces off his pad. So what did you say, 270, 280? You think that was around what you would be looking for batting first?
I think the pass score would be 225 to 230.
Okay. Here comes Ashwin again to Boland, keeps it out.
But 275, 280 looked like the score that Australia was going to get with the way those two partnerships blossomed. They were looking very much in control. There wasn't much happening, and hence I say that because that would give them a great chance getting into the last day when India need to chase a score.
Ashwin looking for the last wicket. Boland forward, playing out to cover point. There's no run.
And you, Corbin, personally, were you surprised at the exclusion of Travis Head?
Yes. Yep. I thought that they would have played him based on the prolific Australian summer that he just had. Ashwin, well flighted outside the off stump and beats the outside edge of Boland. But that said, I think everyone that follows Australian cricket closely thought this is going to be a massive tour for Travis. He hasn't performed well in Asia previously. And although he gets a lot of runs at home, the big question mark on his game was, could he do it overseas? And he's knocked over. The last man out, Boland, is clean bowled. And Ashwin picks up the final wicket to give him 3. And the visitors are all out for 177 in Nagpur, despite winning the toss and electing to bat first. Australia all out inside 64 overs. Jadeja finishes with 5 wickets. Ashwin gets the other 3. And the 2 brand name finger spinners in the Indian team get 8 of the 10 wickets between them. Bowler, the last man out for 1. He's been knocked over. And a superb delivery takes out his off stump. Well, that's a solid bit of business from the Indian team to dismiss Australia really in just a little bit over 2 sessions on the first day, despite losing the toss, in which you think batting conditions would be at their best. 177 all out inside 64 overs. A full call of the card coming up. Dinesh Karthik will join us again a little later in the test match, making his debut on radio today. Dinesh Karthik, he mentioned to us he's enjoying his stint on radio. Probably doesn't get a tougher introduction into the radio landscape than what Dinesh has had today. I promise you, DK, you don't usually have to move from one side of the ground to the other, so I promise for the remainder of the series it'll be a little bit easier. We love having you as part of our team on ABC Sport, our coverage of the first test of the Border Gavaskar series. Dirk Nannes sits down. We've got a bit to work through, Dirk. The Aussies are all out, 177. The last man to go was Scott Boland. He was knocked over by Ashwin. So I'll write his name in the book. Out for 1. Bowled Ashwin. 177. All out the Australians. There were 15 sundries made up of 3 no balls, 7 byes and 5 leg byes. Quick little call of the card, Dirk, before I get your take on all of that. Both openers out cheaply. They fell in the second and third over respectively. Khawaja, the first man out, LBW Siraj. And then Warner was bowled, stumps everywhere by Mohammad Shami, out for 1. Following that, Labuschagne and Smith put on a neat partnership. They added 74 before the lunch break came. The Aussies were 2 for 76 at that stage. And then Labuschagne didn't last long thereafter. He went for 49, stumped by K.S. Bharat, the keeper, off the bowling of Jadeja. The 4th man out was Matt Renshaw. He went the very next delivery, LBW to Jadeja for a golden duck. 5th man out was Steve Smith, bowled by Jadeja for 37. All of a sudden making his way through the Australian card, Alex Carey batted well for his 36 before he was bowled by Ashwin. That was 6 for 162 at that stage. Cummins came and went for 6, caught Virat off the bowling of Ashwin. Murphy on debut got a duck, LBW Jadeja. He was the 8th man out. And then Pete Hanscom, who compiled 31 before he was trapped in front, also by the left-arm finger spinner. And at that point, Ravindra Jadeja had a 5 on his test return. It's his 11th in test cricket. Scott Boland, the last man out, knocked over by Ashwin for 1. 177, the Australians all out. Nathan Lyon in the end finished not out. He didn't get much of the strike, just faced 3 balls. Didn't score. The bowling, Jadeja 5 for 47 off his 22 overs. Ashwin 3 for 42 off 16. 1 wicket each for Siraj, Shami and Axar Patel. Went wicketless, 10 overs, none for 28. Dinesh Karthik said pars about 225, 230 in his opinion. He said he felt like the Australians were on track for 270, 280 at one point when Nannes and Smith were at the crease. In the end, Dirk, they've got 177 to show for it.
I think that's probably a pretty fair appraisal. I thought maybe, even with 4 wickets left, you thought maybe they could squeeze out at 230, but it was just the regular wickets that came that was the challenge, and that was brought out through some wonderful spin bowling by the Indians. Ashwin was fantastic, but Jadeja is just such a handful and seems to be the nemesis for the Australian batsmen time and time again. And just his ability to challenge both sides of the bat at all times. His way that he dismissed Steve Smith today was absolutely incredible. The ball that, if you just watch the ball that took the wicket in isolation, you don't understand the genius that actually came around it. And it was the balls that came before that were ragging and spinning and beating the outside edge, and then the ball that almost looked identical that just slid straight on and took Steve Smith's stump. And I think that really did show the quality, and that was where that innings turned from potentially being 250 down into what we end up being 177. And, well, it's going to be a challenge from here. But I think this bowling outfit are really well suited to this type of condition. You've got 2 off spinners. We haven't seen Murphy yet in Test colours, but when we have seen him in tour games and playing for Victoria, his stock and trade is bowling straight at the stumps with just subtle variations. He's a little bit quicker through the air, and that will suit this pitch the longer this Test match goes through, because it will start to misbehave. So also these Aussie quicks in Boland and Pat Cummins are just renowned for targeting the stumps. It's really interesting actually at the moment watching Pat Cummins warm up. He's got one of those balls that the training balls where you've got it wide on one side, red on the other, where you're trying to work on your seam positions, and so that it highlights what you're doing with the ball when you bowl it. So quite unusual to see at Test level a bowler out there warming up with that style of ball. Australia are going to have to bowl really well, but I can't see this being a pitch where a team like India can come out and score 400 either. It's a far more challenging pitch than that.
It's interesting you say that you think they'll be suited there, the quicks as well?
I think so. I think it's the style with the way the Australian quicks actually bowl. Early on, when the ball was hard, we did see the Indian quicks nipping the ball around. Dave Warner got one that nipped back into him and took his off or middle stump. And it's the type of ball that you'd expect out of these 2 quicks. Not really big swingers of the ball, so we're not going to expect to see this ball swinging around. But it's also the reverse swinging nature that the Indians got. They had it going at the end of the first session. That's pretty early in day 1 of a Test match. So if they can do it, you can probably get the feeling that the Australians are going to be able to do it as well. And that will also pose a handful. So, yeah, all is not lost. 177 is a low score, yes, but I think the way this game's set up, I think Australia is still not without a hope.
I'll try and bring you as much colour of our experience here in Nagpur as we can, and to try and describe exactly what we're witnessing. So it's quite well populated, the second tier on the northern stand, where we're situated here on the other side of the ground from the rest of the media and where the players' pavilion is. But it's amazing how many people sort of gather when Sunil Gavaskar and Dinesh Karthik come to visit us in the commentary box, and they've actually now instilled security guards at either level to sort of stop people milling in front of the commentary box. The other one we get a bit is sort of people standing up, turning around and trying to take a photo while the play's happening. So you almost have to look through a few of the patrons to try and see what's happening out in the middle. But a lot of love for for both DK and Sunny, as you'd expect in this part of the world.
I don't understand how they do it. I don't understand, particularly someone of Sunny's stature, to not be able to walk down the street in your home country. And they don't get frustrated by it. They just see it as it's like an obligation or part of the what they need to do. They're never bitter about it. I just find it extraordinary how they carry themselves.
Yeah,
it really is impressive.
There's a lot to learn from that, isn't there? As the way that we go about our lives, and to think even this game, for example, where we're on other sides of the ground. It's far from convenient. It's not stupid hot, but it's 30 odd degrees. These guys have busy commitments, obviously, with television, and they walk from one side of the ground to the other to come and do their radio stint. The lift that only goes to level 2 isn't working, so they come all the way up the flights of stairs. Sonny in his 70s nowadays, and it's brilliant to have them both part of it, and they will be for the remainder of the series. So you'll hear them not only here, but in Delhi, in Dharamshala, and in Ahmedabad. James in Lane Cove, I'll try and filter in a few more text messages. Where is Bumrah, injured or not selected? He would certainly be selected. He's injured, unfortunately, so missing again. Did I hear right that Virat is not the captain of the Indian team in this series? How long has Sharma been the captain? There might be one for you and Prakash to get into a little bit. It is slightly political that Virat Kohli no longer captaining the Test team for India, despite all their success in recent years. Dirk, the Indian openers are on their way. A quick overview as to what you're looking for here from the Aussies with the ball, and Prakash Wakankar will get the Indian innings underway.
I think the important task for the Australian bowlers is not to try and blast this Indian side out. I think it's to take a leaf out of what India did and just try and impose that relentless pressure targeting the stumps. I think the West Indian quicks, apart from that opening burst at the start of the innings, were a little bit wayward when they should have been targeting a little bit straighter, but I think there's a little bit to learn for them. And with the ball turning, just try as best you can. Try and bowl as accurately as Jadeja. Good to be with you again, Prakash.
Likewise, and not quite maybe the script that Australia would have wanted for day one of the series, but in the end you have to say that from those two precarious positions, 2 for 2 and 105 for 102 for 5, they did show signs of some stubborn resistance, but in the end they were bowled out for 177. And here's Pat Cummins with the reply, with the ball. Into bowl to Rohit Sharma, bowled, and Rohit Sharma is looking to leave it, but will get 4 runs for it. Now that is one of the most astonishing strokes I've seen. Unintentional, boundary to third man, all along the ground, but in that manner where he was pulling his bat out of harm's way. Ball went and kissed the face of the bat into the ground and down to third man for 4. What do you say?
Oh, to be fair to him, straight off the middle. He didn't try and play at it, but false shot 4.
Yep. I don't think he's going to have a problem taking it. But certainly I think a moral victory there for the Australian skipper. And he is going to have to really find a way of breaking through here, because he has so much that sort of sits on his shoulders as well. Here is Cummins bowls, and this time Rohit Sharma's clipped it away just a little bit overpitched onto his pads, and you don't bowl there to Rohit Sharma. 8 without loss.
Beautiful balance from Rohit Sharma. Cummins throwing 2 straight. Wobbling seam position, that ball on or about leg stump, and effortlessly caressed through the mid-wicket region. Lovely shot.
3 slips, gully, point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a man down at fine leg. Yes, Cummins past umpire Nathan Menon into Rohit Sharma, and Rohit Sharma this time forward in solid defence. That was a good-looking, solid forward defensive shot. So much talent this man has had all through his career. And I remember when Sachin Tendulkar played his last test match at the Wankhede Stadium, in the long extended interviews that he had thereafter, he was asked who he thought in the Indian team would run his records close, and he said famously, not run them close, Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli will break them. Virat's gone where he has, Rohit still on his way. Another lovely shot once again, just a little bit too straight from Cummins, looking for the swing that isn't there, and Rohit Sharma helps himself to another boundary. 12 without loss.
Pat Cummins almost bowling for a little bit of swing, but the seam position is poor at the moment, just wobbling around. You can see that he's trying to get the ball to swing around, but not quite working for him.
Yes, at the moment, some early runs for the Indian captain and for the team. Change in field, square leg dropping back. Slip comes out into mid-wicket. And now it's almost 2 slips and a 4th slip. On the pads again, this time worked down to fine leg. I don't think the fielder there really saw the ball for a bit ball in there, I think. And in the end, he did pick it up and made sure no more than a single accrued. The shadows of the grandstand now creeping onto the ground, and that can always be disconcerting for a fielder. So India up to 13 without loss of the first 5 deliveries, and KL Rahul now on strike. So Rohit Sharma's test career, of course, has been a bit on and off, hasn't it? It's not been one of those smooth passages in test match cricket. He's played a lot more white ball cricket, dominating in fact in white ball cricket over his career. And now that he's captain, if memory serves me right, this might be his first test in India as captain and playing, or maybe second. He's missed a few test matches as well. So work in progress. Here's Cummins into KL Rahul, and Rahul squared up a little bit. He manages to get bat down and ball, defends back along the track. First over gone, 13 without loss.
I haven't played against Rohit Sharma some time ago. There's always someone that you couldn't really see an opening as to an easy deficiency that you could try and expose. I always found it quite a challenge to bowl to him because it was just so effortless. Someone who didn't move their feet too much but just managed to have time, never ruffled by pace.
I mean, if there is really one chink that I think over time people have gone out and exploited, it's against the shorter ball where he compulsively looks to hook, and that has brought his downfall a few times. But it's often the case, isn't it, Dirk, with very talented batters in particular, I think, that often it's they who get themselves out. And we could say that about Yuvraj Singh in years gone by. Immensely talented, maybe never quite delivered. Vinod Kamli went out of the game for a variety of different reasons. Supremely talented. And Rohit is kind of in that vein. Here's the first time the Indian crowds will be seeing Boland in action. Here he is after his exploits. Comes in and bowls. And Rohit Sharma drives him back along the track. He may not have timed it that well. He'll pick up one and they'll go back for the second as well. Full face of the bat. And 2 more to him and to India. 15 without loss now. What a dream debut he had, didn't he?
That was just extraordinary. Every test he's played has been extraordinary so far. Just his ability to, on lifeless decks, just keep hitting that seam and getting the ball nipping around.
Well, in that sense, he's the perfect bowler then for these conditions and this tour.
Exactly right.
Here he is, in from the far end, running into us. Comes in and bowls to Sharma, and Sharma's playing it quietly on the onside. Now, if Josh Hazlewood and Stark had been fit, would Australia still have found a way to get him in, or would that just not been possible?
Well, that push would have come to shove, wouldn't it? Because you've got someone with such an impressive record. What do you take into India? You're probably always wanting a Stark because he does bring something a little bit different and can get that ball reverse swing, can take quick wickets.
Boland in and defended solidly by Rohit Sharma, back and across, no run.
And so I guess in that respect, Boland is somewhat similar to Hazlewood, or probably more so Cummins. They're sort of banging that seam. Hazlewood's a bit more kind of your back of length type bowler, whereas Pat Cummins, Scott Boland's that pitch the ball up and more try and target the stumps. I don't think you'd end up seeing him play. It seems ridiculous to say.
2 slips and a wideish 4th slip. is bowls and bowls, and Rohit Sharma once again meets it with the full face of the bat out towards wideish mid-off.
But that gap between Australia's top three and fast bowlers and the rest is narrowing. It used to be that they're fit, they always play. Well, now there's a few more question marks around them.
Warner and Smith with Hanscom in the slip cordon. Nathan Lyon back to point. As Boland turns just at the edge of where the shadow's creeping in onto the ground here, and runs in to bowl to Rohit Sharma. Nice easy stance, and once again gets his bat down nicely and pushes it back along the track on the onside.
So how is that the change in captaincy viewed in India?
Now you're asking really, well, what should I call it? An interesting question, for the very simple reason that I think amongst cricket lovers, there are two very distinct camps. There is the Rohit Sharma camp and there is the Virat Kohli camp. And more than these two individuals, it is these folks who've been at it and at each other for a long time. Boland comes in bowls and Rohit Sharma defends. So when there was this whole cry for a change in captaincy started coming along somewhere around the non-performance or non-performance in ICC tournaments, in particular around white ball cricket. And Virat started making early noises about the fact that maybe he wanted to step away from T20 captains. He said that about the what do they call themselves? The Bangalore team. He said
I played for him. I should have remembered that before.
Royal Challengers. That he wouldn't captain them in the forthcoming season. This was, I think, a couple of years ago. And then he made the announcement before the T20 World Cup in the Middle East that would be his last tour tournament as captain. Having said that, I think he had sort of moved the chess piece, as it were, to almost a definitive direction. And at that point in time, I'll come back to that as Pat Cummins starts a fresh over. Two slips go down, KL Rahul on strike. Cummins bowls and Rahul lets it go through, just nicks his pad on its way. It was clearly a noise and couldn't have been the bat, because the bat was way up above his shoulder. Just a hint of inward movement there, Dirk.
So how did these two camps form?
Because they're just so passionate that Rohit built up his following through the IPL and through all the 5 odd titles that he's won for Mumbai Indians. And they felt that, because India weren't winning, there was a need. I think there was more than a gentle nudge coming through from the powers that be within the cricket establishment in India as well. As the runs started drying up for Virat, Cummins bowls and Rahul defends on the offside, out to point, no run. And then once that decision of T20 had happened, what was logical was the fact that I think they wanted to have one white ball captain. That decision, I suspect, was not Virat Kohli's. That, I think, was a firm indication or whatever. And then there was that controversy of Virat saying, I wrote to Jay Shah, the secretary, and Jay Shah saying, I never got such a mail. You don't do that laundry in public. It just creates unnecessary speculation. Breakaway now is defended on the offside again by KL Rahul, out on the offside, no run, 15 without loss. And then came the South Africa trip, where it was felt that maybe this was going to be the time that India would actually win a series in South Africa, which hasn't happened forever, for all I remember. And they won the first test and everything looked good. And then from 2 potential winning positions to lose the next 2 tests, and Virat only with a top score of 70 in the 4th innings of that last game, and the controversy with the stump mic and umpiring sort of allegations from Virat in whatever manner, that didn't go down too well. Cummins bowls and defended again by Rahul. And I think that is where the real story, I don't think, has ever come out, but my own sort of understanding of it, a sense of it, is that Virat decided that the captaincy was weighing on him, and he resigned that captaincy as well. And as a result, Rohit became captain of all 3 formats, which may or may not have been the original result.
So how do you think Indian cricketers would look back on his captaincy, not as a player, but as a captain?
I think Virat was a much sharper Test match captain than Mahendra Singh Dhoni. Cummins bowls and Rahul defends, because I think MS was fantastic in the white ball format, absolutely brilliant. But in Test match cricket, Dhoni tended to let games drift, and Virat sort of made up his mind. He wanted a quick, fast, four-pronged, fast bowling attack. He wanted to win overseas, put Test match cricket right on top. And I think in that sense, he did all the right things for both cricket and for Indian cricket, and Test match cricket in particular. So I think he was seen, and as India started winning overseas, the two series in Australia, almost winning again in England, and all of that, I think, played to his strength. Cummins bowls and Rahul pushes it up on the onside. No run. Score remains 15 without loss, as India, having bowled Australia out, have just started their innings. 3 overs have been bowled, and India are 15 without loss. So when I think people look back and think about it, I think Virat may well have ended his tenure a little bit earlier in Test match cricket than he would have liked otherwise. And Rohit now has a great opportunity, but he's just missed so much of Test match cricket that he's got a job to do. And now the real battle, I think, in some ways begins as Nathan Lyon has the ball at the far end. Dirk.
Just the one over for Scott Boland.
Strange, isn't it?
It is.
And a maiden, but obviously Cummins wants the new ball. He wants Lyon to be able to make an early inroad or two. Maybe he just wants to see what can happen. Now, how is Rohit Sharma going to play? His natural game is a little bit aggressive, so he'll want to go after the bowling. Lyon, one of the finest going around, so this is promising to be an intriguing battle. Let's see where the deep fielders are. There's a man out at long on. There's a fielder at deep square leg, deep backward square leg, I should say. Slip, a backward short leg and a forward short leg. Backward point, extra cover, mid-off and mid-wicket. Here's Lyon, first ball of spin. And Rohit Sharma shoulders arms and lets it go through. Flatter and quicker. Gee, that was quick. 92 kilometers.
I think we'll see that also with Murphy's. Tends to be fairly quick through the air as well.
Yes, of course, we haven't seen Murphy, but there's so much talk about him. It'll be interesting to see. Lyon bowls, and this time Rohit waits for the ball to turn and plays it to forward short leg. Who's the man under the lid?
Hanscom.
Could stop that, because Rohit did play that quite firmly. 34 wickets in 8 matches and an average of just under 30.6 for Lyon. Comes in bowls and Rohit Sharma leans forward in defence. Thinks of a run, which obviously didn't exist. Rahul yet to get off the mark. All the 15 runs that have been scored by Rohit, and primarily of that first over from Pat Cummins, where he helped himself to 3 boundaries, two through the mid-wicket region, and one almost inadvertently through the slip cordon. Forward in defence again, Rohit Sharma. Fielded with that backward point. Terrific talent, Rohit Sharma. Hitman is his sort of nickname within the Mumbai Indians and cricketing fraternity in general. Settles, has a look around the field. Smith at first slip. Lyon is in from the far end, bowls, and Rohit plays the slot sweep around the ground. Doesn't quite get hold of it, but keeps it down. Trickles down to backward a square for a single. Coming off the boundary, it's fielded. 16 without loss.
Straight away, Nathan Lyon's having a chat with Rohit Sharma about the sweep shot. No drift out there at all. Not really much turn for him either. Did see the odd ball every now and then turning sharply from Jadeja, not so much from the other spinners.
No, Akshar, of course, isn't a big turner anyway, but Ashwin also didn't turn too many. Now this will be interesting. KL Rahul, off the back foot, he punches it back along the track. Arguably on current form, India's best player of spin isn't available. Shreyas Iyer nursing a bad back. He might be back for Delhi, they say. We'll wait and watch. More thoughts from Dirk. Nannes, 16 without loss, coming in for commentary. It's going to be Geoff Lemon.
Boland just getting the one over, and I think also now Pat Cummins, is he taking himself off? It seems no, he's going to continue. with another over of his pace. No swing whatsoever so far from both Aussie quicks. A little bit of nip off the surface, but not so much. Good to be back with you, Geoff.
Afternoon meandering on. Getting to that warmer stage of the day where you start to nod off a little bit here and there. Can do. Long days in the sun for these Indian supporters. You see people asking why the grounds aren't full. It's a real ordeal to watch Test cricket in India. All the signs outside the stadium that say no food, no drink, no umbrellas, no... I mean, beyond that, they were taking tiny bottles of hand sanitizer off people and packets of tissues and all kinds of absolutely absurd security procedures. Cummins beating the edge as coming onto the front foot is Rohit Sharma. So you get in the ground with nothing and then you sit in the sun for 8 hours. You're not allowed to bring a bottle of water in because you might throw it at somebody.
Really? Tissues?
Yeah. I mean, you get a different version of events from different individual security people and police and army and different jurisdictions, and it changes by the individual and by the day. But some of the stories that we've been hearing from people who do come in and watch the ground and don't have the cushiness of a press pass and the kind of access that we have, I think it's a miracle that anybody shows up. Cummins into bowl. He's straying too straight once again. Picked off the pads, out to deep. Forward mid-wicket. Forward square leg. It is that sleepy time of the day. None for 18. A couple of runs added. Rohit Sharma has scored all of them. He's on 100% on the Bannerman Index at the moment. Percentage of runs scored in an innings. It's hard to maintain. 67.35%, that's the magic mark.
Yeah.
But in men's Test cricket, nobody has matched since the very first Test match when Alec Bannerman did it. Cummins, two straight again, and he's picked off. This time it's behind square leg. It'll split the two fielders in the deep for 4. And the crowd ovation tells the story. This fellow in front of us in the checked shirt, when Rohit Sharma hit the third boundary of the first over, he was up and punching it. He was giving the Brett Lee lawnmowers. Very revved up crowd here, and the run scoring has come so much more easily for India thus far.
That covers it just a fraction off. The ball positioning is just not quite as vertical, or the seam position is not quite as vertical as we're used to seeing from him. I wonder whether that's why he's bowling with that red and white training ball when he's warming up, because maybe he's just a fraction off. Normally we see him wobble the seam a fair bit, but you see him at least catch the seam, whereas at the moment the ball's so... It's almost on a 45-degree angle as it's going down the pitch, so you're never really quite kissing that seam. You're not getting any swing. It just tends to come straight onto the bat.
Keeps zeroing in at the pads as well, so none for 22 India. Cummins to Rohit Sharma, who steps across outside his off stump and plays that with a straight bat.
So some of those tickets to get into the ground, again, it's a 5-day pass, so you can't just get a single-day ticket. You get a 5-day pass. And they go for as little as 300 rupee if you're in the blazing sun sitting in square, which is about a little under $6, maybe $5.50 or so Australian dollars for the 5 days of Test cricket.
Cummins up and bowls to Rohit Sharma, who defends back down the pitch. No run.
Just need to counter that with buying plenty of sunscreen and hats and all sorts of other stuff at the ground.
Well, one of the suggestions is that does play into the lack of regard for the paying fan, because the grounds, the state associations don't make a lot of money out of selling tickets. They're not actually too concerned whether people show up or not. The money is in the TV rights. Cummins up to bowl to Rohit Sharma, who glances it away for 4. He's got 26 out of 26, Rohit Sharma. 100% of the runs so far. 5 overs gone, and India going at nearly a run a ball. Pat Cummins has gone for 23 off 18 deliveries. And I haven't looked up the stats, but I doubt you would find 3 overs to begin a Test match in any of those that Cummins has played, where he's been that expensive.
Again, straying onto the leg side. Uncharacteristic from Pat Cummins. Just the intention's right. You're trying to target the stumps. You're trying to bowl straight, but he's just not quite getting that execution right. He's going for runs.
How many times does he have to do it before it becomes characteristic instead?
Well, probably more than 3 overs in a test match.
Mm-hmm. It's characteristic of his spell today.
Yes.
It is rare to see the Australian captain with the radar on the blink. India have cut their margin down to 151 already. Australia all out for 177, if you're just joining us. A couple of decent partnerships in there between Smith and Labuschagne, and then Hanscom and Carey, but that was about it. A lot of low scores besides. Jadeja taking 5 wickets. Nathan Lyon begins a new over, left alone outside the off stump. A brave leave from KL Rahul, who decided that ball wasn't going to be turning back in.
Come on then, go.
Lyon, KL Rahul defends on the front foot. So yeah, that is one of the theories, that as long as people are watching on TV, that's what the authorities in this country care about the most.
There's something to be said, though, for having an atmosphere at the game as well.
Sure.
I don't like watching a game where it just sounds like there's nobody there.
Lyon bowls to KL Rahul, falling over his front pad, managing to keep the ball out to mid-wicket. You'd also think that raises the value of the TV rights if you have a big crowd in and there's an exciting atmosphere.
Exactly right. And the flip side of that is, as an example, is watching any sport during COVID. When there are no crowds in there, the atmosphere's terrible.
Lyon to Rahul, who's driving back to the bowler. Yes, the COVID situation was a strange one, because you did have those empty grounds, empty games, but if you'd ever been to, say, watch Pakistan play in the UAE or Sheffield Shield game at the MCG, it felt very familiar. Lyon into bowl to KL Rahul, getting off the mark at last. He's in the book. He's got his first run. India none for 27. Rohit Sharma on 26. You would have played at some empty, echoing matches at
MCG. There's no more echoey, empty experience or lonely feeling than being out in there.
Lyon to Rohit Sharma, who defends. The over comes to an end. 6 of them gone. India none for 27.
But often also at the MCG, you'll see the attendance figure and it'll be 500 people, but you've only counted 20 in the 20 in the ground. They drift in and out, or they're behind glass somewhere. Don't actually see them, and that also happens a fair bit here. Often you'll find the corporate box is quite full.
Sure.
It's a lot more inviting to come when you're getting catered to.
Because I was a very cool younger person, I used to come down and watch Sheffield Shield games at the G on a regular basis. You know, bring a lunch, bring a book, sort of stretch out on those wooden benches and just kind of kick back and relax and spend a few hours there. But yeah, you know, a nice shot would be played, you'd applaud it, and you'd hear one other person applauding on the far side of the ground. They're in there somewhere. I can't see them, but I know I can hear the sound echoing down from the hills. So there are a few of us secreted in various spots at Sheffield Shield games. Maybe better suited to the Junction Oval, where at least you can see some of your fellow attendees. So Scott Boland has the ball back. He bowled 1 over earlier, only went for a couple of runs. But nothing has looked very promising for Australia so far in the 6 overs they've bowled. Boland replacing Cummins. Ignominious as captain when you have to drag yourself. And up comes Boland, slip in a gully, coming forward. Rahul defends, out towards point. Lyon doing the fielding, no run there.
That's erring start from Pat Cummins. There's sort of little chinks or breaks in your performance that can really ill afford when you've only got 177 on the board. Suddenly you're giving away an 8th or a 6th or so of your runs, just easily handing it to the opposition.
Boland. heavy-footed approach to the crease. Rahul driving off the back foot, forcing it back past the bowler, but won't get a run. So much of that performance in Pakistan last year was about the quality of Cummins bowling on lifeless tracks. It makes such a difference when he comes into the attack and can't deliver in that first spell. There's a chance to reverse the ball later, of course.
A big chance. I was really impressed with how India were able to do that so quickly.
Boland in, straight at the stumps, defended down to mid-on.
Particularly now you can't do as much with the ball. Previously you'd try and you'd use spit or sweat to try and get that ball sort of bright and shiny on one side, and always the challenge is trying to get the rough side rougher. That's you can always normally get that shiny side shiny enough. It's the other side and trying to roughen up that one side of the ball that's the challenge.
Boland to Rahul, left alone outside the off stump, a little wider, and KL Rahul leaves the bat over his back shoulder, watches the ball whistle past.
So I think
27.
It speaks a fair bit for the abrasiveness of both the pitch and the surrounds when they can get the ball reversing after some 25, 30 overs or so in that first innings. So you would think that Australia are trying to target doing the exact same thing themselves.
Absolutely make use of that wicket square, those muddy-looking abrasive pitches. The different strips either side of the strip that they're playing on. Here comes Boland on the leg stump, trying to turn it away, not getting any bat on it, thuds away off the pad. KL Rahul has barely timed a ball in this innings. He's faced 18 of them. Scored 1 run.
These pitches, these red pitches, do tend to look a lot more aged and worn, far quicker than other pitches, the normal sort of darker soil that we would normally see traditionally on a pitch. Look there now, it looks as though this pitch is almost day 4.
Boland up to Rahul, who again just defends down towards mid-on. Cummins doing the fielding. Another frugal over for Scott Boland in a frugal career, taking his wickets at 12 runs apiece at the moment. That average has escalated too since his early days. None for 27. I think at one point, after he took 2 wickets without having conceded a run in Sydney, the Sydney Ashes Test, at that point he had 9 wickets for 55 runs in his Test career, averaging 6.
Just extraordinary.
Yeah. But you do wonder if and when the tail will turn, this is going to be much tougher work for Scott Boland here. His first foray outside Australia, the first time he's got in the 11. He's been around as a touring player. He'd certainly be eyeing off a trip to England later this year. Kind of conditions where he could be back to his devastating best.
Well, when you've got the skill set that he has, what part of the world do you not succeed bowling seam up?
Lyon coming around the wicket to Rohit Sharma, who's defending on the front foot, no run.
Straight at the stumps, nipping the ball around, bowling at about 140. And look at the success of someone like a Vernon Philander, who was able to do just that. All he did was just bowl the ball up and around that off stump and ask the ball to nip each way, and he was extremely successful at doing it.
Lyon to Rohit Sharma across the front pad, hits Peter Hanscom at short leg. And Vernon Philander was usually doing it at about 129.
Exactly right.
Still taking teams apart. It's always somewhat amusing in the Darren Lehmann era where every Australian bowler had to be 140 plus, and they kept getting done for under 100 by guys bowling 124. Round the wicket, Lyon coming forward and playing with a skewed bat. Rohit Sharma back to the bowler, although he was trying to hit it more leg side than that. Bat turns in his hands. Lyon seeing if he can straighten one down the line of the stumps. Comes down the pitch this time, Rohit Sharma, a little frustrated. Swings across the line, thick inside edge, out to deep backward square leg for a single. Wanted to try to impose himself on the contest, not get pinned to the crease, but a half mistake there. Gets him a run. 28 the score. A couple of balls to come in the Lion over. Australians will be a little deflated after being bowled out for 177 earlier. Playing around the front pad, KL Rahul gets his second run, doubles his score, 20 balls faced, 2 runs to his credit, none for 29.
I think the more,
taps it out to square leg.
I think the more deflating thing will be this period of bowling.
Yeah.
When you feel, it's really hard out here as a batsman. You're probably out there thinking, gee, that was really difficult. 170, at least we're okay, we're somehow in the game.
Lion bowls to Rohit Sharma, who drives it inside of mid-off. Pat Cummins running back towards the boundary, but he won't be able to reel it in. Talk about value for shots on an outfield. Well, this one is offering plenty. That was just a calm, gentle push to end the 8th over with a boundary. Rohit Sharma on 51 out of India's 33. And as you say, when you fought so hard for your runs, a partnership of 30 would be significant in the context of Australia's innings. And these openers, well, one of them on his own basically has peeled it off in a handful of overs.
And there's been no oohs and ahs. There's been no ball past the outside edge. Yes, we saw one edge that bounced on the way through to the wicketkeeper, but precious little that's even challenged the edge of the bat. Just looks a little bit easier. I wonder how long it's going to be until we see Murphy just have a little run and have a crack.
Well, nothing to lose at this point.
Exactly right.
And the longer you make him wait, the more you might start to think that you don't rate him very much. So if you've been picked as one of 4 specialist bowlers, you've got to do the job. Still, early days. Boland with the ball in hand, slip in a gully, waiting and stretching forward in defence. KL Rahul plays the ball out to cover point. Pretty conventional ring field, 3 on the offside, 2 on the on. As well as the 2 in the cordon. And a fine leg. Boland drives through the crease to KL Rahul, defending on the front foot.
At the moment, it just looks easy for the Indians. It seems like KL Rahul is just pressing forward and batting with a bat that's as wide as a door. Just seems to be easy. Rohit Sharma seems to be doing okay. Yes, KL Rahul's not necessarily pressuring you with run scoring, but the man at the other end is doing it so easily, and Rohit Sharma doesn't really need to try and press.
Boland up to Rahul, who's getting an outside edge. He'll get inadvertent runs here, rolling down towards the deep 3rd boundary. A chase on to Smith back there. He does catch up with the ball. 2 runs to the good. Rahul doubles his score again from 1 to 2 to 4. He might be able to do it one more time. Probably struggle after that. In terms of the series, none for 35. It does tend to be the way when touring teams come to India. Remember the Australians in 2013 playing in Delhi on what looked like a clay court from Roland Garros, and then MS Dhoni coming out and whacking 200 on it in no time at all. Boland to Rahul, who's getting a thick inside half of the bat really. Runs wide of mid-on in the end, no run there.
It's just a docile surface, so you don't get that quick nipping delivery here on these tests, the slower test surfaces. So what you'd think is normally a good ball just seems to be effortlessly played, particularly by someone. The most deflating thing as a bowler is when someone makes it look so effortless as a Rohit Sharma. You feel like you need to be Superman almost to be able to challenge them. So you try a little bit harder, and when you're doing that, you get picked off for runs, and suddenly the opposition are mounting serious partnerships.
Cummins having a long chat with Boland. A couple of balls to come in the over. Still got a deep square leg out, which is interesting. I can't imagine there'll be a lot of chin music being played on this surface. Right on the rope back there, hiding behind the concrete pillar in front of us.
I think he's there to allow Boland to bowl straight at the stumps. Just a little bit of protection when he might err onto leg stump, middle and off.
Boland does exactly that, but missing the ball is KL Rahul. They go up in an appeal, a futile one. The ball would have been going about a metre down the leg side. But at least there's something for Australia. They've beaten the bat.
The challenge, if you don't have that deep square or you don't have protection out in that direction, is as a bowler, you just don't feel like you can bowl straight, because every time you bowl straight, it gets picked off and the ball goes for four. So without that security, you don't have that feeling that you can try and target the off stump, because if you stuff it up, it's 4 runs every single time.
Boland up to Rahul, who defends on the off stump. And that will be at the end of the over. So 9 overs gone. India trucking along pretty nicely at the moment. It is none for 35. The score, Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. I'll leave you with Dirk Nannes, and Prakash Wakankar will be in next.
Nathan Lyon going to continue again. You just wonder whether it is going to be Murphy who comes on and gets his first try very soon. Oh yes, Pat Cummins has just indicated to him, next over, you're on. So exciting times. He'll be nervy down there at that deep backward square. The dueling spin from each end.
Walk me through what it might be like when you're in that position, knowing you're going to bowl the next over. It's your first over in Test match cricket. You probably weren't expecting it at all, and everything's worked out.
Frankly, you're crapping yourself, Prakash. Because you've gone to bed last night, you're dreaming of taking 5 wickets on debut.
Lyon, first ball of a fresh over, Sharma defends.
And you dream of all the positives, all the things that can be, and you're thinking optimistically. But when you're actually in the cauldron, you've got the people behind you just yelling and screaming, and then you start thinking of doubts. And gee, that's actually Rohit Sharma. Geez, he's on 31. He seems to be batting so easily. What?
Lyon bowls and defended by Rohit Sharma.
I'm going to have to do something better than I've ever done in my career up to date. Whereas the reality is, no, you don't. You're picked for a reason. You're picked for the type of bowler that you are. Can you deliver that on a high-pressure environment like it is now?
So is there a risk of you might just try and do a bit much or a bit more than you otherwise would? Defended on the offside.
Absolutely. You try and bowl the unplayable ball 6 times in your first over. And it probably that's where the maturity of the cricketer comes into it. You need to have, and the challenge, I guess, of being a coach is to coach people through those sorts of.
Quicker ball finds the outside edge, but thick one and along the ground, away from firstly, but a lovely sort of change of trajectory and speed from Lyon there. That was just a shade over, just a shade under 101 Ks. And I think it took Rohit Sharma by surprise. It sort of skidded through, almost got his man. Wily bowler, Nathan Lyon, among the very best going around balls, and down the leg side it turns, and Rohit Sharma almost topples over, but well within his popping crease, so he's all right.
Yeah, so I think the challenge for every coach is to put a mature head on young shoulders, and that's one thing that Todd Murphy comes with, is a big raps on his temperament. And he will need every bit of that here in testing conditions.
Lyon into Rohit Sharma, comes and bowls, and Rohit defends. End of the over, and this is the moment then. But just seeing him sort of jog in as if it's just a normal day in Victoria, and he's just coming on to bowl. That could be one way of looking at it, isn't it? If he could get there mentally. But clearly, from all that we've heard, I'm excited to see him, because obviously I've never seen him even on television. It'd be fascinating. He's getting some words of wisdom and advice from Nathan Lyon, and the skipper is right alongside him.
I dare say hardly any of these Indian players would have even seen footage from him either. Maybe a little bit from training sessions, and that's about it.
Yes, they clearly would have had a lot. And that is always helpful. I mean, I go back, as I said to you last evening, to the first test of the previous series in Pune and what O'Keefe did. Not too many people had seen him. And I'm not saying that's why he got that bag full of wickets. He bowled well. But the fact is, sometimes that surprise element, he's almost professorial, isn't he, with his glasses? Looks like a studious kind of person.
Oh, there's a lot of Mick Moranis about him. Interesting. Do you guys can you look at the Cricket Australia's website and see the wickets over here, or you
I guess if you sort of wanted to, you could find a way.
Yeah.
It's not something that happens very often. I did that during the South Africa series because there were such short test matches that it was fun to watch. So 20 wickets in no time. Here's the first ball of the debutant, Todd Murphy. He's got KL Rahul in front of him. He's got a slip and a forward shot leg, a man deep at backward point, extra cover mid-off. That's the offside field. First ball in Test match cricket. And it's a quick, flattish delivery on a good length, and it's pushed away by KL Rahul. And every progressive ball he bowls is going to ease the nerves, won't it, Dirk?
Well, that's the most important ball. Get the first one out of your way. You're always nervous for the first ball, and after that, the nerves quickly settle.
Goes in bowls. Worked away on the offside. They'll take a single, played with soft hands. Now, I'm curious to see how Rohit Sharma is going to approach it. Is he going to say, okay, here's this young lad on debut in my backyard, and I'm going to give him a lesson or two, and in the process make some stupid mistake? Is he going to just say, all right, he's wearing Australian colours, he's obviously got to be very good, so I better be just as watchful as anyone else?
Not even a Skerrick of turn. Second delivery.
There's Murphy, good ball. That had some turn and bite on it. Rohit defends it right under his head. Must say he's got a lovely action. Nice, easy flowing action. No ball. Just overstepping maybe. Nathan Menon signalling one extra run to the Indian total, which goes up to 37. And Murphy goes away from us, bowls. And Rohit has picked up nicely and eased it away towards the wideish long on area where there's clearly a fielder. At the moment obscured by the pillar at 1 o'clock. And there is a single comfortably taken.
The ease with which he plays that stroke, Rohit Sharma, is just beautiful to watch.
Yes, he's so elegant, isn't he?
Just effortless. It's like a men playing amongst boys, the way he plays that.
So already a change of angle within the first over for Murphy. He's going to go round the wicket to KL Rahul, and an extra catcher. David Warner's gone into backward short leg. So slip, backward short leg and forward short leg as away goes Murphy. Wide of the crease, bowls, looking to get that drift and then possibly turn and also float it away. Rahul equal to the task. He's been very, very circumspect and watchful, KL Rahul. 5 of 29. Trying to sort of get a measure of conditions. And here's Murphy again. Goes in and bowls. Flatter, quicker. Pushed away on the offside. There will be no run. Straight run up to the wicket. Just watching that in slow-mo right now. Lovely wind up and then gives it a real rip as he pivots slower through the air this time. Lovely over. Very, very good first over indeed from young Todd Murphy. Has a quick word with the umpire saying, was our landing okay? No problems. Nathan Menon gives him the nod. And it's lovely to see several of the Aussie players just going around and giving him a pat on the back. Steve Smith was among the first. So his career is now underway. 38 without loss.
I think there's actually a fair bit if you look at his action, the gather and everything before he releases the ball. I think he's very Graham Swan-like. Really fast through his action.
Yeah, I think except for Swan, he's sort of slightly more whirly arms, and maybe that'll happen over time, who knows. But that's a great spot. Yes, he does remind one of Graham Swan. And when you think back to overseas spinners dominating Indian batting in Indian conditions, you have to think back to Graham Swan and Monty Panesar as the two spinners who did that. Here's Lyon with a fresh over now from the pavilion and bowls, and Rohit Sharma to one that keeps low, pushes it out on the onside where it's fielded by Labuschagne. 38 without loss. Sharma is on 32. Rahul is on 5. And we're in the 12th over of India's innings. Here's Nathan Lyon. Round the wicket. Rohit Sharma eases it to the left of Labuschagne, who covers ground quickly and makes sure there is no possibility of a run. Man down in the shadows of the stand opposite us at long on, and a deep backward square leg on the fence. There's 2 men deep, 3 men round the bat. There's an orthodox mid-wicket, mid-off, and a backward point. Lyon goes down the wicket, comes Rohit Sharma, and Lyon drags it down a little bit just to make sure that Rohit doesn't get underneath it. And all that Rohit can end up doing then is defensively pushing it back along the track.
Starting to be a couple of oohs and ahs. Sharma struggling to try and to be a little bit frustrated against the spin, Nathan Lyon.
Lyon in again, and this time Rohit off the back foot, working it away on the onside, won't get a run. That's what they have to do. It doesn't really matter if you concede the odd boundary, as long as you can keep the pressure building, create some doubt, make the batsman feel that he's got to do something different. That's when the bowler will create an opportunity, won't he? Here's Lyon again, past the umpire, comes in bowls, and Rohit leans forward. There's a question asked. The umpire's not impressed. I don't think Lyon was either. He was just practicing the appeal, as he does. 1 knee on the ground. 38 for no loss, it remains. There's Lyon in again to Rohit Sharma. Oh, this time Sharma whips it, but straight to the man under the helmet. That's Hanscom, and there is no run. 38 without loss. 12 overs have now been bowled, and I think the players are going to have a drink. To coincide with the players coming on, news heads are ready at the studio.
Tom Melville with the latest ABC News. Rescuers from 24 countries are helping to pull people out from the rubble in Turkey and Syria, where more than 15,000 people have died. As the death toll continues to rise, the Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan has admitted initial delays in sending out help to affected areas. He insists those issues are now under control. Liberal frontbencher Alan Tudge has confirmed his resignation from federal parliament after more than a decade as the member for Aston in Victoria. In recent years, he was accused of being emotionally and, at one time, physically abusive to former staffer Rochelle Miller, while the pair had a consensual affair, allegations he denies. And a number of cars have been submerged in water after storms swept through the Illawarra and southern Sydney today. The storms were part of the same system that dumped hundreds of millimetres of rain on parts of the south coast overnight. For more news at any time, you can download the ABC Listen app.
This week on Landline, devastation in WA's Kimberley region, rebuilding in central New South Wales, and the upside of flooding, revived wetlands for birds.
Feels very special, I think, when you come into these places, and we have sort of between 30 and 50,000 breeding pairs in here. You're maybe the only person that these birds have seen so far.
That's Landline, Sunday 12:30 on ABC TV and streaming on ABC iView.
Grandstand cricket.
Here's Pat Cummins with the reply, with the ball. Into bowl to Rohit Sharma, bowls, and Rohit Sharma is looking to leave it, but will get 4 runs for it. Now that is one of the most astonishing strokes I've seen, unintentional.
Cummins, 2 straight again, and he's picked off. This time it's behind square leg. It'll split the 2 fielders in the deep for 4.
Australia v India on ABC Radio, Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
Well, the drinks are a little bit extended, and that's understandable as the sun bakes down here at Nagpur's VCA Stadium, just on the outskirts of the city of Oranges, as it's called, in the area referred to locally as Jamtha, one of those new stadiums that was built in preparation for the 2011 50-over World Cup, where the first game that was played here was between India and South Africa. And since then, There's, of course, been a lot of cricket here. Not that much of Test match cricket, but this is a game that whole of Nagpur would have been looking forward to. Alongside me is Geoff Lemon. And Geoff, you a little bit surprised by the number of people who've turned up here today?
As in surprised by it being more or less?
More than what maybe would have been expected, because often it's said that Test match cricket in India doesn't really have that kind of a following anymore.
Yeah, and you do often see it. You see some pretty empty grounds on a lot of Indian tours watching along on television. So there has been a good crowd in. I did hear some mutterings that it was a sellout. It's definitely not at full capacity. You'd be looking at maybe a quarter capacity, but they've been very loud, very appreciative.
Murphy continues, and first ball's pushed away on the offside. Yes, I mean, the people of Nagpur have often been amongst those like Indore and like some of the other smaller centres, really starved of high-level Test match cricket. And when they do get a chance, you tend to then see a lot more come through. Here's Murphy ball, then he strikes it with a big appeal. Doesn't impress Ditin Menon.
Well, that was interesting. Straightening down the line. He's bowling like from around the wicket. Cummins just gives him a round of applause, says well bowled, and says no review for you.
Now that style of appeal, you think he would have been inspired by Nathan Lyon? Looked very Lyon-esque, didn't it? Down on a knee, hand up in the air, palm open. There's the next one again. Forward in defence, he draws KL Rahul. I'm a little surprised by the way Rahul's batted. I mean, it's well and good that you're being very watchful and careful. He just hasn't looked to display any intent, has he?
Well, it's looked as though he's just trying to survive.
Murphy in balls. Rahul comes forward, defends again on the offside.
Which might be the right move when you've got somebody at the other end going along nicely, and when you're not in great nick yourself, you're not timing the ball very well. You know that all you need to do is hang in there, get through to the end of the day, come back tomorrow, try again, things might change.
One way of doing it. Murphy bowls to Rahul. Rahul defends again. And it's at times like this, Geoff, that I often wonder what thoughts must be going through young Shubman Gill's mind. Because as we heard Dinesh Karthik on ABC Grandstand Sport tell us that in his opinion, Gill is the backup opener and therefore he should be the backup opener. Come back to that. Murphy bowled, and this time Rahul will get it off the square and will pick up a single down to deep mid wicket. 39 without loss.
It is a curious one. There is something about KL Rahul that makes other players in the team like having him there. Rohit Sharma particularly likes opening the batting with him.
Yeah.
But when you saw Shubman Gill on that tour to Australia 2021, not just the way he played at Brisbane, but earlier in that series as well, he looked like the sort of player who should be opening the batting for India for at least a few years, if not many years. The range of strokes that he had, the temperament, the audacity to take on the Australian quicks, the way he was carving Mitchell Starc for 6 over backward point, all of the rest of it. It seems very strange that they've moved around. You've had so many choppings and changings of openers for India over the last 7 or 8 years. Mayank Agarwal, Murali Vijay, KL Rahul, Hanuma Vihari.
Lyon starts a fresh over. Ball keeps a little bit low. Defended on the onside.
And often it's involved coming back to players who've been discarded previously. Pujara opened there very briefly. It's a strange lack of ability to pick who is your candidate, who is your player for the future.
Yeah, backup player. Pick him, back him. Off the back foot this time, KL Rahul pushes it up the ground towards a wideish long on. They'll pick up a run.
And based on the skill that we've seen, it seems self-evident on age, on talent, on the ability to improve that Shubman Gill should be that player.
Yes, I mean, while it may be a little bit too early, I mean, given his temperament, as you mentioned, Geoff, and his understanding of the game for one so young, he might even be a future captain. So all the more reason that you back the player and give him the opportunity. They've instead gone to Suryakumar Yadav and give him a break in the middle order. Here's Lyon bowls, and Rohit Sharma is beaten and the bails have come off, and for a moment I think people might have been misled into thinking that crept through his defense, but this one just went with the arm. Yeah, not far from the outside edge. Lovely delivery that. Slower through the air as well. Here's Lyon now. In again, goes. And this time Rohit comes down the wicket. Struck on the pad. A bit of a ooh and ah, but I don't think he got any bat on it. Good work by Hanscom.
Just decided to kick it away. Having been done a bit in the flight. Made sure he got pad to it.
But that's clearly encouraging signs for Nathan Lyon, because he's now realizing that he's getting under Rohit's skin. That's part of the job of conjuring up a dismissal, outwitting a batter. Goes, and this time he leans forward, Rohit Sharma. Defense right under his head. 40 without loss, India. 7 to Rahul, 32 to Rohit Sharma.
Well, I liked the Surya Yadav selection.
By itself, yes.
I think he's the most exciting batter in world cricket at the moment.
In comes Lyon. This time Rohit Sharma comes down the wicket and gets the ball where he wanted it to, and that'll be the first 6 of the innings, in fact, of the match. 46 without loss, and he hits that last one straight over the offside field, so there was no danger in it once he'd got enough on it, and that is 6 more runs. So 46 for no loss, India.
Classic Rohit Sharma there, the shuffle down, the lift over long off. We've seen him do it so many times in white ball cricket especially, but happy to play those shots in Test cricket when he gets the length as well. So it's that ability to turn attack into a weapon in Test match cricket. That's the sort of thing that Surya Yadav could bring as well. I think when you've got a player in the kind of form he's in, it's worth giving him a shot at Test cricket to see if he can do it. So in the middle order that made sense, but it would still make more sense to me to have Shubman Gill as your fellow opener with Rohit Sharma at the top of the order.
Yeah, I just think there, besides all the other factors, I think Rahul Dravid is also one of those sort of people who likes to do things properly. Murphy starts a fresh over, and this one's a little bit short and leaning back. Rahul's not timed it to perfection, so he'll get only 2, but he found the gap on the offside.
It does make you wonder too what happened to poor old Prithvi Shaw. Such an incredible start to his Test career.
Amazing, isn't it? And oftentimes it's those little things that, you know, fate has in store for you. Remember that injury he suffered when he came, twisted his ankle, missed out. Mayank Agarwal, I think it was, who came in, got some runs. Think about the reverse for KL Rahul on the tour to England. Murphy bowls. Lovely delivery that. 2 minds, wasn't sure which way it was going, and that's credit to the young off spinner. Just managed to get some bat on it. And KL Rahul wouldn't have been opening for India if Mayank Agarwal hadn't been hit on the head in the nets. And then he batted superbly in that series with Rohit Sharma. Again, quicker and flatter through the air. He is more and more reminiscent of Graham Swan. Dirk spotted that up front, and I'm just watching him now. And maybe he's not as tall as Swanee. Builds up a nice sort of head of steam almost as he gets to the there, winds up and lets it rip. Murphy in again. And this time wristily worked away on the onside for a single by KL Rahul.
He doesn't have the little flare of the arms that Swan used to have with, with both hands. Yes, they're balletic.
Into double figures now, KL Rahul, and India have moved on to 49 without loss, chasing 177, which is what Australia got. There's Murphy again, this time to Rohit Sharma, and he's playing it away back to the square, not for any runs. Bit of extra bounce on that occasion.
What he does have is that little kick up of his left foot, sort of horse style, before he starts his run up.
Here he is again. Up he goes, and Rohit plays it to forward short pick. Hanscom fields. End of the 15th over. It's 49 without loss.
But it's been quite the rise for Todd Murphy. It does make you wonder how Mitchell Swepson, Ashton Agar might be feeling. Agar brought in for the Sydney Test ostensibly to get him back in the rhythm of Test cricket. It didn't go very well. He didn't get to bowl many overs and didn't have much impact in that Sydney match against South Africa. But Mitchell Swepson has been the second spinner on the Asian tours last year in Sri Lanka and Pakistan. Didn't set the world alight. Did a decent enough job. It does tend to be a pattern, though, in India, is that visiting leg spinners get chewed up and spat out in the same way that visiting finger spinners to Australia often do.
Yes. And which is why I often wonder, back in the day, and I never saw him bowl live, but the great Erapalli Prasanna and his exploits in Australia, I've only heard them from Greg Chappell and sometimes Chappelli as well. First ball of a fresh over, defended on the onside.
Yeah, well, it was supposed to be the accuracy with Prasanna. His ability to keep hitting the same length.
Yes. And I think long before the doosra and the angles of what's it called, the flex in the elbow and all that came along. Shot mid-wicket, no run. He was probably one of the first who sort of had that genuine floater, the ball that just sort of curved away from the right-hander. It was a different era of cricket, of course.
Come on, guys.
Smith, Warner and Hanscom, the three men, along with Carey, close catching. Lyon bowls, and this time KL works it away squarer to the right of the man Labuschagne at mid-wicket. He'll get a run. And the 50 comes up for India, 50 without loss in the 16th over.
Well, salt in the wound for the Australians. After just how hard they had to scrap for their 177 runs. They were 2 for 2 at one stage, seeing the Indians put on 50 almost untroubled.
Lyon bowls, and this time it's cracked away on the offside. He will get 4 runs for it, Rohit Sharma. Not his most elegant shot, but he'll get 4 runs nevertheless. 54 without loss.
Leant back on that one. Knew that he had plenty of space on the offside as long as he picked the gap. There's a pretty sizable gap between mid-off and point.
Yep, just opened his face just a shade and comfortably helped himself to 4 runs. Here's Lyon again. Comes in and bowls quicker through the air, and Rohit gets down and defends on the offside. 20th over going on. India 57. No, pardon me, in the session. This is the 20th over. 57 runs have been scored. 54 of them by India. And the last 2 wickets of Australia's innings fell in this session as well. Lyon bowls and defended by Rohit Sharma again. Yes, I mean, you look at that partnership between Labuschagne and Steve Smith, and then the fall of Labuschagne's wicket, and sort of things didn't quite go well from there on in. They were, 109 for 3 at one stage, 109 for 5, and had it not been for Carey's little cameo, they wouldn't probably have even got past 150, it's fair to say.
And even at that stage, I mean, Carey probably a little unlucky, bowled behind his legs off the under edge. He played the reverse so well, but it is still a shot with some peril involved when you're playing against any decent spinner, let alone someone of the class of Ashwin.
Yep, 450 wickets. Start of a fresh over for Murphy. He's going to come in and bowl to KL Rahul, who's on 11 now. 46 balls, 3 catches still in place. Murphy goes in, bowls to Rahul. Rahul plays it out to mid-wicket. It's fielded there, no run.
So a slip, a leg slip, a short leg in place for Murphy, giving the spinner the support. A few catching options, a lot of encouragement. David Warner very vocal at that leg slip position.
There's Murphy again. Comes in and bowls. And this one, genuine bit and pad, and Rohit wanted a run. He's rushing back. Not the fleetest of feet is Rohit Sharma. He was very clear he wanted the run. Rahul wasn't interested. The last thing you want is a mix-up. I think one of the worst ways to get out in Test match cricket is run out. That was a genuine inside edge onto pad. So Murphy's had Rahul in some trouble twice now. Goes in again. Bowls. This time full face of the bat. But getting some good revs and good turn. Very impressed.
Just went too square, that edge. They've got the short leg just on the line of square leg there. just behind that square point.
In goes Murphy, away from us, goes in bowls. And Rahul defends it again. Forward shot fields. Score remains 54 without loss.
Very nice, Todd, very nice.
Big job ahead of Todd Murphy on debut.
In he goes again to Rahul. Rahul comes forward and defends. No run. But I think what will be encouraging for the young man is the fact that he's settled in. He's not done anything sort of out of the ordinary, but he hasn't allowed the Indian batters to get after him either. And that in itself, I think, is a minor victory, particularly when you're starting off. Murphy goes in bowls again, and this time it's worked away nicely. Slightly fuller in length. Will pick up a run, will Rahul. Go to 12, India move to 55 without loss. More from Geoff Lemon, and then coming into commentary is going to be Corbin Middlemass.
Well, in some ways, it might be a little bit of a relief. Not that you want your teammates to do badly, and not that it helps your actual team cause, but it might be a little relief for someone like Todd Murphy to see Nathan Lyon being hit for a 6 rather than him being hit for a 6 himself. Shuffle down the ground. If you see a player of distinction suffering a setback like that, then it would be reassuring that it can happen to anybody. So he's held his end together pretty well today, Todd Murphy. Hasn't got that elusive first test wicket yet. Pat Cummins with the ball in hand, coming to bring himself back on. Really struggled earlier. Kept bowling too straight, kept bowling leg stump. 3 boundaries in his first over. Picked off for a couple more after that as well. Really gave India a fast start.
Afternoon, Geoff. None for 55, India. This is after Australia all out for 177. And Pat Cummins, gee, was pretty loose up front. 3 overs for 23 and bowled a maiden. So that's really 23 off the other 2. KL Rahul is on 12, not out. Cummins on his way in as he bowls on off stump. It's full and driven. Out to mid-off for Warner. There's no run. It's been pretty one-sided, India, hasn't it, as we edge closer towards stumps. We're 25 minutes away from the end of the day here, day 1 in Nagpur. As we love to say, particularly in this part of the world, you never know until both sides have a hit on the wicket. Well, early in India's innings, they look like they're cruising to a first innings lead.
They've been pretty untroubled so far. That middle section of the pitch still has some green grass on it.
Split cordon, KL Rahul awaits Cummins. He's defending out to cover.
One thing Cummins does, though, is this end of the day period, the last few overs when the shadows lengthen and it gets a bit harder to pick up the ball, perhaps. He's got a knack of picking up wickets in this last little patch of the day. Australia desperately need one at this point. If these 2 come back tomorrow, repeat the dose, none for 100 or so, by the time the first wicket falls, well, you can pretty much write the script from there.
Cummins emerges out of the shadows from the southern end, hits the crease, bowls to Rahul, who drives gloriously through cover point and away to the boundary, and that'll be 4. And Rahul moves to 16, the man who captained India in their last test match against Bangladesh. With a full-time captain across formats, Rohit Sharma, no wicket for 59.
First convincing shot of the day for KL Rahul. He's shown discipline and patience. He's hung in there, happy to defend, happy to just be one half of the partnership, even though he's not producing one half of the runs. And finally, he gets into a shot that'll make him feel a lot better about things.
Carey crouching down alongside Smith and Hanscom in the cordon as Rahul pushes it back out to Warner at mid-off. Got the long shadows being cast by that enormous stand at the southern end. It's probably the one thing which struck me when I arrived at the ground on Tuesday, a couple of days out before the obviously today, Thursday being the first day, was just how high the roof is on the grandstand on the southern side in particular. So even once you get to the last row of seatings, then it goes up a significant way before the roof comes out to protect that entire area. As Cummins over the wicket to Rahul, who drives back to the bowler, and Cummins got a hand on it. Knocks it away to Warner at mid-off. There's no runs, so 59 without loss, India.
It's a curious ground in a lot of respects as you come out to the farmland out here in the middle of the paddocks, the fields, and you find this massive complex plonked in the middle of everything. Old-fashioned kind of subcontinental architectural style ground, even though it was built relatively recently.
Cummins still looking for the first wicket. The Rahul down the leg side, and Carey diving down to his left to take it. No wicket for 59. That's the end of the Cummins over as well, so just the boundary from it. 6 overs left in the day's play. We will have a grandstand at stumps, as we always do. And hopefully some reaction from the Australian camp, as we've done for almost 100 years on the ABC, so I hope that continues tonight. Arnie and Julie off the SMS 0467920222. Hi, we are caravanning in Berry on the Murray River in South Australia. Great to listen to your coverage while looking at the river with a couple of yabby pots in the water. Keep up the good work. From Arnie and Julie.
That'd be nice. Easy way to catch them is just put your feet in. Don't need a pot then.
Herb the Butcher in beautiful Darwin. Hi, great calling of the cricket while having a beer. Sounds like a pretty good way to spend the afternoon. Herb, nice to hear from you. If you want to get in touch with us, 0467920222. There's the young man on debut, Todd Murphy.
A lot of responsibility on his shoulders. 4 bowlers picked. They don't have that all-rounder in the middle order. Yes, they can get overs of spin out of a number of the top 6. But the real stuff.
Sharma rates Murphy over the wicket. He's forward and defending out on the offside.
It's quite a step up from having a decent Shield season to saying, well, let's pop you in Nagpur. You'll be bowling by the end of day 1 with your team having already batted.
22 years of age, 7 first-class matches. In he comes again to Rohit Sharma, who defends confidently back down the pitch.
Very strong resemblance to a young Andy Marr as well. Todd Murphy.
He's got the spectacles on, the long sleeves, and the towel flapping out the back of his trousers. There's Murphy on his way in again, a quicker one, and Sharma again respects it out on the leg side.
But it's the pattern you see so often in India test matches. Test matches in India.
Murphy skips in again, bowls to Sharma, just pushes back down the track.
Visiting side scraps and fights and has to sweat for every run. Home side comes in. Maybe has a few testing moments here and there, but grind down the visiting bowlers, then hit cruise control and rack up something massive.
Here comes Murphy again, well flighted and squared up. Sharma got a leading edge. Trickles away through cover and trots through for a single, so just a ball left in the Murphy over as Rohit moves to 43, KL Rahul on 16, and India 60 without loss.
A few of those little moral victories for Murphy, but they don't count for too much if you don't take wickets afterwards. Just ask Bryce McGain.
There's 3 Victorians in this team. Hasn't been 3 Vicks play for Australia too much in the recent history. As Murphy angles one into the pads of KL Rahul and it drops away on the leg side. So end of the Murphy over, just the one from it. He's bowled 5 overs, no wicket for 9.
Yes, trying to think when that would have been. There have been a couple of test matches in the last decade or so, I think, but it's too late in the day to put together who it was. Maybe in that that era when Hanscom was playing previously.
Like a Hanscom, Peter Siddle type sort of.
Yes,
yeah.
Hanscom, Siddle. You wouldn't have been able to count Nick Maddinson at that point, although you could now.
Nathan Lyons going to replace Cummins from the pavilion end of the ground, the southern end of the stadium, where the shadows are almost reaching the stumps, the non-strikers end. And it's been an interesting day with the Aussies winning the toss and deciding to bat first, but all out 177. India struck with a new ball too, a wicket to Shami and a wicket to Siraj. But from that point on, it was all India. As Lyon bowls to Rohit, plays back to the bowler. As they were 2 for 2. Nice partnership between Nannes and Steve Smith. As they were able to put on 82 for the third wicket, but from that point on, from 2 for 84 to all out 177. Lyon comes around the wicket. Sharma turns it to short leg and Hanscom fields. No wicket for 60. More from Geoff Lemon throughout the test, as well as Prakash, Wakankar, Dinesh, Karthik, Sunil, Gavaskar, but Dirk, Nannes started the day alongside me. Slots back in.
Afternoon.
As the shadows come down on the first day. The shadows lengthen, in fact. The curtains come down on the first day as Rohit turns it backward of square. We're all getting a little weary. Just bobbed up in front of Murphy. You heard the anxious cries of the Aussie fieldsmen, still looking for their first wicket.
Almost feels of the Smith and Labuschagne combination earlier on today, that partnership where Labuschagne was the aggressor. Rohit's playing that exact role here in this.
Lyon, gee, was that a quicker one down the leg side? There's a cry for caught behind. Carey's not that interested as Rohit threw the bat at it. And I lost sight of that as that sort of came out of the hand at speed and ended up down leg. It didn't climb at all off the wicket. Gee.
Sounded like there was a noise, didn't it? Down leg, but on replay, first one you see, looks like he missed it by a long way.
Lyon on leg stump and Rohit again defending to Hanscom at short leg.
Earlier today, Labuschagne was sort of the aggressor. He was trying to take on the spin and be aggressive to the spin, and Steve Smith at the other end was looked a lot more composed and was content to soak up some dot balls and not quite be as aggressive. That's
Lyon to Rohit and he's beaten. Gee, he was at the bat out trying to defend it down the track, ripped past the outside edge into the gloves of Carey, and a maiden for Nathan Lyon, but no edge on it. And Rohit Sharma and KL Rahul are still there. Australia lost a couple of wickets to the new ball with Shami and Siraj dismissing both Warner and Khawaja cheaply, but the Aussies in the field haven't had the same success, and now a lot of work for Lyon and Murphy to do in the test match.
Murphy's been good so far. Hasn't been assisted with a heap of turn. The odd ball has turned a bit. One ball that's straightened nicely that they appealed for that was probably just going to go over the stumps. Otherwise, he's been himself a pretty good start into Test cricket.
And he comes here to KL Rahul. Just blocks the ball out on the leg side.
Now the stand shadow starting to creep across this pitch out in the middle. Short legs. Shadow also coming onto the crease, onto the pitch right in front of the batsman.
Murphy in again to Rahul, who defends back to the bowler. So the fielders around the back. You've got Pete Hanscom at short leg. You've got David Warner at leg slip. Steve Smith at first slip. Obviously Carey, the keeper, in the helmet. Marnus Labuschagne's on the centre wicket area, fielding at mid-wicket. There's also a backward point mid-off. Deep cover and backward square. As Murphy's driving, and the last of those fielders is Matt Renshaw, who's down at long on. Collects the ball and a single for Rahul. No wicket for 61, India.
I think this will be the bit of a hammer blow to end the day if Australia can't take a wicket in these next few overs. There's 3.3 overs left in the day. They desperately at least want to take one of them, particularly given how hard it seemed to bat for the Australians during the day. They just haven't really responded with that type of pressure with the ball. Haven't been able to mimic any of India's pressure.
I'll just hit on a little sore point for you, Dirk. I raised the question to Geoff Lemon with Murphy playing alongside Hanscom and Boland. I thought, gee, first time in a while we've had 3 Victorians in the Test 11. And obviously he played in a very successful era as Murphy bowls to Rohit Sharma, who plays back to the bowler. There's no run. Didn't have too many Test players. And Rick Finlay's been hard at work for us. How far back do you think we have to go?
Well, before my time, that'd be 2000, even earlier than that. Gee.
Murphy to Rohit Sharma, turns it away through square leg. And pick up a single out to the fielder on the boundary, Nathan Lyon. No wicket for 62.
Go for it.
Merv Hughes, Paul Rifle and S.K. Warne. They played 6 Test matches together. It's been a minute.
When would that have been?
The last of them. It would have to have been in the 90s. As Murphy bowls to KL Rahul, who plays out on the offside. There's no run. So that's gone 25 years back, maybe more. Quarter of a century since we've had 3 Victorians. Second biggest population in the country, featuring in the 11 for Australia. We've got 3 overs left in the day's play. India a no wicket for 62 after Australia were all out for 177.
Australia quite content to just press this game deep. Don't want to bowl any more overs than they need to. And India also quite content. They're getting a little shuffle on from the umpire, coming over and saying, hang on, you probably don't need to have a drink for the next 5 minutes. And I think the Australians would have expected a little bit more assistance out of this pitch. They're not able to get the turn. Jadeja could get, mind you, Jadeja did bowl those turning balls a lot slower through the air, and both of these spinners have been content to bowl quite quickly.
Ten minutes before the scheduled stumps time, they've got 3 overs to bowl the Aussies. Unheard of to think that you'd actually be finishing inside the time.
And they're pressing it out. They're trying to extend it.
Didn't want to bowl too many. There's Lyon on his way into Rohit Sharma, drives through cover. That's a superb shot. All the way along the ground. And long chase on for Cummins. He pulls it up just half a metre inside the boundary. And Rohit Sharma will get back for a triple, so no wicket for 65.
Yeah, probably one thing that the Ashwin, etc., didn't allow the Australian batsmen to do often was to play the ball through cover. I've seen that a few times, that the ball's been sort of floated up, and Sharma's been, and Rahul have been content just to play that ball through the offside, which Australians weren't allowed to do.
Here comes Lyon around the wicket to Rahul, who clips it away to mid-wicket. Labuschagne fields. None for 65.
It's hard to see what else Australia can try and do. Just nothing seems to be working for them. They're not getting a lot of turn. Maybe try and slow the ball up in the air and try and get the ball to turn a little bit more than what they're doing at the moment.
Here's KL Rahul, same spot, plays out to Labuschagne at mid-wicket.
And again in the morning, trying to get that ball to reverse swing as soon as you possibly can.
Come on then, Gaza. Here we go, guys.
The Vuvuzelas going as Rahul is back and just playing very late on a ball. Angled in at middle and leg, takes it down to long on for a single. No wicket for 66.
Has been changing his pace up fairly often here, Nathan Lyon. He's been bowling that fastest, flatter ball fairly often in his spell. So I really can afford to just maybe flight a couple more up. He has been hit straight down the ground once by Rohit Sharma. Perhaps try and invite him again.
Lyon to Rohit, lap sweep, beats the infield. And the roar from the crowd here at Nagpur as Murphy won't be able to chop that off. And Rohit Sharma, in just his 4th test as skipper, passes 50. He raises his bat to this adoring crowd. And Rohit Sharma is 51 not of just 66 balls. No wicket for 70 India.
And it's been relatively risk-free batting. Just the one lofted shot down the ground to Nathan Lyon. But otherwise, it's really just been putting away some bad bowling. That comes uncharacteristically wayward so far in this innings. Allowed these Indian openers to get off to a great start. And Sharma's continuing that.
Rohit Sharma clubs it away, threads it through the covers for 4. Just sat up outside the off stump and that hit the middle of the bat and flew to the boundary. India no wicket for 74, Rohit to 55. And we're seeing his very best here in Nagpur, Dirk Nannes.
That's glorious batting. Wonderful cover drive against the spin. But again, it's not raging turn that he's playing against. To a batsman who's well set in home conditions. Just seem to be playing it so easily at the moment. There seems to be no threat whatsoever from any of these bowlers. At a stage like this, you just need to try and tie up. Batsmen try and eke out as many dot balls as you possibly can, no matter how you do it. Just try and dry up that scoreboard.
He was a fascinating watch coming into the series too, because he averages 73 at home, but only 31 against the Australians. So they've sort of been his bogey team in the past in Test cricket. And the 7 matches he's played against the Aussies previously. KL Rahul gets one out of the shadows, turns it away off his hit, out through mid-wicket. He'll get 2 for it. Nathan Lyon is there to collect it in front of the Western Grandstand. Interestingly, Rohit Sharma was actually born in Nagpur. He didn't spend much of his life here. He was born into a low socioeconomic family. His parents were hard working. His dad was a factory worker, as KL Rahul defends on the offside. And so at a young age, they actually moved him to another part of Maharashtra in the same state, just out of Mumbai, to live with his grandparents and his uncle. And he raised him, and as a result was able to sort of get into cricket, was spotted and got a scholarship to be able to go to private school. As Murphy delivers and KL Rahul plays back to the bowler. But he would go home and visit his parents on the weekend, and they were in a sort of 1-bedroom place. And he would stay there and get to see his folks on the weekend. But once that was over, it'll be back to his grandparents and his uncle, who had a few more resources to be able to help him at a young age. As KL Rahul defends on the leg side, another dot ball with just over an over left in the day. And this is a guy, Dirk, that what he's probably worth $26 million or more in endorsement deals, and the money that he's made out of cricket. He's certainly one, from the mud that's been able to make it. Murphy well flighted. KL Rahul bunts it straight back to Murphy, and he takes the return catch. And just like that, Todd Murphy has his first wicket in Test cricket. KL Rahul is out for 20. Caught and bowled the 22-year-old Todd Murphy. India 1 for 76.
The Australians all get around him. KL Rahul can't believe what he's done just off of that simple return catch. This ball just turning a fraction more than the balls we've seen before. In fact, a lot more than what we've seen before. This one nearly went through the gate. And the easiest to return chances for the first wicket in what may be a long Test career. importantly, a vital breakthrough for the Australians who've nearly seen their lead under the 100. It's just 101 now.
And there was a little bit of a delay as the new bat started to make his way out to the middle, and there's a reason for that, Dirk. You've just spotted on the monitor that's actually Ravichandran Ashwin who's going to make his way out. So the night watchman has been sent with just an over remaining in the day's play. We've got a monitor in our box here in the back of the second level of the Southern Stand, and saw some great pictures of the Murphy family celebrating. They've made the long trip from Melbourne. His dad actually played Premier cricket with Shane Warne at the St Kilda Football Club, the most famous name to have come out of that cricket club. And here's Todd Murphy in his 7th over. He's bowled extremely well, 1 for 13. And his first Test wicket is KL Rahul.
A great moment to remember, and great for him that it happens in his first day rather than go to sleep and have an early on tomorrow. At least he goes to bed believing tonight that he belongs. He can be a threat. It's a big first scalp, Rahul at home. This is going to be his last over of the day because there's 1 over of play left to go after this.
He's got 1 ball left in the over, so 1 for 76 India. The hosts on top in the Test match. The Murphy family, this is the modern way, not just on their feet, they've all got the phones out now, as what often happens, a cell phone lights up. What a moment for their young lad. His last ball of the day as he bowls to Ashwin and leaping across the pitch. Marcus Labuschagne to retrieve it on the bounce. And Ashwin turns and walks away. And he's faced the 1 ball. Rohit Sharma's on 55. India a 1 for 76. That's in response to 177 that the Australians made all out inside 64 overs earlier today, with Ravindra Jadeja taking 5 for 47.
Australians.
Can you do that one just so
I think that was Marcus Labuschagne we picked up there just saying, I thought that was the last over. Sure enough, there's one to come.
Actually saw Pat Cummins discussing with the umpire a couple of overs ago, trying to work out how many they actually had to bowl in the day and how many were left, because they couldn't quite work it out based on the scoreboard here, which is pretty difficult to keep track of. Where we're sitting can't actually see the scoreboard because it's the cameraman has set up some sort of almost like a parasol type arrangement hooked up to the stand.
Line to bowl the last over of the day to Rohit Sharma, bat and pad, big shout for leg before. The Aussies love it. The finger doesn't go up. Australia cannot believe it. And a lengthy appeal from Labuschagne, who continued to appeal multiple times to Ray Illingworth as he shook his head. Now the conference with Cummins of line, and after all that, they're not even going to review. Rohit on 55 remains there. He prodded forward on the front foot, and just the question was it bat or pad first?
Had to do a lot to come back in. It was pad first. One of those ones that no matter how good it is, it's only ever going to be umpire's call.
Rohit Sharma awaits. He clips it through the infield and just wide of mid-wicket out the wide long on. Khawaja in the outfield does the fielding, just a single, so Rohit to 56, and I imagine Ashwin will see out the day now. It's one of those ones that Jim Maxwell loves to say about, is it boof tick or tick boof?
Well, pad first, definitely pad first, but
yeah,
it's only just clipping the off stump. Even if it's hitting it, you're not going to be able to overturn it, so you may as well not even try.
Big shout out to Jim and Jen, you're listening back home, no doubt. Jim has his radio sort of arc welded to the ABC, so it does not miss a thing. As Lyon bowls to Ashwin, he turns it straight into the short leg fielder Hanscom. Bowls up back down the pitch. The Aussies have 1 at least. Australia were 2 for 84 before losing their third wicket. India 1 down as we close in on stumps. On the first day, 1 for 77. Murphy with his brand new baggy green has a test scalp. Ashwin stonewalls it back down the pitch.
Almost the perfect night watchman. Ashwin has got decent defence in these types of conditions. And can go on to make a big score tomorrow. I don't think anyone would be too concerned having him go out there from the Indian camp.
Here comes Lyon again. Delivers to Ashwin, who plays back to the bowler. He's just got one ball to navigate. The first day of the Border Gavaskar. India. Here comes Lyon on his way in. Ashwin defends it away to silly point. And Nannes picks it up. Just the one off the last over of the day. The umpires flick the bails off, and that'll do us. Stumps on day one. India 1 for 77. Exactly 100 behind in the test match after Australia were bowled out for 177. The highlights in the day: Labuschagne made 49, Smith 37, Carey 36, but the Aussies, after being 2 for 84, will feel like they left a few out there, all out for 177. Jadeja 5 for 47, Ashwin 3 for 42. And then with the ball, they weren't able to get wickets up front with the new rock. Some wayward bowling. And now a lot on the shoulders of Murphy and Lyon. And the former has a wicket, the 22-year-old with his brand new baggy green on his head. Todd Murphy dismissing KL Rahul for 20. Rohit Sharma is not out, unbeaten with a half century. And R. Ashwin is there as the night watchman. That's it for Stumps on day one. Some initial thoughts. Grandstand at Stumps is coming up in just a moment. We'll give you a full breakdown on the day's play, but some initial thoughts from you, Dirk Nannes.
Oh, bruised, not necessarily broken at this stage, but definitely on the back foot. I think with the bat, Australia are okay. Yes, they did what they could against a really impressive, particularly spin bowling attack in Ashwin and particularly Jadeja. And there are a couple of good pieces of batting in there, but it was just the regular wickets that they lost. And not really due to the pitch either. It was just some batsmanship issues through there. But probably the most disappointing part was with the ball. They came out and they could have made some inroads, but Pat Cummins was really atypical of what we normally come to expect with him, bowling both sides of the wicket, particularly bowling into Rohit Sharma's legs and getting played for plenty of runs early on, which straight away put the Australian bowling effort on the back foot. So in summary, I think India will be wrapped with what they were able to do. They bowled out a decent batting lineup with some high quality spin and high quality pressure. And then with the bat, they were really gifted some easy runs, and they'll be very happy with the first day of this series.
That Stumps on day one at the VCA Stadium in Nagpur. 24 overs the Australians bowled before close, 1 for 77 with Rohit Sharma 56 not out. India trailing the test match by exactly 100 runs. There's no reason to go anywhere. Should we do Grandstand at Stumps?
Straight in.
Yeah, I agree. Let's get into it. Grandstand at Stumps is up next.
Welcome to Grandstand at Stumps on ABC Radio, Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
The ground staff are out in the middle of the VCA Stadium in...
There's nothing to do after 2 hours of training.
The ground staff are out in the middle after the first day at the VCA Stadium in Nagpur as they just brush away some of the red dirt that has been scuffed up throughout the day after an interesting opening day's play here in Nagpur. So much focus about how the pitch was going to play leading in. In the end, it was the performance of the Indian team, which is the talking point. Another 5-wicket haul for Ravindra Jadeja. He's done that 11 times now in Test cricket. 5 for 47 off 22 overs. Ashwin picked up 3 wickets, 3 for 42. The Australians, after being 2 for 84 with Labuschagne and Smith seemingly set at the crease, could only muster 177. And in reply, India in a commanding position. They trail the Test match by exactly 100 runs at 1 for 77. Ashwin, the night watchman, is out there with Rohit Sharma, who has an unbeaten half-century. KL Rahul is the only man dismissed before the close of play on day 1. He was out to the first gamer, the 22-year-old debutant Todd Murphy, caught and bowled for 20. Corbin, Middlemass and Dirk Nannes on grandstand at stumps. I feel like there's so many different things to try and pull apart after the first day's play. Should we step through it in order?
Let's fire away with selection.
Yeah, let's do that. So, toss of the coin. Up it goes. I asked Pat Cummins yesterday, is he calling heads or tails? He said tails, and it never fails. Came down the right side, and so as a result, the Aussies said, we'll have it that. They handed their team sheet to Rohit Sharma, which had both Renshaw and Hanscom on it. The name that was missing was Travis Head, who was somewhat of a shocking omission. Surprised a lot of people. No one was debating that really in the lead-up. And as far as the bowlers go, Boland and Cummins to partner the spin twins in Lyon, and Todd Murphy, the 22-year-old right-arm finger spinner, got the nod over Swepson and Agar to start for the Aussies. Reaction to that, Dirk?
Well, it was a bit of a surprise, yes, but you can see the thinking behind it in that they wanted to go for Renshaw as probably the higher rated player of spin bowling, and so they're probably playing a more horses for courses type of selection. Well, they thought that is the best team in these Indian conditions against this attack. So yeah, maybe a surprise, and certainly you would be hard done by. It would have been a difficult discussion with Travis Head having number 4 Test batsman in the world and leaving him out of the side coming into India when he is in such good form. So I totally appreciate that, and for me that was a bit of a surprise. Probably for me, I probably would have played Head, but I can certainly see the logic behind having Renshaw in the side.
It feels to me, just reading between the lines, that they desperately wanted to play Renshaw. Everyone was talking about how well he batted in Bangalore in the camp, and that he was ready to go for this occasion. And I think purely due to the fact that there's too many guys that stand on that side of the bat that they just couldn't play all the left-handers. They couldn't play 5 of the top 7 as left-handers. And so in the end, Hanscom had to play to give them some more balance. And so instead of being the showdown between Renshaw and Hanscom that we thought it was really Renshaw and the other lefties. And in the end, they've decided to go with Matt Renshaw instead of Travis Head.
And there's lots that we don't see out of the camp that would have preceded this. So there's a fair bit of information that we don't have sitting on the sidelines, so you've got to give them a little bit of leeway, and if they think that Travis Head's not the right man, you probably don't want to wait until the 2nd or 3rd test to make that sort of call. So in the end it didn't really work, but we'll get to that.
So Todd Murphy got a chance to debut at 22 years of age. Right arm finger spinner, so there's 2 guys that spin the ball back into the right-hander in the Australian lineup. How's this, Dirk? He becomes the first player to debut for Australia in Test cricket born in the noughties. So born in the 2000s. The last 3 to start the decade, all very successful Test cricketers, not to put much pressure on his shoulders. Pat Cummins was the first Australian born in the 90s to debut in Test cricket. Michael Clarke in the 80s. The last 2 going on to become Test captains. And Damien Martin was the one before that in the 70s. So Todd Murphy becomes the first player to debut born in the 2000s. All right, once play started, this is what happened up front. The new ball bowlers struck for India. So both Mohammad Shami and Mohammad Siraj picking up big wickets to dismiss the Aussie openers. Here's Mohammad Siraj, his first ball. He strikes Khawaja on the pad. Big shout for leg before, and the umpire shakes his head. Not out, a big inducker. And Rohit says we're having a look. Oh, it's hitting an up the leg. Khawaja has a real problem. The review's successful. Siraj strikes ball 1. Umpire overturns his decision, and Khawaja's on his bike. 1 for 2. The Aussies have lost 1 in the 2nd over. Shami to continue around the wicket, and he knocks over Warner. Stumps everywhere. And Warner is out for 1. The Aussies are 2 for 2. So both openers going cheaply. They had a lot of work to do, the Australians, from that point on, as Labuschagne and Smith were able to rebuild things. They put on a 82 for the third wicket before Labuschagne was out for 49, and then the collapse started. Renshaw got a first baller, as you alluded to moments ago, Dirk. So a shocking day for him to be out really before it had started. Struck LBW, or given out LBW, struck on the pad off the bowling of Jadeja. And the same man dismissed Steve Smith as well. So they're big wickets through the middle. Jadeja got each of Labuschagne, Smith, Renshaw, Hanscom. It's the whole middle order for Australia en route to a 5-wicket haul. He was able to bring up his fifer by removing Todd Murphy. Apologies, he was able to bring up his fifer by removing Pete Hanscom. Jadeja to Hanscom, he's looking to sweep, struck him wide, missed it, the finger goes up, and Jadeja has a fifer on his test return. So that's his fifer for Jadeja, first test back from knee surgery. Australia, in the end, all out for 177 inside 64 overs.
And also, they had moments where you thought maybe they can get to 250. And looking at this pitch and the way it is played today, you would think that that'd be a reasonable score. If they could have just eked past 200 even, they'd be well in the game. And it was just a couple of batsmanship errors and some wonderful bowling. The ball in particular that I thought was outstanding today was the delivery that Jadeja bowled to Steve Smith. And it wasn't just the delivery, it was everything that came around that delivery. The raging turners a few balls before, and then the ball that goes straight through the gate that leaves Steve Smith on the crease just bewildered at what went on and how he lost his wicket. So it was just beautiful craftsmanship and befitting of someone to take 5 when he's bowling that well. But for Australia, they tried to put together partnerships, but it was just when they lost wickets, there were just clumps of wickets, and you can't afford that against such a quality attack.
177 all out, so starts in the middle. 49 for Labuschagne, 37 for Smith, 36 for Carey, 31 for Hanscom. They were the only 4 players to get past 10. Ashwin, 3 for 42. Jadeja, 5 for 47. Dinesh Karthik, who joined us throughout the day, I thought had a great assessment on this, where he said, I felt like the past score was around 225, 230, but given the position the Australians were in at 2 for 84, it looked like they should have got 270, 280. In the end, they're all out for 177, which, without knowing exactly how the pitch was going to play as the day progressed, even before we saw India bat, it felt a little light on.
It did feel light on. And I just didn't get that sort of 40-run clump that sometimes you can get out of that Australian tail. Australian tail just crumbled away. Pete Hanscom was looking good, but then had to try and up the scoring pressure right at the end there, so he lost his wicket. So there was he kind of ran out of partners essentially, which brought about his wicket. It doesn't help when you're 2 for 2 at the top of the order, and you've got Usman Khawaja missing one swing back into leg, and Dave Warner, which that dismissal, we see that a lot, don't we, to him, right arm around the wicket, taking the top of the stumps with the straighter ball. It's a worrying sign.
When India had a chance to have a hit, they made a hell of a start. Pat Cummins a little loose up top with a new ball leading the attack, but Rohit Sharma was the story. So he's averaged in the 30s, low 30s previously against Australia, but the counterpoint to that is he averages 73 at home in Test cricket, and he put all of his skills on display for us in the evening session en route to a half-century. Line to Rohit, lap sweep, beats the infield. And the roar from the crowd here at Nagpur as Murphy won't be able to chop that off. And Rohit Sharma, in just his 4th test as skipper, passes 50. So that was his 50 for Rohit Sharma, something that he's done so often for India at test level. So it is, what have we got, 15 plus 8?
23.
23. That is the 23rd time that he's been able to pass 50 for India at test level, and returning as the captain in the place of his birth here in Nagpur. Now, later in the sessions, the Australians had to really wait for it. By that stage, 76 were on the board for the first wicket before KL Rahul was dismissed by Todd Murphy, who was able to pick up his first wicket in Test cricket. Murphy well flighted. KL Rahul bunts it straight back to Murphy, and he takes the return catch. And just like that, Todd Murphy has his first wicket in Test cricket. KL Rahul is out for 20. Caught and bowled the 22-year-old Todd Murphy. India 1 for 76. They ended at 1 for 77 at the close of play on the first day in Nagpur, so trailing the Test match by exactly 100. But in a commanding position with Ashwin out there as the night watchman, and an unbeaten half-century for Rohit Sharma. He'll resume when play begins on day 2. So that was Todd Murphy's wicket. A hell of a moment for the 22-year-old. I'm very chuffed to say, Dirk, we can actually take you out to the middle. When Geoff Lemon has caught up with the man of the moment himself in Todd Murphy.
Grandstand cricket on ABC Sport, and we've got the man of the moment, man of the hour, debutant Todd Murphy. Must be a dream come true to be standing here today wearing a baggy green.
Yeah, it's a pretty surreal day there. To get my baggy green presented by Nathan Lyon this morning, a guy I've sort of looked up to for however long I can remember, and just I suppose to take the field and play Test cricket, something that I'll look back on forever and be really pleased with. So it was an awesome day, and stoked with it.
How did the last few days pan out in terms of learning that you would be part of the team and probably having to keep that quiet for a while?
Yeah, I spoke to Paddy a couple of days ago, and he said that there was a chance that I would be debuting, and then a couple of days before the game they said that I'll be making it, and it was nice to get a little bit of notice to get some family across. So a special day I suppose for all of us to be able to be a part of that.
A few moments there where it looked like you were in the game even before you got that first wicket, a couple of false shots, that inside edge from KL Rahul that nearly went to hand at short leg. Did you feel like you were able to meet the level even before you got that breakthrough?
I felt like I was in the game. I think there's sort of enough on offer out there, so I think we're sort of just speaking about being really consistent with putting the ball there and trying to spin it hard, and there's a fair bit of natural variation I think we've seen from Jadeja. He sort of just bowled the ball over and over again in a really good spot and spun some and then some shot through, so there's definitely enough there to work with, and hopefully tomorrow can spin a bit more.
He's been such a performer against Australia over the years. Always seems to raise his game, coming back from a long injury layoff. What do you learn from watching an operator like that?
I think what stands out is just how consistent he is. He just doesn't miss at all, doesn't give our boys a chance to get on top of him, and he's able to just settle into his spell. And I think out there, if you put enough balls in a good area and trying to spin them, there's enough on offer. So he's really cagey with the way he changes his pace and pulls his length back and forward. So he's a class bowler, and he's done it for a long time now.
Must have been the frustrations of not building enough partnerships in the batting innings, but is it maybe even a little more deflating when runs come easily at the start of their innings and they're able to get off to a quick start?
Yeah, I think it was always going to be tough work. Like, we're under no illusions coming over here that it was going to be challenging. We were prepared for that, and I think all throughout our innings we sort of had a couple of partnerships that looked like they were going to take off, and then we sort of just lost a wicket at the wrong time. And I think over here it can happen pretty quickly. If you lose one, you can lose 2 or 3, and then you're under the pump again. So I think we definitely be a little bit disappointed with sort of what we come off with, but and they sort of started really well there, but I think we can claw ourselves back in the game, and we know that if we can get one early in the morning, then we'll be able to put some pressure on them, hopefully go bang bang and really put the clamps on.
Quite a bit of pressure on you as well. You had to bat before you were able to bowl in your less preferred suit, and then being one of 4 bowlers, there's no all-rounder in the middle order, so you know that you're one of the 4 who has to step up and do the job. That's quite a lot to carry in your first Test match.
Yeah, well, the batting didn't go to plan, but I think it's sort of nice that you got clarity on what your role's going to be, and as the game goes on, I'm probably going to bowl more and more overs, which is exciting as well. So I think I've prepared for that, and it's about just making sure I'm in the contest and putting enough balls in the right area, and hopefully can get some rewards from that, or even not just build pressure.
What a difference a late wicket makes as well, in terms of if you were going into stumps with India none down, you'd probably be feeling pretty glum about things, but this raises the possibility that there's a way into the game for Australia.
Yeah, definitely. I think if we sort of went in there and they were none for and sort of both looked pretty comfortable, it would have been a bit tougher to, I suppose, come back tomorrow morning with the attitude that we can go through them. But I think we showed there was enough on offer there when we got it right. So I think we're certainly in the game, and it's just going to be about doing it for long periods of time and putting these guys under pressure. They're really good players to spin, we know that, but I think if we can be consistent and just keep building me and Gaz, then hopefully we can get some rewards.
Special day for you, Todd Murphy. Congratulations on your Australian debut.
Yeah, thank you very much.
And thanks to Geoff Lemon as well downstairs, catching up with Todd Murphy. Great to hear from the 22-year-old after his debut. And didn't he bowl well, Dirk, in the 7 overs he had tonight?
He did. He was everything that we expected him to be. He just bowls that same ball consistently, time and time again, and it's good to hear someone who's quite level-headed as well and so clear in his role and what he needs to try and do and who he needs to try and emulate, and that is Jadeja, who was exceptional out there today. And if either of these Australian spinners can bowl anything like that, then Australia is still a chance in this Test match. But at the moment, you've got to say that they're on the back foot, and particularly so because of that bowling effort. I just feel like it seemed to be far easier for the Indians to score than it was for Australia. At every stage, Australia seemed to find it difficult, and that wasn't necessarily the case with the Indian openers just finding scoring quite free out there on what will be a challenging pitch coming up.
We praise Pat Cummins a lot because he's a brilliant player. Talk me through his first 3 overs with the ball today.
Terrible.
Yeah.
Probably the worst 3 overs that I've seen him bowl as a collection, particularly in the match situation. You've got to say that that's probably one of the poorest spells that we've seen from him. And he wasn't hugely far off, but just the seam presentation for me was really worrying. Normally he's so good at yes, he's not a massive swinger of the ball, but he gets the seam somewhat vertical and allows the ball to nip around. Today he was nowhere near that. So that's almost like he's off in his action. It's not necessarily a mental thing, it's an action thing, and that's far more difficult to control. You know, if you're out there warming up with one of those red and white balls that we see bowlers bowl at training to try and get their seam position right, and you're using that as the warm-up when you're about to bowl your first spell on an Indian Test tour, you know that there's probably something going on. So that was a concern for me, and it just allowed India to have no scoreboard pressure, and their openers could just afford to just wait for the bad ball, and it kept coming, and that was the challenge. I thought Boland bowled well, so too did both spinners. Just I guess the dam had already burst in that respect.
The batting to come, so Chicheswa Pujara is in next, who Australia have a real problem trying to get out historically, even in Australian conditions. Virat Kohli, I just want to say this very quietly because I don't want him to hear too many people talking about it, hasn't got a Test 100 since November 2019.
Yeah, that is a really long time, and it's good. That Test 100 has to come at some stage, doesn't it?
I don't know if you've seen your itinerary. Next we may be going to his backyard in Delhi, which feels like sort of something big may be brewing for Virat around the corner, which is ominous, I'm sure, for the Australians. Then following that, Suryakumar Yadav, who is going to make, or he has made his Test debut here, but obviously his first main involvement with the bat. I'm fascinated to see how that translates. We've been able to see some great players in the white ball arena make it into Test cricket. And it probably for a lot of people externally have been sort of scratching their head over a little bit of time thinking, how come he doesn't play all formats for India, given that even though he's a short format player, the way that he plays in the short format isn't really all power, is it? It's not as if he just sort of hits out over the top. His placement and the way that he's able to hit the ball into every corner of the ground is the eye-popping thing about how he plays in T20.
Yeah, I'll be fascinated to see what he can do here with the ball spinning in, and I think it's going to be so important for Australia to be right on the money right from the start, because he'll be nervous. He's human. Like everybody, there'll be signs of nerves at the start of an innings, and you can't afford to allow someone like that or any of that Indian middle order to just get themselves into the innings like we've seen with Rohit Sharma. So that's going to be the key, but I can't wait to watch him bat, frankly. I'd love seeing what he does on the field.
It's a real privilege to be here in Nagpur for the Border Gavaskar series. Thanks to Prakash Wakankar for being with us throughout the day, along with Geoff Lemon, Sunil Gavaskar, Dinesh, Karthik, Dirk, Nannes. We'll all be back tomorrow. Thanks for all our crew back in Australia for making it happen, particularly to Aaron Bryans and Andrea Williamson for their work back there throughout the day as well to make sure that we got on air. We'll be back tomorrow from 2:45 Australian Eastern Daylight Time. Hope you can join us then. India to resume trailing the Test match by 100. Here's Mohammad Siraj, his first ball, he strikes Khawaja on the pad, big shout for leg before, and the umpire shakes his head. Not out, a big inducker, and Rohit says we're having a look. Oh, it's hitting an upper leg. Khawaja has a real problem, the review's successful, Siraj strikes ball one, umpire overturns his decision, and Khawaja's on his bike. 1 for 2. The Aussies have lost one in the second over. Shami to continue around the weekend, and he knocks over Warner. Stumps everywhere. And Warner is out for one. The Aussies are 2 for 2. Jadeja well flied, and a play to miss. Nannes is beaten, and K.S. Bharat gets the stumping. Marnus Labuschagne is out one short of a half century in his debut innings in India. Beautifully flighted delivery from Jadeja. He got Marnus coming forward, and K.S. Bharat on debut is in the game. Australia 3 for 84. Labuschagne goes for 49. So Matt Renshaw, the lefty, hit on the pad. Big shout, he's out. Renshaw's out, ball one. And the Indians inside the VCA Stadium are roaring their approval. Renshaw walks down the track to chat with Steve Smith, and they're going to have to review this. Pitch is right in the middle of the track. It's hitting him in line. It is umpire's call, just clipping the leg stump. And that's enough for Jadeja and India. And Matt Renshaw, as quick as he got there, he's turning around and headed back. He's out for a golden duck. And Ravindra Jadeja is on a hat-trick. And he's knocked over. The last man out, Boland, is clean bowled. And Ashwin picks up the final wicket to give him 3. And the visitors are all out for 177 in Nagpur, despite winning the toss and electing to bat first. Australia all out inside 64 overs. Jadeja finishes with 5 wickets. Ashwin gets the other 3. And the 2 brand name finger spinners in the Indian team get 8 of the 10 wickets between them. Line to Rohit, lap sweep, beats the infield. And the roar from the crowd here at Nagpur as Murphy won't be able to chop that off. And Rohit Sharma, in just his 4th test as skipper, passes 50. Murphy well flighted. KL Rahul bunts it straight back to Murphy, and he takes the return catch. And just like that, Todd Murphy has his first wicket in Test cricket. KL Rahul is out for 20. Caught and bowled the 22-year-old Todd Murphy. India 1 for 76.
Australia v India on ABC Radio, Sport Digital and ABC Listen.